Hello, beautiful people. We are back. How are we doing today, guys? We doing good? Having a great time going in?
Good morning.
How you doing, Luke?
Oh man, I'm great. I had a great time yesterday. I'm excited for today. Austin was telling me I think in total we had about 400 people come in and out during the course of the day. So awesome.
Nice, cool. Yeah. I mean, if you guys missed day one, gave out some cool prizes for those people who stay on all the way till the end of this day. There's gonna be another prize. Mark, yeah, we're fired up. I'm fired up. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time. Day two is gonna be awesome. Let's go. Good to see y'all. Yeah, today's gonna be great. We're just gonna be closing deals, having a good time, and just having fun with it, right? Um, so yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a prize at the very end of this. We've already gotten into it, right? We've already done this before, and we're just gonna do it again. We're just gonna start with closing some deals, making stuff happen, and yeah, it'll be awesome. So let's get into it real quick. I'm going to do one thing that I'm going to make sure is in here. All right, let's do this. I'm just going to get straight to the call-in. So yesterday, there were a lot of people, or there have been a lot of people who, I just didn't have time to respond to, just for all the different reasons, right? So we're just going to do it. So let's do this. Share screen. We'll just start making some calls.
Cody says he's fully caffeinated and eager to learn. That's what I like to hear.
I like to hear it.
Yesterday, Marcus?
Oh, I'm gonna take Austin's out until he comes back. All right.
And then, Jonah, while you're getting some stuff set up, I just want to give a quick summary, right? So if you guys missed yesterday, right? I know Jonah sold at least one deal on the stream.
And then that was fun.
Yeah, a few people in the chat. I know, Scott, for example, he had got multiple properties under contract during the course of the stream. So yeah, some pretty solid stuff. And then I don't know what happened after I left for those last couple of hours, but I imagine it was solid.
It was just fun, just getting deals closer and closer and closer, right?
Yeah.
Nothing super crazy. Yeah, more or less. That's what we've been doing. Yeah, there's nothing too crazy happened. I think it was just a lot of follow-ups, a lot of calling, a lot of good calls that a lot of people could hear. I have a lot of calls to catch up on. I'm gonna call a bunch of freaking people because I've just been, I think I had my VAs go kind of in overdrive for this challenge. So I think they're giving me more than I normally should have, but it's okay. It is what it is.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, so let's do it. Okay. So I'm going to go through my conversations today just because I'm behind on my conversations and my intros, the intro calls. Here I'm supposed to call Strawberry. This will be interesting. This is a seller financing call. That's at 11. But we got an hour of catch up that we can play right now. So we're going to do that. What happened here? Why is it being weird? Oh, hold on. There we go. Oh, whoops. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Brian. Your son told me to call you. I'm a real estate investor. He told me to call you 3 days ago. I was kind of super busy. But yeah, but I wanted to connect. Real estate investor. I work all over Colorado, in the Springs, in Pueblo, in Denver, in Fort Collins. I think you work more in the southern Colorado, like the Springs, Pueblo.
No, I do South Denver, Springs, Weld County, and County. I do a little bit of everything all over.
Okay, awesome. You're like me. So yeah, so I do everything. I'm like you. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before. But what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, porter scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was curious if you knew of any like that right now.
I got a couple I'm working on, but not going to reveal them yet. So if you plan on wholesaling them, I won't sell to you. It's that simple.
Okay.
You either got to either fix and flip, or you got to hold them.
Gotcha.
I won't sell to a wholesaler.
Gotcha.
So I'm just telling you up front.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't go through that, and I've had a bunch of them just run me ragged, and I learned my lesson, not happening again. So
gotcha.
That's where we're at. Or I make I make your deposit non-refundable up front. If you go into the house and you think you're gonna wholesale it, then you're stuck with it. So that's how I operate.
Okay.
So, and it's because some other guys have ruined it. So, but I mean, so who are you with?
So my company, it's my company, Safe Roots Ventures.
Oh, okay.
Wholesaling, like, again, I own a wholesaling company, but if you don't want me to wholesale, like, we can work with that. Like I said, I do everything. I do fix and flips and buy and holds. But you're talking about never having an inspection period. Here's the thing for me.
You can have an inspection period, but I'm only going to give you 3 days.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Yeah, 3 days is enough. Yeah, okay, that works. That's fine. So let's do this.
Go ahead.
Let's just do this then. Let me send you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And yeah, let's see if we can get a deal.
Yeah, no problem. I'll let you know when I get my other deals when they come around. I'm getting close on a couple of them, and I'll let you know what's going on. That's fine. I'll give you an opportunity.
Okay, appreciate it. What's happening with them? Is there any reason why they haven't formulated yet? Are they kind of just leads right now?
Got renters in one of them. Actually in two of them. Got renters in both of them, and we're waiting to get them out here in the next 30 days, and then we got a couple things we want to do before that. So it's going to be within 30 days here, maybe sooner. I got one that should be ready in the next 10 days, and then the other one, at the end of the month, I guess. So that ain't that far away. It'll be ready end of the month, but we're not going to let anybody see it until then. And then the other one will probably 2 weeks behind it or so.
Okay, awesome.
They're both springs. They don't need a lot either. They're not like total rehabs. There might be some things you might want to update inside if you're trying to get top dollar, but it's not gonna. These aren't things you're gonna sink $100,000 into by any means. I mean, this one's got a completely redone kitchen, super nice. I mean, it's got all new paint. Laundry room could use some stuff. I would, there's some things I would do different. I mean, I think I would do that. Maybe transition the kitchen into this one other area of the home and have the floor all the same, instead of carpet and what have you. But there's some things that you could do to enhance it. AC doesn't work in that home; it needs AC. Roof's fine, all the trims, roof's new, all the trims new, gutters are new.
Those sound kind of nice for me. I really like the ugly ones, but what's the reason they're selling?
And that's fine, no problem. I mean, I'm working on two of those, and I don't know how far you like doing? Do you need to be in a PUD, or will you guys do like a? Will you guys do a? I don't know, something sitting on an acre or two, out east in Peyton or Falcon.
Peyton starts getting too far away. Falcon I've done before. But yeah, let's just do this. I'll wait on those. Let's I sent you my card. Just save my info. Like because the reason those people are selling, it sounds like that they're just kind of maybe tired landlords, or what's the reason they're selling on those ones?
There's one. She's owned it for a long time. They're going to update. They're going to buy a new home and her brother's coming so they can take care of their mom. They're trying to get the right floor plan so they can, because their mom's elderly. She's in her 80s, and she's got to be on like a ranch level, with a main level master, with a bunch of room, and they want to have laundry on main level. So we're looking for something specific to replace them with.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I don't know those.
And they're selling. One of them. That's why. And then I'm selling their condo too, so they're just taking the money and paying cash for
gotcha.
This other home.
I don't know
really
if those will be the right ones for me. I really like the ones that are super ugly, like pre-foreclosure, hoarders, any of that stuff. But I sent you my card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And yeah, Brian, let's get a deal.
All right. Well, look at I run the El Paso County, or I have the El Paso County and Teller County HUD foreclosure website stuff too. So if you want to look at it, you can always jump on there. But we can, most of that stuff. By the time it hits there, it's like things have already happened. But there's always stuff on there. I mean, if you're not out there looking, you can look at that stuff too. But I'll find you something.
Cool. Thank you, Brian.
All right. Well, have a good day. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
You bet. Bye.
Okay.
Nice. A few interesting things there for you guys that are already taking a look at it or listening in. It's interesting that agent he starts off by saying like, hey, if you're a wholesaler, I'm not going to sell to you. And you have to do all your due diligence up front. You're not going to have an inspection period. And then Jonah just owns the fact that he's like, yeah, I do wholesale, but I have some other avenues available as well. But it's like, man, that no inspection period is kind of rough. And the guy just switched immediately from going, well, I guess I could give you a 3-day inspection period, right? So he went from 0-day inspection period. Something's like, okay, we're not really going to be able to do anything with that. All the way, and then just talking about it for like 1 second, boom, he went to 3-day inspection period, right? And then that's the other question too, is who are you with? There are a lot of people who ask me like, hey, when someone asks who am I with, like, what do I say? And it's totally fine to just say like Jonah said, like, oh, it's just me. It's like my company, it's like that's it, So like for you guys who are like solo entrepreneurs, that's a fine thing to say. Like it's just me. I'm the company owner. It's my company.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I mean, and I didn't really want to push on the assignment stuff too hard. Like he didn't even have a property yet. So I'm just like, for now, it's just like, whatever. Let's see if you actually even get a property before I get into an argument with you over it. Right. Because what could happen, and what happens a lot of times is like they see I'm following up, we develop a relationship, and then he softens a little. Right.
Yeah.
I didn't want to just immediately get into all of that. The inspection period I wanted to talk about just because I was like, all right, man, like chill out a little bit.
Right. Yeah.
But
and then he said he's going to give you a shot too, which is like, that's great.
Yeah, exactly. And like, again, remember one of the things that I do, guys, is like, sometimes I'll just like throw it to a one VIP buyer and just kind of like act a little bit less wholesaling and a little bit more brokery, in the sense that like, I'm just going to like have it where I'm just helping one person buy it, and just do that on the first one with him, maybe if he gets me a really good deal. And then once we've closed on one, then it's like, okay, now like, trust me, like I got you. I know what I'm doing. Right. And that's probably what I'll do with him. That's what I like doing with people, because I don't like the stress of, if they're like super anti-wholesaling, to force them into that. Instead, I just like building their trust with like a closed deal. And then it's like, okay, I closed the deal. Like, give me an assignment now. Like, come on, you know I can perform, right? Like Luke said it yesterday, performance cures everything. So anyways. Yeah, so we'll keep going. Okay, we might not end up talking on. So yeah, these are just people who were calling me back yesterday or the day before that I just didn't get to.
There's Denver, leave a message and I'll get back. There's Denver, leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. For more immediate response, please send me a text message. Thanks so much and have a great day.
Then I've been putting her, I need to create like a workflow for this, but I'm gonna put her in here for now. That'll go to like the cold calling people. So yeah. Oldest. That's the okay. I was supposed to call him like later in the day. Where are we with this? I think I just gave this to the dispo. I don't think they've gone back to me. When did I give this? Yesterday, yeah. So we'll wait on that. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay.
Three zero three nine. Three zero three nine one eight.
And sometimes it's like this, guys, where you just kind of like, hey, let's connect. It just sometimes happens.
Call from RodQuest, Tim.
Hello?
Okay. Hi, Jonah.
Hey.
Is this Jonah?
Yes, it is Jonah.
Oh.
This is Rod, right?
Quas. We talked. Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. Hey, found a property that might work for you. I don't know what you think. Didn't know if you might want to go look at it.
Let's talk about it. What's the address? What's the details?
Can't give you the address until we're to sign a buyer's agency, but
Okay, that's fine.
It's listed around 750 and it's got an ARV probably of about 1.3. It's in Kissing Camels.
Okay. So is it your listing or is it?
No, it's not my listing.
Gotcha. Might have not
I
talked
just
to.
know the guy.
How well do you know the guy?
I know him pretty good.
Okay. Is it off and it's on market, you said?
Yeah. So I don't know what you're looking for or if you're looking for off-market properties. Or
So with
whatever.
on markets, here's how I typically do it, right? And this is just because I'm starting to get sent so many leads. And also just like we looked at our data last year and we ended up only doing like 1 or 2 deals that were on market and not through the listing agent. We just found that a lot of times
I'll just call my other investor.
Okay.
So,
How
right,
well?
thanks.
Just wait. Just before you
Oh.
leave, though, I just have one question because it's not like 100% a no. What's the reason they're selling? Do you know that?
I don't. Yeah, I know all the details. I mean, it's just a really good deal, and so either you're interested or you're not interested, dude. So you called me and you wanted to know some.
Let's do this
deals,
because I
yeah.
wanna build the relationship with you. Let's have it where you do you have my email? You want to send me the buyer broker agreement?
Okay, I have your email. Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I do want to build the
I have 3 or
relationship.
4 No, I know. I just wanted to give you the heads up. I have 3 or 4 different investors that I work with. And I know we used to do this ourselves. We know what we're looking for. We don't do it anymore. So, yeah, I just typically get a hold of, you're my second call. This first guy didn't respond yet. So, yeah.
Yeah, let's do it just because I want to build the
yeah.
relationship with you. And I don't typically do it where it's on market, where it's like that, but I still kind of want to build the relationship with you and submit an offer and see if maybe we can get it. So let's just do it because I do want to do that.
All right.
Cool.
I'll send you an agreement, and I don't know if I'll probably be able to get it to you in the next hour or so.
Okay, cool.
All right, and then we'll go from there.
Cool. Thanks, Rod.
All right, thank you, bud.
Bye. So that's an interesting call, and I want to explain it. I want to explain my thought process because usually I don't do those, right? But then I realized I thought about it a little bit, and I'm like, you know what? I kind of want to build the relationship with him, right? Because what will sometimes happen is if you don't put in the offer a lot of times, then they don't send you anything. And he thought of me. I didn't even do a follow-up with him. So normally I wouldn't do something like that, but I thought about it a little bit and I'm like, you know what? Let's build the relationship. Let's submit an offer. I don't know if it'll get accepted or not. But it'd be cool to try something out, right?
Yeah.
So, because I could see he was getting annoyed by that also, and I was like, I don't want you to be annoyed at me. Like,
Yes.
I don't want our relationship to start off as you like being like annoyed with it. So,
yep,
that's it.
Yeah,
that was my process.
I really like that, Colin. I thought you handled it great. And so for some of you guys, like if you're new to agent calls, there'll be certain phrases said that'll just automatically trigger, not necessarily a red flag, but give you like an indication of the situation. And then you'll ask like clarifying questions, which is exactly what happened. So Jonah asked for the address. The agent says no. right? And there's usually two reasons why an agent will say no if you ask for an address. Either they're going to be the listing agent, but they don't have a listing agreement yet, or they aren't the listing agreement at all, and they're not going to be the listing agent because another agent has the property and they're trying to act as a buyer's agent. And so this guy says, no, I wouldn't send you the address until you sign a BBA, right? A buyer broker agreement. And so as soon as he said that, Jonah asked, okay, so that like triggered something for Jonah, like a little flag went up, and Jonah goes, oh, okay, is it your listing? And the guy goes, no, it's not my listing, it's on market. So again, right, like normally we talked about this yesterday a little bit. Normally we don't want to have agents send us other people's listings, especially if it's just on market, because then we can just go talk to that listing agent and we have that extra commission that we can play around with, right? So Jonah immediately starts talking about why he doesn't love those. The guy gets agitated and annoyed and says, fine, I'm just going to get out of here. And then you can tell like Jonah switches gears because he still wants to try and build the relationship and stuff like that. So I thought that was very good. But just so you guys know, that's how we got into that situation, is because the guy mentioned a BBA, which again, if you guys get into a similar situation and someone says, hey, you need to sign a BBA, that could mean something similar. That's like, okay, this person isn't direct on it. And so the one cautionary thing I would say is just make sure that the buyer broker agreement, if you guys get in the same situation, make sure it's property specific. Otherwise, you could potentially end up owing that agent a commission for the next 3 months, 6 months, whatever the time period is. But I think Jonah did a really good job switching gears when he realized the guy was agitated and goes, hey, let's just do something to build the relationship. And it just gives Jonah the opportunity to get his foot in the door and keep talking to the guy.
Yeah, because I just realized I'm like, I don't want him to be pissed off at me over it, right? Like because I think he'd be kind of pissed. I was like, let's not be pissed at each other,
Yeah.
So I'm texting him now and I'm gonna be like, thanks for thinking of me, because the fact he thought of me after I haven't talked to him in 10 days, that's pretty special, or that's good, right?
And then for you guys, I don't know if you guys are able to see this or not in the comment section. Looks like my stuff is posting on here twice. I think that's because it's going to both of the YouTube channels, but you may show up for both you guys twice. So just that's how it's going to be. But yeah, I do see your guys' questions. Just so you know, I am putting them down for when we get into our next Q&A section. For you guys doing any sort of like dispo stuff, I do like what that guy said, where he was like, hey, you were my second call. The first guy hasn't answered yet. That's a great line to use when you're trying to sell properties in general, just to make it sound like that person is special and stuff like that. So that's a good line to keep for dispositions.
Yeah, it is. Please look at it near down, blah, blah, blah. So this is a multifamily, it looks like.
Dude, also, Eric, great to have you again. Yeah, appreciate you.
Okay. Let's do this.
And yeah, it basically is Sunny D, in case you were wondering. It's mango flavored and it's great.
Okay. I'll just call this guy. Hello.
The mailbox is full and cannot accept any. The mailbox is full.
I think he has a... He might have just been calling back from the RVM, but let's see. One of those forever ones.
Name your number and a message, and I'll call you back at my earliest convenience. Have a great day. Thank you.
Someone's about to call me. Or call should come in. Oh wait, no. We have like an appointment, so I'm gonna just call it the appointment since it's not even coming in right now. They probably called and then didn't continue.
Hello.
Hey Daniel, this is Jonah, real estate investor. We were trying to connect yesterday. How you doing?
Good. How are you? I'm so sorry about that.
It's okay, no worries.
Yeah.
So I work all over Colorado. I work in Denver, Colorado Springs, Pueblo, all over the place. I think you're in Denver now.
Yeah, I can serve normally everything up from Greeley all the way to South Denver, but I try to stay away from Colorado Springs, the Fort Collins area. But yeah, very metro in those areas.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. So yeah, I was just curious if you knew of any like that right now.
There was, I think, in terms of foreclosure, I think there was one that was close. It was it's a 2-acre property in Brighton. It's located very centralized. They actually used to be our old neighbors. I used to live in that neighborhood, then we moved out, and it has like a shop. I think they redeemed it though. I think they were able to go back to their, they paid it off. But I'll verify, and definitely I can find you properties that are like that that are in risk of being foreclosed, and definitely I know I think it was Soul that was sending me a message that's saying like your guys' budget is $2 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it could even be more, to be honest. I do it in California too, so price is never an issue.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I think I actually might have a couple of properties that you may be interested. I'll send you the information. Is there an email that I could send it to you?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours.
Okay.
I'll say this too.
Okay.
We're not really looking for an MLS search, right? So if it's on
market,
market,
these are private. These are through the county.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. That works. And then, yeah, just like let me know. I'm down to help with leads as well. Obviously, I've done that before with a lot of agents where it'll be like I'm the investor and I can just come in and you're just representing me and or you're representing them, whichever side, however you want to do it. But yeah, just let me know if it's like one you already have a listing agreement with, one you're like, hey, Joan, I'm trying to lock this up. Just keep me aware of like the situation with it.
Okay. Yeah, and then so do you do like remodels and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to talk to see what we could do because I want to build a custom home in a very good location. So maybe we could work something out.
Let me know.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'll definitely keep in touch and see what I can find, and then from there, we can discuss the deal.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate you.
Perfect.
Let's talk soon.
Okay, sounds good. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, cool.
So a couple of things I just want to draw everyone's attention to, right, is so Jonah asked this question. The guy starts thinking back and he goes, oh, you know what? One of my old neighbors had a property. I can follow up and check in on it and this and that and the other. And that's the thing, right? Any agent who's just active in real estate will come across properties in their sphere of influence that need our services, right? It's like a distressed seller, distressed property. Like they'll come across one. In my experience, it's like once a year minimum. So even if agents like, oh, I never come across those, or oh, I don't see those, like it happens. It happens. I remember for some of you guys who are in the Flip and Simple student group, you guys may have heard the story before, but there's one time I called an agent and it was like an absolute terrible conversation. She was like, never call me again. And I was like, okay. And I just didn't even save her in this was before I had a CRM, by the way. So I was doing all this manually on my phone. And I just like didn't even save her in my phone because I thought it was such a bad conversation. And then like 2 weeks later, like a week or two later, she calls me and she's like, oh, hey, actually, my cousin, they're in this like bad situation and they need help and they're a hoarder and can you help us? And we took a look at it and we got a deal done. So like any agent who's just active will eventually come across one of those situations. So again, you just want to be constantly following up. And then the other thing too is Jonah probably has enough of these guys now where I don't know if he necessarily needs to jump on this opportunity. But one of the things I liked about this guy, about the agent, especially when you guys are first starting off and building your book of business, to me, it sounded like this guy was hungry. Like he was active. Like he's like, hey, I could totally find properties for you. And Jonah's like, okay, I'm not really looking for an MLS search. That's a really good question to clarify. Like, how is that person wanting to help you? Because if it's just an MLS search, it's not going to be that helpful. We can go over that more in our Q&A. But the guy clarifies, it's like, no, it's not an MLS search. It'll be something different. But he's saying like he's hungry. And whenever you come across an agent that's hungry and that's willing to work, that is really useful information to know, because then you guys can game plan together on different things. So see like, okay, is this guy willing to like prospect into certain areas? Is he willing to door knock? Is he willing to call, expired listings or something like that, something that you don't have the time to do? Is he willing to like call direct to seller and do all those angry calls so you don't have to, and then he'll just bring you all those investment deals that he finds? So there's some things that you can work out with hungry agents to potentially grow each other's business. So whenever you come across an agent that's hungry, it's worth having a conversation with them at some point to see like, okay, what can we do to make each other a bunch of money?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like he does seem very hungry, and I'm just gonna keep up with him. But yeah, no, those are great agents. Those are the agents where they like just bring you off market leads, right? So they're great. All right, let's go to the next one.
Hello.
Hey, Sophia, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor who was calling you yesterday. We were trying to connect.
Oh, yeah. How's it going?
It's going good. Yeah, so I'm a real estate investor. I work all over Denver, all over Colorado in general. I think you're in Denver, right?
I am. Mm-hmm.
Awesome, cool. So yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. I'm realizing, I think we talked a while ago and I've already had this conversation with you. Did we already have this conversation? I've just been making calls all day. Or am I wrong?
No, I don't think so. We spoke briefly over the weekend about a property that was overpriced.
Right.
For you.
Gotcha.
But that was about it.
Gotcha. And then we had the appointment, and the appointment didn't get canceled. I think that's what happened. But okay. Well,
Yeah, it just got confusing.
anywho, I mean, yeah, it's just properties like pre-foreclosures, no equity, hoarder scenarios. And I'm assuming since we already talked about that other one, you don't know of any others right now, right?
Well, here's the thing. I sent out about 2 weeks ago about 30 letters to properties that are
Nice.
considered, what's the word, neglected in
Mm-hmm.
Denver County.
Right.
And then there were a few others in addition that came up on one of these default lists. And unfortunately, I haven't got not one call back,
Right.
which I thought for sure I'd get at least one out of the 30.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, if you have any ideas of how to follow up, because they don't normally like to talk,
So
and
nailing
I've tried making
postcards,
calls.
mailing postcards, honestly, at least based on my friends who do it, you need to be mailing out like thousands, to be honest, is what I've heard. Right. I think
Possibly, but I'm not just sending it out to everybody. I'm just going after specific properties that are boarded up.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of what I've been wanting to focus on, because I have done the whole setting it out to area codes and zip codes, and that was a waste of my money. Put it
Yeah.
that way.
I'd say the best ways are either cold calling it is my favorite, but if not that, I like driving for dollars, like just driving around doing, because I don't know how you're finding those houses, but if you just drive around and then find the house in real life, there's an app called Deal Machine that I used to use, pretty good one. You can start sending them postcards that way, and then it's more a targeted list if that's like more up your alley. Those are
And
the
it's
ways that I
called
use
Deal
to do it.
Machine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, that might be a good way. But anywho, I'll always be here. Just let me know if you need help, Sophia. And yeah, I appreciate you.
Yeah, definitely. And if anything pops up, I'll be in touch with you.
And the issue with
And
South
hopefully we can get
Benton,
some stuff.
right? It was South Benton, right? 2796 South Benton, I think was the property you were talking
Yeah.
about. So the
Mhm.
issue is that like they have no equity, but they only bought it like a month ago, right? And that's like,
No. The family has owned it since the 60s. The mother passed away.
okay. Am I looking at the right address? Is it? Oh wait. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong address. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. I got it. I see where I'm screwing up here. Sorry. Wait, did we want to submit the offer? Like I know they wanted 550. But
Yeah, that's what they want, 550. They haven't really budged from there.
okay.
There might be maybe a couple thousand off, but not much.
Okay. Gotcha. And then are you the listing agent on that one or no?
Yeah, I'm working with the seller.
Okay. So
And it is off market.
okay. So what is the plan if they don't sell it off market? Just put it on the market, or what is their plan?
Yeah, they're talking to another realtor that wants to put it on the market for them, but they're trying to see what can happen beforehand.
Okay. I mean, yeah, like I think I remember the whole conversation now. It's like I think I was like in the mid fours, and you were telling me that like there's no way, like they just wouldn't even accept that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Yeah, they won't go that low. Mm-mm.
Okay. Has anyone even tried that low yet?
Oh yeah, I've had a few that they don't even. They say don't tell them not to even bother writing a contract because it's not going to go anywhere.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, are you eventually going to list on the market then for them? If like that might be a good conversation to have with them, just as like advice. I feel like they should go on the market and kind of get an idea where they could sell it for.
Well, I did ask them, and they've already been talking to another person prior to me.
Mm-hmm.
So they said if I can bring in an off-market deal, buyer, then they'd work with me. Otherwise, they have a relationship already with somebody else.
Gotcha.
So
Okay, now I understand the situation. Okay. Yeah, that's hard. That's always hard to make work. Okay. Gotcha. All right,
but if there's
cool.
any changes, I'll be in touch, and I'll let you know if I have any deals that come up here soon.
Awesome. Cool. Okay. Well, I appreciate it either way, Sophia. I'm gonna follow up in like a week. Just in case
Mm-hmm.
anything changes. And
Sure.
yeah, I appreciate
Sounds
you.
good. Okay. Thank you so much for the call.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right, I just completely got myself. I was like, what am I doing here? For some reason I thought I didn't have an intro call with her.
Yeah, no, that's
So I
fine.
couldn't
Although
do that.
there's a few things I want to point out just about that type of lead, that type of agent. There's a few things again, right? Like honestly, the last two agents that you talked to seem really good. Like they both seem hungry. Like when an agent asks you a question like, "Hey, how do I find deals?" Like I've tried a few different marketing strategies and I'm, nothing's popping up. Again, to me, that's like another signal that's like, okay, I could, if I wanted to, depending on how many leads I already have or what I want to do with my book of business, I could actually just like this lady's probably down to be like, hey, let's sit down somewhere or let's have an actual conversation. Let's game plan together on how we can make each other money. And so there's like certain things that you can try with those hungry agents, right? Like she's already sending out mailers. Jonah made a really good point that 30 mailers is not enough. Is not even close to enough, right? Like
Yeah.
most people, if you want mailers to work, you got to send, it's like thousands because
Yeah,
I think the national return rate for those is like 0.5%, right?
Right.
So it's like, and that's just for people who call you back. And then out of the people that call you back, not all of those are going to work, right? Because some of them are going to have unrealistic expectations. So it's like, it's a low return rate. So you do have to send out thousands of those. So it's like, yeah, but there's like different things that you could potentially try, right? So if you don't have a whole lot of leads and you come across someone who's like that, it's like, okay, we could sit down and we could game plan. Or if you do have a lot of leads, you could just be, okay, hey, it sounds like this person's hungry. They're going to keep working. I'm just going to follow up with them on a more regular basis. The other thing that I want to call out about her situation in particular, and this is good for you guys to know when you're talking to agents, is agents will compete for listing agreements. Right. And we just heard that with this lady. So she's basically this family was already talking to probably like a family friend or something like that about listing their property. And then because this lady's prospecting, she probably ran into them and there's some sort of competition going on. And they're like, well, we could list with somebody else, but if you can find us a buyer quicker, well, we're fine to go with you. Right. So now she's competing with them. And so that's just something that's good to know is agents will compete for listing agreements. And that can sometimes create interesting situations. But in this particular situation, one thing that like whenever you hear that from an agent, that's a perfect time to give your value proposition on how you can help their business. So it's like, oh, hey, whenever you get into these types of situations, I'm always happy to write up an offer for you, even if the offer doesn't work, just so that way you can take the offer to the person and at least show them that you're marketing it, that show them that you have buyers in your back pocket. And even if they don't take my offer, potentially help you secure the listing. Right. And if you add something like that to your, like if you have a value proposition along those lines, and there's different types of ways that you can add value, but it just shows the agent like, oh, wow, this person wants to help me grow my business. And it's a really strong rapport building moment where the agent will want to work with you because you're willing to just do something for them to help them out. And it will also potentially help you get more deals because now the agent is going to bring you properties before they bring them to anyone else because you're able to give them offers. So there's some ways to make that a win-win. But yeah, that's interesting stuff. I think that lady will definitely have more properties.
I think that was what I was missing though, was like I definitely need to I should remember to add that in there. It like being like, hey, like by the way, I can like be helpful to you in that way too. Right. Yeah. So yeah, no, that was really good. Good advice. All right, let's call Charlotte. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Charlotte, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor who was calling you yesterday. We were trying to connect.
Oh, hi.
How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, so I work all over Colorado. I work Denver, Springs, Pueblo, Fort Collins. I think you're in Denver, the Springs now.
Pueblo.
Pueblo. Okay, that
Yeah,
works.
I'm in Pueblo, but I work all of Colorado Springs. Well, I work the whole entire Front Range because I'm from Denver, so I have a lot of network up there. And then I moved to Pueblo in 2017, and I live out in Pueblo West. I do all of Canyon City, Flores, Penrose, all the way down to Trinidad,
Nice.
even up into Alamosa.
Love it.
I
love it.
Rocky Ford, yeah. So, hey, I'm a real estate agent. I'll go anywhere.
Fair enough. Hey, I kind of have the same attitude. I'm a real estate investor. I'll go anywhere, right? So,
yeah.
So I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And
Okay.
I was curious if you knew of any like that right now.
So, not really. All my people are, they're waiting for their grass to turn green so we can get them listed. But I don't have anyone that's in like where they're about to lose their house because of a job,
Okay.
issue.
They're all really pretty houses.
Anyone, yeah, they have equity built up and they're wanting full price for their properties.
Okay.
They don't have to move. That's another thing.
Fair enough.
Like I don't have anyone right now. Yeah.
Fair enough.
But
let me send you my business card. Save my info.
Okay.
I'll save yours.
Okay.
And yeah, Charlotte, let's try to get a deal.
Okay. And then have you guys worked with Tanya before? Because Armando is who was calling Tanya's phone. And I don't know if you know that Tanya passed away unexpectedly just like last month. And so Armando had been calling her cell phone and her daughter just reached back out to him and said, well, Charlotte can help you. So I don't know if you had ever worked with Tanya before.
I never did, to be honest. Like we're really just, Colorado, where we've been in before. I live here, and when we moved out and then we're coming back in, to be honest, I never actually worked with Tanya.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I was just curious, like,
Yeah.
Because she did a lot of real estate, so I was like, I'd be curious what you guys had done before. But okay.
Yeah.
So basically, just call you if I do have a situation come up.
Exactly.
Like that.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, send me your business card and I'll put you in my contact list. And then, yeah, if I come across someone that's in desperate, dire need, I'll let you know.
Cool. Thank you, Charlotte. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Welcome back.
Yeah, Dave says that the business card is a nice touch, and I have to agree. It looks really good.
Yeah, it is a nice touch. It's something that I'll give Tyler credit for. He did that one. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I thought her energy was really good toward at the beginning of the call. Like if you can get, like you could tell she was like laughing, having a good time. Like if you can get them to laugh, like that's great because it means like they don't have. Sometimes you'll call people and you can just tell there's like a defensive wall up, right? It's like that. Like if you can get them to laugh, they get more comfortable, right? Like that is not happening. The other thing I thought was interesting, right? Is she's like, hey, I'm representing some sellers that are waiting for the grass to turn green. It's like, and I feel like that obviously I'm fairly certain she meant that literally, but like, man, dude, like metaphorically, that is like such a thing, you know?
Yeah, I didn't even know what she meant by that. I was, to be honest, I was like, I don't know what that means. I assume just like ready to sell, I guess.
Maybe I think she means it literally, like, hey, their grass isn't green yet, and they're waiting for it to turn green so they can get pictures
That makes
with green grass.
sense. They get more. Yeah, I mean, definitely prices are higher in the summer, especially here in Denver.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but that just like highlights for some agents, right? Like the process of getting a property until getting a commission, it can literally be like months. Because
right.
like sometimes they're literally just waiting for the grass to turn green, and who knows how long that's going to take. That could be months, right? So it's like you can give the people an alternative where it's like, hey, you don't need to fix up stuff. You don't need to wait for the grass to turn green. I can buy as is, right? So there's some ways to position your value there for all you guys who are starting off calling agents.
Yeah, for sure. I like it didn't even register in my head what that meant really. I was like, I was just hearing her say like they don't have, they don't have motivation.
Yeah, it didn't sound like those were the properties for you, right? But it's like if you guys are like new to calling agents, and like that's just one way you could position your value. Like, hey, I'm buying properties as is. You don't necessarily need to wait 4 months for the grass to turn green. Like, I'm ready to buy now. Like, the color of the grass does not matter to me.
Yeah, 100%. And guys, for anyone who's in here, who just got in here, I just want to mention again, there's a prize at the end of this for everyone who stays till the end, like a new prize, right? So just FYI, like if you stay on the entire day, we're going to give you a prize, or at least until the very end, because it'll be good. Does this live call happen daily? Only for today and tomorrow, Dave. Only today and tomorrow, and then I'm not doing this live for a little while. We're gonna do something else probably.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's do Megan. She just called.
A text message. Thanks so much.
I wasn't sure she answered or not yet.
Bruce Denver, leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. For more immediate response, please send me a text message. Thanks so much.
Okay, we're playing like phone tag. Lou, can you do a little bit of a Q&A real quick? I got like a payroll thing I got to deal with just for a second.
Absolutely. Yes, we totally can. All right, great. Also, you guys in the chat, Eric, you are hilarious. You know what? I'm since Jonah and Austin are off, I'll see what I can do for you. Okay, I'll see what I can do for you. Okay, no promises, but I'll try. I'll try my darndest. All right, let's go over some questions at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right now we have 6 questions. If anyone has any questions at all that they want to just post in the chat, I will add them to the question list. We'll see if we can get them done. Just feel free to post whatever you want. All right. First one. Do you know how we can connect with some of the folks in this group? I tried looking for some people and wanted to reach out to the non-member Facebook group, but they didn't come up. Guys, if you're on here, please go to the Flip and Simple non-member group and request to join. It is a free group. There's a bunch of different people who wholesale. There's agents in there. Obviously, Austin is in there. I think Jonah's in there too. I'm in there. There's a bunch of people in there. And so, yeah, we'd absolutely love to have you in there. It's a free group where you guys can network and do stuff. So, yeah, definitely join that Facebook group. So that way Cody can find you and you guys can network and to get some deals done. Also, for anyone who has Simple Send, which is the platform that Jonah is using right now, showing all of you guys, it's that CRM. We're actually putting together a Facebook group for everyone who is using Simple Send. And I know Austin and Jonah are going to put some exclusive content in that. Again, that's going to be like a free Facebook group to join. It's just like if you are using the CRM, you'll get access to that. And so I know Austin and Jonah are going to be putting some exclusive content in there. And also you guys will be able to network with other people who are using that CRM and learn from each other, see what's going well. And obviously if you're using that CRM, I'm expecting that you'll get tons of inbound stuff. So it should have lots of awesome opportunities to JV. So that's what I would say is make sure you guys take advantage of some of these like free Facebook groups. So that way you guys can network because you guys may have heard this, your network will become your net worth at some point. So yeah, definitely take advantage of that. All right. From the perspective of someone new to the industry, using a Dispo hub to close deals, a 3-day for inspection would ultimately result in canceling a contract. Not sure agents would like that. Okay, yes. So let's talk about that. So let me just put a check mark on that first one. Oh my goodness, computer's going a little slow. All right, so yes, if you're working with a Dispo hub, there's going to be a period of time where like the deal isn't being worked a little bit because you're sending them all the information. They're probably putting it into their system, and then they may have like certain times where they blast out deals, and so there may be like a day lost or something like that. And then it is, Jonah has mentioned this before, it is somewhat hard to sell a deal on your last day because sometimes you're like negotiating stuff like that. And then 3 days, like if the buyer needs to see it and they need to get into it, like 3 days can be tough. 3 days can be tough. So here's what I'd say, right? When you are looking at a deal and you're determining, well, always try to get like a 10-day inspection period, right? I would say like the longer you can get, the more time you have to sell the deal. But let's say an agent's not willing to give a 10-day or a 7-day or a 5-day. What that means is you cannot be as aggressive on your number, meaning like you can't offer as high. So the shorter your inspection period is, the more sure you need to be that it's a deal. So it all comes back to risk tolerance. So if you have a longer inspection period, then I think it's fine to be like, okay, yeah, I can try and offer a little bit higher because I have more time to sell it. Also, from my experience, if I have a longer inspection period, it is easier for me to go retrade or price drop that deal if we need to towards the end of that inspection period. And so I think part of that is like, sunk cost fallacy. Like if you've been, if in the seller perspective, you're that person's buyer for like, well, they're like, oh, this person is my buyer and they have that in their mindset for 10 days. Well, then on the 10th day, it's easier to ask for a price drop and get it. So yes, if you have a really short inspection period, what I would recommend is make sure that 100% it's a deal. Like you have to be really sure on your numbers. So if it's a short inspection period, that's not one that you can just typically take a shot at. If you have a longer inspection period, it's okay to come up on your numbers a little bit. Shorter inspection period, you have to know it's a deal. You gotta make sure that you're really strict on your MAO, and you're probably not going to be able to offer as high because that thing has to move quick. All right, well, we got through 2 of our 6 questions.
We'll do more of the Q&A at lunch, right? Like lunchtime, like that's always a good time. Like I have lunch planned for like 12. So we'll do that then, and then we'll go through a full Q&A while I'm eating, and Luke, hopefully you can get some lunch too, or have lunch there or something. But
yeah.
Okay. So let's keep
and Jonah, if it's cool with you, I'm gonna go refill my glass real quick. BRB.
Sure, yeah, go do you. I am supposed to talk to Strawberry right now, and I don't know if that's still happening. I don't know if she still wants me to call her. Okay. Posted. Okay. I need to make sure. I think the intro calls, the planned intro calls, are going to start in like 25 minutes. I want to see what they got for me today. $11:25 they started. I don't know why they did that. Okay. We'll just keep going. He's just following up there, but usually you don't have anything.
Colorado real estate company here in Summit County. Feel free to leave me a voicemail or shoot me a text and I'll get back to you. Real estate company here in.
Sometimes it's just hard to get a hold of people. Okay, well, she'll be there. No, we're talking to 210. I don't know why.
You're trying to reach is not available. Trying to reach is not available.
Foothills Realty. I'm not able to take. Williams Foothills Realty.
I'm gonna put them in. Yeah, sometimes it's like this, guys, where we're just kind of waiting for somebody to respond. It's just sometimes like that. This one, I don't think Eric's gone back to me yet. Let's see here. No, I don't think he has. I don't think he's gone back. I think today he hasn't gone to the comping. Pretty sure no. Okay, what address is this? This doesn't have a lead, which it's supposed to have. Hold on, I think it's Erie. I think it's this one.
Giovanni, when you say how many touches does it take? Touches before you get a deal from an agent or before you get in
How we
contact?
living? I feel like. Sorry, I think I was lagging there. Say that again.
Oh, well, so I was talking to Giovanni, Giovanni put a message in there. I just wanted some clarification on the question on, because he asked how many like touches does it take reaching out to an agent as opposed to a seller. So I just want to see touches before you get in contact with them, touches before you get a deal done with them. Yeah. You just wanted to clarify that a little bit.
Yeah.
This call, and so he should be calling me shortly.
Okay. All right. I'll follow up Friday then. Appreciate you taking the call. Okay, I was supposed to follow up Friday. Today's Thursday, so nothing there. This is Friday. This is set for Friday.
Main Homes. I'm sorry, I'm not available.
I think this person is having an issue with the recording. I think she's getting flipped out from it. What the system does is, because this is a legal thing, it always has it where if you want your calls recorded, it has to say call is going to be recorded, right? So some people are like weirded out by it. I don't understand why. I feel like I've had that my entire life where that'll happen on business calls, but whatever. So anyway, we'll keep going.
Name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Jonah Corchin, real estate investor.
Hello, you've reached Samuel.
Name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
This is one of those ones where like I feel like he wants to work with me. And even though I haven't talked to him yet, I'm gonna put in Jonah's active. I don't usually do that, but I just get the sense he wants to talk, and like I don't want just because we keep missing each other. Oh my god. You see, like this person's just having trouble with it. Hello.
This is Lori.
Hey Lori, it's Jonah. Good to finally connect. How you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, so let's talk about 1521 Yosemite Street.
It is under contract.
Oh, rats. Well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
I had a feeling.
We had 13 offers, several emails with here's my terms. Yeah, it just was a hot little property that went fast.
Makes sense. Honestly, I had a feeling that was going to happen anyways. Those ones, I know, like the ones with like that much competition, it's like, all right, well, I don't know. But yeah, so then I'll just introduce myself. My name's Jonah, real estate investor, work all over Denver, work all over Colorado. I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. So if you ever I can do like that one that you had listed. That just is like an insane fixer, right? I can definitely do those. What I specialize in are the ones that are like pre-foreclosure, no equity, hoarder scenario, needs.
Okay, yeah, I really don't list any of those. I can keep you in the loop if I come across one, but this seller has a ton of equity in his places. They're distressed in condition, but not, he doesn't need to sell them. So
okay, does he?
Little bit unique situation. So
does he have more than the one that went under contract?
Not at this time. So he, periodically has a very large rental portfolio, and from time to time he lets some of them go when they become vacant. So I don't have anything else coming, but like I said, they're very firm on the price that they want because they have properties that they'll let sit empty for years until they get the value that they want out of it. So they're not really a distressed seller or, near foreclosure or don't have any equity. So they may not be the right fit for the type of properties that you're normally looking for.
Probably, it's not my ideal. Again, I can do those ones. It's just like, how am I any different than anybody else? That's why that one got like 13 offers.
Right.
There are so many people who just do the vacant pictures. But that's okay. Let me do this for now. I'm gonna send you my business card. Save my info. I'm gonna save yours, and then yeah, Lori, let's just try to get a deal in the future.
Absolutely. But like I do hear about these. It's just usually not something that I list. So I can definitely pass anything on that I hear about.
Cool. Do you hear about off markets a lot, or is it mostly on markets, or?
Quite honestly, most people, just with the lack of inventory and how crazy it is out here, most people, unless, like you said, have to sell it, they're going to foreclose. They put it on the market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because they're, that's interest and they want to get fair market value. So,
okay, fair enough. All right, cool, Lori. Well, I appreciate you. Just feel free to text me if you hear of anything else. And yeah, let's talk soon.
All right, sounds good. Have a great day.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Any key to connect the call.
Hello.
Hey, is this John?
Hey, Sam. How's it going?
Doing good. How about you? It's been a busy day, so I apologize. I had to take my fiance to a medical treatment this morning, and I'm just getting back.
Gotcha. Is she okay?
Yeah, she is. My fiance has MS, so I had to take her to the center that she goes to for a medical treatment this morning. I'm picking her up in a couple hours.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Well, great to connect. Yeah. I'm a real estate investor. I work all over Colorado. I think you're in Denver, right?
Yeah, I'm in North Denver.
Awesome. Cool. So yeah, real estate investor, I do everything. I do buy and holds, I do fix and flipping, I do wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, a hoarder scenario, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I'm just seeing if you knew of any like that right now.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. I know. I appreciate us having a chance to jump on a call. Nothing kind of nothing in that scenario right now. I do actually have a neighbor of mine who actually just had someone pass away, and I'm still waiting to hear some more details about that situation. But that could be a potential fit. But I'll just keep my kind of eyes and ears open for those kind of situations, and if it makes sense, we'd love to do a deal together.
Awesome. What's the next step on the one where the neighbor passed away, or like what's happening there?
So I got a call earlier this week from my neighbor who lives across the street from that neighbor, because he knows that I'm in real estate, and just wanted to kind of chat with me about it. From my understanding, the family is in the process of clearing out the house. They found the guy, his name was Mike. They found him in his garage, passed away like 5 days ago, unfortunately. So his family is taking care of that, right now, but I'm waiting on a kind of an update from my neighbor to kind of see what next steps would be in terms of maybe chatting with them, whether it's potentially listing or, like you said, finding a potential off-market buyer and just getting them a quick deal.
Okay, awesome. Well, let me do this. I mean, I've helped realtors in the past get deals before, like, so just in case you're having any trouble getting a listing agreement or having any trouble in whatsoever sort of way. I've done it before where like I can offer a lot. Just certain sellers, I've seen it in the past where they like just want an offer. So just in case, I'm going to send you like this little text I have, this preemptive offer text. Like I'll pay all closing costs, just everything I offer, pay all closing costs. They could leave whatever they want on the property. We can close when they like, any condition, and we waive buyer side commission. So I'll text that over to you just in case it's helpful at all. I'm here to help. So like if you need me to help close the deal, just let me know. And I'm also going to send you my business card. So save that so that you have my info. I have yours saved in here. And when should I follow up on that one where the neighbor passed away?
What is your last name, John? I'm adding you to my phone book right now.
Korchin, Korchin.
Korchin.
Yeah. You'll see. I just texted you the business card too, so that might be helpful.
Oh yeah, I just got your offer text. I'm sure that picture of your business card will be coming along any second.
Cool.
No, but that sounds cool. Yep, just got it. Sweet. No, I appreciate that. Hopefully we can do some business together this year.
When should I follow up on the one with your neighbor passing away, you think?
I'm going to follow up with my guy who called me probably tomorrow and just see if he's got any updates, but maybe middle of next week for you to follow up with me. See if I've got any new info on it.
I'll follow up the middle of next week. Thank you, Sam. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much, Jonah. Have a great day.
Bye. Okay, so I think there's some good stuff from that call specifically. If you want to go first, Luke, you can, or I can go.
Well, so the one thing that I would like to just point out real quick is, and Jonah did a great job at this towards the end. You notice that Jonah is the one that asked when to follow up. And that's what you guys want to get good at. You want to make sure that you guys are establishing the timelines. Don't trust them to follow up with you. And sometimes, like if you just forget about it, if you don't establish that timeline, then there's no expectation set. So let's say you just call them back 3 days from now or a week from now. They might be like, oh, why are you calling me so soon? So you want to make sure that you establish the timeline, one, so there's an expectation set, but two, because if you don't do that, there's a solid chance that they will just forget to follow up with you and they won't be the ones to follow up with you. So yeah, it was a super solid job establishing the timeline there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's keep going. So now we're gonna go to the planned intro calls. Let's do that. Where am I? All right, where are they? What's going on here? Where am I? Am I in the right one? Nope, I'm in the wrong one. Okay. Strawberry didn't want to talk. I'm just going to do a real quick message to
And then Jonah, was there anything that you wanted to mention about that call? All right, I guess Jonah is gone. All right, guys, real quick. If you saw, it was Giovanni asked an interesting question. Don't worry, all the questions that you ask, I'm making sure I put in the Q&A. But Tyler did put some pretty sweet stats in there.
Sorry.
And Jonah's back. Fantastic. But yeah, you guys should definitely take a look at some of the stats Tyler put in that conversation, and we can talk a little bit more about that on our Q&A section.
Yeah, sorry. The Simple Send takes a decent amount of internet, and then also I got too much open, and I have to like be running the company, so I'm just gonna close as much as I possibly can. I have a bad habit of having a lot of tabs open too, so it creates a nightmare scenario. So okay, all right, let's get into it. Oh, give me 5 minutes, so maybe I'll call her in a little bit.
Jonah, are you able to post like links and stuff this time around, or will it still not let you? No? Okay, we will get a link for this scraper.
It's www.simplesend.com/scraper. I'm like 95% sure. I think it's this. Tyler's in the chat. He can double check it, but I'm pretty sure it's that. Yeah. So it's literally simplesend.com/scraper. That's the link. Just FYI. Okay. Oh wait, no. She wanted me to call her at 11:25. So did she want 11:30? Whatever. I'm gonna call her. We're just gonna do it.
come on home.
Yeah, she might still need some time, which is okay. Hello. Hey, Brandon. This is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you. How you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing okay.
Good. Yeah, so I work all over Colorado. I do Denver, Colorado Springs. I think you're in one of those, or are you more north, more south?
I'm in Denver.
Okay, awesome. Cool. Yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious to see if you knew of one right now.
I don't know of any. No, I don't know of any right now. So how do you solve their problem? Like,
so it depends on the problem.
Like, walk me through a typical scenario of like, just like your last problem you solved, maybe, so I have a better idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I mean, basically, like, what was the last one? I mean, sometimes it's really simple. Sometimes it's like they just need a quick offer. Those are the easy ones, right? That was the last one. Sometimes there's like a pre-foreclosure. Like I'm dealing with a seller right now where we're negotiating his arrears off, and then he doesn't have much equity, so I'm buying it sub 2, right? But it really just depends on the scenario. Always just depends, I've had it where like it's an older lady, I pay for the moving costs, organize the movers. I'm just the best buyer ever is how I describe it.
Oh, okay. So in a situation where someone may have some equity in the house but doesn't actually have cash to move out, kind of thing.
Or no equity. Like literally just anything with a problem. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, kind of. I mean, the way home prices have been going lately, I'm trying hard to imagine how you would end up with no equity in Colorado right now. But I guess anything is possible.
Anything's possible. Let me send you my contact card. Save my info. I saved yours.
Okay.
And yeah, Brandon, let's try to get a deal.
Yeah. Okay, so are you looking for more of like off-market things, or something I might like?
Obviously, I prefer.
Maybe in the MLS
I definitely prefer off-market, but
right.
But if it's on market and it's your listing, I'd still take a look. If you knew the listing agent really well and knew it was going to get dropped like 100K or something, maybe. But we don't want an MLS search, that's for sure.
So I do actually know of one seller that's in distress, but and I can tell you this, I don't even know if you'll be able to help them just because they're really hard-headed here. So basically, I have a couple other fix and flippers. They're small, really, just one at a time, and they got decent amount of cash where they don't even need an investor, right? But the thing is, they found this property that they think is something that they would really like to flip, and it's in Globeville in Denver. I don't know if you're aware of that neighborhood, but it's maybe one of the last really historic neighborhoods where you'll find, it's not a landmark district, but it's one of the last historic neighborhoods where you find like houses built 100, 120 years ago, where the home prices are still pretty low. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that in the last 5 years it hasn't become, maybe not Wash Park, but something like, Cole or Whittier or something like that.
Right.
They're really, I think there's a couple of neighborhoods in Denver that are really 5-10 years will be like, people won't sneer when they talk about like, I'm going to leave you Swansea and Globeville, or a couple of them. Or again, you got old houses that probably could be turned into really, nice, historic, charming
I get
homes will go for 800,000 to $1 million.
And then,
I'm thinking like place like Baker or Wash Park is a little overdone now. But anyway, point is, they found this house. It would be perfect fix and flip, but the seller just is not going to sell for what it would cost for my buyers to actually make a profit. We're at the last end of our rope. We're about to say, look, forget about it. But here's the deal: why the seller is distressed. So he bought it to fix and flip, and he got in there and he found some asbestos. And I got all this from the listing agent, right? He found some asbestos, and he ran a problem that I personally run into before, where you're like, oh no, asbestos. You find the first person that's out there saying, I can fix their asbestos, and they charge way too much. Basically, this guy's out of money, and he's got his own investors to pay. He's paying, I don't know how much in interest every month. But if he sells at what would really work for my buyers, which would be like 325, 350, he's going to lose a lot of money. Even if he sells for what he's listing at now, which is 395, he's still going to lose a lot of money. So he's at this ridiculous impasse, right, where he can't pull the trigger to actually sell for what the market will give him, because he can't stomach losing all that money, which he's really going to, and he's losing every month anyway in interest payments he's making. Right?
Yeah.
So
that's a hard one, because I can help sellers. It's harder for me to help other investors, to be honest, because the issue is that other investors, like when they get themselves into these scenarios, like, because I already know he has a hard money loan, right? At least, and that means his interest rate is insanely high. With the no equity scenarios, where it works is when there's like it's a low interest rate. So I can do this for me. Send me the address, send me the price that they want. And maybe I'll take a look, but that one's hard. It's hard for me to help other flippers out. It's easy for me to help other actual sellers, but it's hard for me to help investors out, because they've already pulled all the tricks I pulled.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not. I mean, some of these investors that give hard money loans are just like, here's your money, and they're kind of, I mean, I don't know. I'll send you the address and what he's asking, and if you have something, I mean, whatever you think, let me know, and I'll get back with that listing agent too.
Let's do it. All right, keep me posted, Brandon.
All right.
I appreciate you. I sent you my card, and let's talk soon.
Okay. All right. Cool.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
So what do you think of that, Luke? That's how
Sweet.
I deal with it.
Yeah, actually, there's a lot of stuff I think is worth going over in that. One thing that I think is hilarious, right, is as in his vetting process, he's like, I don't know anyone who has a house that doesn't have equity in this market. And then he proceeds to tell you a scenario about a guy who not only does he not have equity, he's probably upside down and he's losing money, right? So it's like, and then you like same situation yesterday when you're asking for a deal and they just like, that's not in my job description. And then it's like, oh, well, what is your job? Well, I send my list of investors deals, right? It's like, okay. So I don't know, sometimes you just run into those funny situations, right? But a few quick things that I think are worth highlighting in this call. So one, you're going to want to recognize when somebody is vetting you. And that's definitely what was happening when that agent was like, oh, give me an example of how you help someone. What was the last time? Like, yeah, tell me your last experience, right? So to me, that sounded like the agent wanted to see how legit Jonah was. Like, was he actually an investor with some experience, or was he reading off a script at like a call center or something like that, right? Like it seemed like the agent was trying to vet him out. And then Jonah gave him an example, and then because of that example, now the guy's like, okay, well, let me tell you what this thing that I have going on, because I think that you're legit. That's what it seemed like to me. Now, the other thing that's interesting or worth highlighting, right? And we were literally just talking about this with retrades, right? We're talking about the sunk cost fallacy. So, right, for the basic idea of the sunk cost fallacy, like to summarize it, is the more time you put into something, the more like time or energy or resources or whatever it is, the harder it is for you to let go of that thing, right? And this happens in like relationships or business or whatever, right? So like it probably, I think most of you guys may have had experience with this in like a relationship, for example, where maybe you've been with, or you know someone who's been with somebody for a really long time. they know the relationship isn't going anywhere, but they're too scared to leave because then they'd have to start over and they've already sunk so much time into this person and this relationship, something like that, right? And it seems like that's what this seller is going through, or this investor, right? Where he's already spent so much time, so much money that he doesn't want to sell it because he's already spent so much on it. And this agency's the writing on the wall. It's like, well, he's going to have to, he's already losing money and this and that. That's the sunk cost fallacy. So if you understand, understand, I guess the mindset behind what's going on there, that may help you when you're approaching that person to give an offer, things like that, or it may even help you in your offers, right? Same idea. We were just talking about this from a retrade perspective. If you only have a 3-day inspection period, then that seller only gets to think of you being a buyer for 3 days before you go for a price drop or cancel or whatever. Like, they're not going to be that upset. But if you're able to finagle a longer inspection period, and now all of a sudden it's 10 days, like essentially 2 weeks, and that person is thinking they have their property sold for 2 weeks, then if you go for a retrade, right, then it's like, oh man, I don't want to have to go through this process again. I just got comfortable or excited that this person was my buyer, that I was done with it, right? So I just wanted to bring up that because it was interesting that we kind of just touched on the sunk cost fallacy, and then you see it again in here. The other thing that I like is John, what if it sounds like the person doesn't have a deal? Jonah says, hey, let's do this. I'm going to give you my information, this, that, and the other. Like, you don't necessarily need to get too deep into the weeds if a person doesn't have a deal yet, right? Like, you don't necessarily need to go into all your exit strategies and explain all this and all that if the person doesn't have a deal, right? But then the guy was vetting Jonah. Turns out he did have a deal, which is great. But I would say just in general, before you guys go, and we talked about this in one of Jonah's earlier calls, right? Like, there's no point getting a guy all upset at you if he doesn't even have a deal yet. Like, the first thing you want to try and do is you want to get a property, and then you can talk about the different ways that you can interact with that property and get the deal done and things like that.
Yeah. What do you think of helping out other investors? I've had trouble. Like, I've had trouble a lot when it's like a flipper who fucked up a flip. Well, it's like, I can't do anything for you in the same way I can do it for a seller or hoarder scenario. I never have luck with those, or very rarely have luck with those. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, it is. You're totally right. You're totally right. It is much harder to help out an investor. I think you put it perfectly, because it's like, yeah, that investor's probably done a lot of the same things I did, right? And it's like, and the other thing too is, at that point, the investor has like a different type of loan, right? They don't have like a conventional loan that's 5% or less, depending on when they bought it. They have a hard money loan, which is probably 10% to
12.
like 14%, depending on how much they put down, things like that. So it's like, the options are sadly different for them, and potentially it just leaves them with selling the property for a loss or selling it at cost, which some of them don't want to do. The other thing too is, Jonah, what do you think about historic districts? Because that was the other thing he mentioned, was that this was in a historic district.
Yeah, I mean, historic districts are a little bit harder. At least I found them a little bit harder because there's more regulation, there's more permits and stuff like that. So sometimes you have to buy them cheaper than you would in like a cookie cutter suburb neighborhood. But I still do it. It's just that usually I have to get it a little bit cheaper than I normally would, just to deal with permits and all of that stuff.
Exactly right. It's in historic districts that there's going to be different timelines and different costs associated with some of those stuff. And that's the thing, is like, some investors may not necessarily know that. So the fact that this is investor seller and it's in a historic district, I think is going to be doubly hard.
Yeah, I think it's going to be rough. That's why I didn't want to spend much time on it. I'm not even putting it as really a lead, because I'm like, I don't think I'm going to be able to help that one. Like, I'll follow up in 2 weeks and we'll see. But
yeah, I thought it was still great that we were like, hey, well, let's just see what we can do. You're still building the relationship, and that was good.
All right, let's call this person.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail of Emily.
I already did that. Don't think I called. Wait, no, that's yesterday. Brennan was who we were just talking to. I'm 95% sure. So we'll call Laura.
Hello.
Hey, Laura, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you right around now. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, so I work all over Colorado. I think you're in Denver, no?
Yeah, Denver Metro. Yep.
Awesome, perfect. So yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. I was curious if you knew of any like that right now.
What's that? Sorry, you're breaking up just a little bit. I'm in my car.
No worries. I was just curious if you knew of any like that right now.
Not right now. I don't. I have one potential off market. It's actually been a rental. And I don't know that they're going to be able to come to terms to be able to buy the property. And that one is down in the Springs, but I think we're still a couple weeks away from knowing what that one's going to look like.
Well, wait, tell me about it. What makes you, is there like is it a fixer? What's the reason they're selling?
It's a rent. It's a rent to own, and it's just going to be whether or not they can qualify to purchase. And I don't know that they will. And yeah, I know the condition of the property. They have not been great about maintaining it. I actually have a business partner, and she's the one that got these guys into there. I think they've been in there 4 years. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done to that property. I know that there was mold in one of the bathrooms. There's a whole host of things, but we haven't been able to get in there recently to get an updated picture of what that's actually going to look like.
So there is a rent to own tenant who looks like they probably won't be able to qualify to buy the place. So then the seller is going to just want to sell it on the market, or sell off market, or
yes, probably off market. It was an investor that bought it to begin with, and she doesn't want to go through the work of the rehab that's going to be required, so she just wants to offload it. Okay.
When does that tenant? When are they supposed to buy it, or when does that tenancy end?
I believe end of June is when that's their deadline. But they have to give us 30 days notice if they're not going to be able to purchase. So we're getting close on that. I just don't think it's going to come together because one of them lost their job, and they need both income to qualify.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, I mean that one, because it's a lease option or a rent to own, that'll take a little bit because they do have that right. Makes sense. What I'll do for now, I'll keep up with you on it, but what I'll do for now is I'll just send you my business card.
Okay, perfect.
Save my info, I'll save yours, and yeah, Laura, let's get a deal. And maybe that one.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'll keep you posted as things progress with that.
All right, awesome, cool. Thanks, Laura. Talk to you later.
All right, no problem. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so that might need to be explained because people are going to be like, "What? Wasn't that just an investor? Why are you willing to help that investor but not the other investor?" And that's because the problem they're dealing with is not nearly the same issue. It's definitely a much easier issue to deal with. It's a bad condition house. So, what's up, Austin?
Yo, how you living, bro?
Living good, dude. Just making calls out here.
You guys doing deals or what?
just intro calls for now. I think we'll be giving a lot of offers in the afternoon, right?
Cool.
That's how I have it planned, is the afternoon we're going to be going into offer time.
Yep.
So I got like 6-ish offers ready to send out. So
Great.
that'll be fun. That'll be good.
I bet you people are fired up for that.
Yeah, there's one where I'm like, I think it's a deal. Like, at least I talked to my dispo, and I think we're like right on the edge. So
wow,
that'll be interesting. They want me to see it really badly, and I'm gonna try to convince them out of that. If I have to, I'll pay someone to go out there.
Yep.
But yeah, that'll be good.
I love it, dude. Let's rock and roll.
Yeah, it's awesome. So cool. All right, well, we'll just keep hitting it then.
Cool.
86. Okay. Boo. Yeah, you're coming just in time too. My DoorDash will be here in a little bit, and then we'll start the Q&A.
Cool.
That'll probably be maybe 20 minutes or so. So, okay. That was Laura. Well, that's promising.
Be back as soon as possible. Thank you. Bye-bye. Call you back as soon as possible. Thank you. Bye-bye.
No. So this person I'm going to put into a task because he literally has an off market right now. So we'll follow up with him tomorrow if he doesn't give me a call back. And then we'll keep going. Hello.
Hi, this is Melissa.
Hey, Melissa. This is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you. How are you doing today?
I'm good, Jonah. How are you doing?
Doing good. Yeah. So I work all over Colorado. I think you work in Denver.
I do. I work all over the place, but Castle Rock, Castle Pines, and Ranch is more of where I prefer to be.
Perfect. Yeah. So I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to get a tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious to see if you knew of any like that right now.
So I'm looking for a couple other investors, looking for properties. What areas specifically are you wanting to be at?
I
Like, what
like-
would you prefer?
I like most of the Front Range, most of I-25, like just Denver, Colorado Springs, Pueblo, Fort Collins. I like sticking to metro areas, ideally.
Okay.
I don't like going way too far east. I go a
Okay.
bit into the mountains.
Like way too far. When you say way too far east, is that like Elizabeth Bennett Strasburg or Parker? Like, what is your
Honestly,
idea of too far east?
anything kind of outside of Denver Metro is really what we're getting to. So, like, honestly, like a Watkins type of thing, or like
Yeah, Watkins is far.
Hudson. Like if we're in the Denver Metro area, we're good. But if we're starting to get like, if it starts, you were looking at Google Maps and it doesn't have like the white city anymore. That's probably I won't go there, right? Watkins East would be like the farthest.
Yeah. Okay. And then do you have a specific price point like you would prefer to stay at? I know a lot of investors that I speak to, they would prefer to, like, they'll say, we can go anywhere up, you know, we have a $5 million bankroll, but when it comes to showing houses, they really don't want to spend more than like 400 on the house. Like, do you have that specific?
No, I'm pre-approved for 2 mil, but I could get more. I do it in California as well. I'm used to $1 million houses. So no, I truly don't have the price range.
Okay. And so do you prefer like uglier the better, or
Uglier the better?
What do you, I mean, what about foundation issues or roof issues? Would you
All of
prefer
it.
to stay away from them, or?
Give me them. Give me all the problems. I consider myself
All
a
of them.
problem. So give me all the ugly ones. If you want, let me do this. I'm gonna send you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours, and then also I'll send you a little text with our buy criteria, our general buy criteria. And I'm gonna send that over as well. And then so then that it can probably answer most of your questions. We're starting to do some more bigger multifamily too.
Okay. What is your priority cash flow, or your appreciation, long-term appreciation?
You mean like what are my goals with a buy and hold? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, goals. Yeah, your goals with the buy and hold.
So I always fix and rent, right? So
Flip and rent.
Yeah. So like
Flip and rent.
No, fix and rent.
Fix and flip, or fix it? You said fix and rent.
I did say fix and rent. So what I mean is when I do a buy and hold, is I want it to be ugly, then I'm gonna fix it up and then keep it. Does that make sense? So I don't
and then keep it.
I don't do like turnkeys, basically. I like how I get the cash flow that I deserve is basically like fixing them up. But really, like, my main criteria beyond all of this is just like, what's the motivation of the seller? Everything comes down to that.
Okay.
I almost always, every single one I buy, they have some sort of problem, whether it's no equity or whatever. So like, I sent you the text that has like all my criteria and all that, but I guarantee you that'll be the main thing.
Okay, yeah, I read it, and it's just nice to be able to have like in dialogue on the phone. So I appreciate you sending that over, but it's just nice to be able to get to know somebody like through a phone call instead of just through email or text. I feel like you can get to really know somebody, and for me, I prefer to have the ongoing relationships with people, and for me, would work a lot better with somebody that I can have a phone conversation with. So I appreciate you speaking with me.
100%. No, I appreciate you speaking with me.
Yeah, of course. Okay, well, I will, if anything comes up, then I definitely will reach out to you.
Awesome. Cool. We'll save my info. I have yours saved, and let's talk soon.
Okay, yes, let's speak soon.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have a few things that I'd like to point out real quick.
Yeah, sure.
So the first thing is notice at the end that lady says, I just really like getting to know people over the phone, like talking to them like that. So we've talked about this before, but whenever possible, communicate over the strongest building rapport method. So it's like if you only have time to shoot out text or you can't take a call for whatever reason, like then sending a text is better than doing nothing, right? But there are some people like, yeah, I just don't really want to be on the phone. It's like sometimes it's just better to be on the phone. Sometimes you have to make those calls because you'll run into people like this that want to feel like they're having a human connection. And so getting on the phone with people is going to be a stronger form of communication than texting people, because over a call, you have things like tonality, right? Where it's like in a text, you don't have tonality. So you could tell that lady appreciated the call and she liked having that human connection with Jonah. And it was a stronger rapport building moment for him to make a call than just to do a text. So when you guys can make calls, do the calls, right? Sending a text is better than doing nothing, but just don't be calling a verse, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, like little subtle tones. She was feeling this, and she was feeling that I was like also being like, okay, great, like awesome. I'll just send you like I actually was trying to get her off the phone a little bit because I was a little bit like, okay, I will give you my criteria. We're not talking about a property. I don't want to be taking up so much time talking on the phone. And she was sensing that. And so she was like, yeah, like just FYI, like I just like talking on the phone. Right. And she was like, I really appreciate you taking the time. I'm like, yeah, no worries. Like,
yeah,
we'll do it if you want to. So
yeah.
Anywho.
Yeah. And that was great too, because we were just talking about this, right? Like sometimes it's not always worth getting right into the weeds if there's nothing specific that you're talking about. Right. So that was good there. So it's interesting that like that lady did a lot of vetting, right? So it almost sounded like some of the ways that we vet our buyers as wholesalers. So like and it sounds like if she's looking out for other investors and things like that, like I would be curious to know how she's coming across her properties. Like, is she getting them on MLS? Does she have some other form? Is she getting them from wholesalers? I'm curious. But so you'll have to let us know, Jonah, when she starts sending you properties.
I will. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe she's a wholesaler. You never know. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep hitting it.
Oh, Jonah, can I say one more thing real quick?
Sure.
So that lady used like a weird term. Like, I don't know if she has that in her office or whatever, but she was like, what is your long-term rental appreciation goal or something?
I had no idea what she meant by that.
Right?
No, she said like your appreciation goals. And I'm like,
right. Yeah.
What I wanted to say was 100% every year. What do you mean by that? like I don't decide the appreciation.
Right. Yeah. It was a weird term. And the thing is like, you will run into other people who use weird terms or like misphrase something. And sometimes I'll get text messages like, hey, this agent said this term. What does that mean? And in my mind, I'm like, I don't know. I've never heard that term before in my life. Right. And so then I just say, I don't know. Why don't you ask them? Right. And so it's fine if someone asks or says something weird, you can just clarify. And Jonah did exactly that. You mean like, what do I want to make on a rental, or like how I want to do my rental? Like, so he just asked like a quick clarifying question. And then funny enough, he was like, yeah, I like to fix and rent. And then she was like, what?
Yeah.
Like fix and flip, buy and rent? And Joe's like, no, yeah, I said it right. So that'll happen even with people who are experienced. They will use terms that the other person isn't necessarily familiar with. And it's okay to ask questions, right? Like you, as an investor, you don't have to know what that person is saying all the time. It's okay to clarify something.
Fix and rent, I don't even think is an official term. Like I think people just understand it because fix and flip. Okay, fix and rent. All right, what does that probably mean? But it's just a quicker way of saying it. So anywho, we'll keep going. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Sean. This is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor. Supposed to be calling you. How you doing today?
Hey, Jonah. I feel pretty peaceful today. How are you?
Good. Yeah. So I work all over Colorado, Denver, Springs. I think you're in the Springs. Am I right?
Correct.
Awesome. Cool. So yeah. So I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solving sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, or there's no equity, or a hoarder scenario, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. Yeah, I was just curious if you knew of any like that right now.
I really appreciate that. I will keep that in mind.
Cool. You don't know of anything right now, though?
No, not right now.
Okay, no worries. Well, let me send you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And yeah, let's get a deal.
Okay, sounds good. I'm very happy with that.
Thanks. Talk to you later.
All right, talk to you later.
Remember, guys, it can be short and sweet. Okay. Just keep hitting it.
Reach is not available. At the tone. The reach is not available. At the tone, please record.
XP Realty, please leave a message. XP Realty, please leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
At the tone, please.
I'm currently unavailable, but with your name and currently unavailable, but with your name and
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Vicky. This is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you right around now. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good, good, good. Yeah. So I work all over Colorado. I work Denver, Springs. I think you're in Denver now.
Actually, I'm up in the Boulder area.
Boulder's fine. I love Boulder. So yeah, I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious if you knew of any.
I don't at this time. So
Okay.
far, everything's gone smoothly.
Okay, no worries. Well, then let me do this. I'll send you my business card, save my info, I'll save yours, and yeah, let's try to get a deal.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks so much.
Thanks, bye. Boop, 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 boop. All right.
Not available. At the tone, please. available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
You want to take a little Q&A break?
We can if you want. My food's still coming here. Are you about to jump on another meeting?
In a little while, I got to jump in one more meeting.
Okay, we can do some Q&A while you're still here.
Yeah, let's do some Q&A. I'll be back after that meeting again, but we may as well do a little Q&A.
Sure.
All right, boom, baby. All right, so we got a few questions here. First question, Jonah, where did you make your business card? And I guess we could probably add on to that if because I know Tyler helped do it for you, or he just did it. So if someone else wanted,
he did it in Canva. Honestly, that's more almost of a Tyler question. He definitely created all of that, but it's in my system now. It's in my training wall on how to create them. So, but that's the answer. Is that like it's in Canva. You got to get creative in Canva.
Boom, baby. All right. There we go. So just homemade. All right. Here is one. I have been working acquisitions, but enjoy talking with buyers more. I know the biggest buyers here. I want to build out my dispo hub and just hire for AC. What should be in place to do that?
So what I would first do is I wouldn't hire for AC. I would first make a ton of wholesaler connections. I would first become a dispo wholesaler. Make sure you're not just talking to more wholesalers, right? You got to make sure these buyers are big buyers and they're buying really well. You want to have those relationships. You want to create a business before you start hiring, basically. And you want to make sure you understand the dispo process, how it should work, create SOPs, all that good stuff. That's my personal opinion before you start hiring people.
Yeah, I love it. I agree with that.
No, I don't think I have anything to add on to that. But yeah. If you're wondering, so to Jonah's point, right? Like talk with a whole bunch of wholesalers. If you're wondering how to do that, like again, a good first place to start would be networking. And like if you go to networking events, or for example, networking with other wholesalers here, joining Facebook groups in your local market and just starting to talk to people that way. But yeah, hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. We had one. Tyler, how are you? And how many written offers, not verbals, do you expect for the team per person, per day, per week? And I know since both of you guys have teams, that you guys could probably talk to that as well.
So how many offers?
Yeah, it's kind of more like KPIs. Like how many written offers are you expecting from your team per person, per day / per week?
Yeah, I mean it varies, right? Like so in our wholesaling company, you know, we have different departments, and each department they're responsible for doing different things, you know. So it also is going to depend on if the person who's working for you is full time, are they part time, you know, are they a VA, or are they like actually in the US, like on your team? I personally think that anybody working full time should be able to make at least 10 offers a day. But we hold our team to pretty high standards too. So, you know, it just depends. Jonah, what kind of expectations are you holding your team accountable to?
I usually do 5 a day, but that's because everyone has different types of things. Here's the thing, right? I tell my team to really offer on mainly things that actually have motivation. You could easily get 10, 15 offers if you're just offering on everything, right? And that might honestly be a better strategy in the end. I'm not even sure. It's just that I personally always just have it where it's like offer on motivated things, right? Or things where like it's possible to make a deal happen. Yeah. So for us, I go with 5 verbal offers a day. You look at my KPIs right now, I'm doing a really bad job of tracking it, but I'm making 5 a day. I promise you guys. Like, it's just that I'm not doing it. I'm just doing a bad job of tracking it.
Yeah. So then there you go. So depending on your philosophy, somewhere between 5 and 10 a day, right, is where I would aim for. Anything more than that, and you get extra credit, right? Like you're killing it, you know? So, you know, but to Jonah's point, you know, don't make 50 and then, you know, like not, and like don't waste your time either. So you have to find that balance of like, okay, I'm going to make offers on deals that I think I can actually get, right? Don't just like, Because if you're just making offers on a bunch of retail houses on the market and, you know, they're lowball offers and nobody's taking your offers and you're just irritating everybody, then you're probably just wasting your time, you know, and you think you're being super productive, but you're not, you know. So, you know, I'd always talk to have a verbal conversation, you know, get the details, do what Jonah's doing, right? And then make the offer. Don't just make blind offers.
Wait, okay, so can we, I'm having a call that's coming in, or it's going to be coming in soon. That's a pretty interesting verbal call, so it might be a deal. So I think this will be a fun one to do in front of everybody. So let's just do that real quick.
Yeah.
Take it.
Sorry to cut off the Q&A.
No, you're good.
But, this guy, I've been waiting to get back to me.
Hello?
Hey, my man.
Yes, I can hear me.
Yeah, how you doing, my man?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. So tell me, what are we doing?
So I spoke to him, and the lowest we can do is the 450.
Okay, but if I can do, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to my partner, because that's definitely not the low fours. But if I can do 450, are we like good? I'm like, are we writing up a contract type of thing?
Yeah, we can do. So the only thing is the contracts can't be assignable, and it has to be at least 5% deposit EMD.
That's pretty high. I'm used to 1% EMD. Why is it 5%?
That's what we usually do.
Usually do 5% EMD?
Between 5 and 10, yeah.
Okay. That's a little aggressive, but I'll talk to my partner.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just double check that, and I will let you know ASAP.
All right, perfect. And you guys use the standard far bar?
Yeah,
contract,
you're
right?
a realtor, right?
Yeah.
Are you able to write it up also for us?
I mean, I can do that. That's fine.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'll give you a call back in a little bit.
All right, perfect.
All right, bye.
Thanks, bye.
This guy's being super aggressive, but it's
How
just
much
super
is what's the price of the home?
The home is...
He said 450 is what he was...
450. It's like an aggressive amount of EMD. I'm probably going to call him back a little bit later and be like, dude, 5% is crazy. Like that's...
So they want like 20 grand EMD?
Yeah, like that's a lot. Usually it'd be something like 5 grand. We could do 10 grand, but like I might be like, look, this whole process has been a little weird. Like I might talk to him. It's like, honestly, the process is a little weird. You guys are being a little bit too much with assignability. I've never heard of 5% EMD anywhere.
He's like
even
5 to 10. 5 to 10,
Yeah.
he said.
Yeah, I'm just like, for
Can you imagine?
EMD,
45 grand EMD on a
it
$450,000.
would be a $30K deal. So I might just do it anyways, but that is just super annoying. So yeah, I might talk to like a Gator lender I have and figure it out.
Jonah, real quick.
And there's a whole thing, by the way, Austin, before that with the whole assignability where we went back and forth. So like usually I'd have a response to that, but it's like whatever. Like if it is what it is.
Got it.
Yeah, and we actually heard one of those calls yesterday with him. So that was pretty fun. Gosh, what was I going to say? Oh, have you ever talked to his partner? Because he keeps bringing up his partner.
No, I think he's fake. I'm pretty sure he's fake. But like I don't know. I would you call BS on that? Would you be like, hey, yeah, let's just have it where you, me, and your partner talk?
Yeah, like sometimes it might be worth it. Be like, hey, if your partner's requested, can we just do like a 3-way call with your partner? I would be curious. Just see what he says if you ask. I mean, I don't want to torpedo the deal. And if you're like, think you're already at the finish line, like I wouldn't bother. But there's sometimes where
that EMD is annoying. Like I'm gonna call him back and be like, bro, can we like, I don't know where the hell you've heard of 5% EMD. Let's do like 10K. That's 2.5% of EMD. Even in the Bay Area, that's the only place I've heard even going above 1%. Really? I don't know. I would just need to understand because it's like I think I want to talk to him about it, but because that's an aggressive amount of DFD, especially with an off-market deal.
The other thing I would say real quick that I just want to call attention to is so we tell our students all the time, right? Like if you're dealing with an agent, ask the agent to just write up the offer for you or write up the contract for you. So yeah, you guys noticed that Jonah did that. He's like, oh, you're an agent, right? You want to just write it up. So in that way, it's obviously going to save you time or save your team time. If they just write up the offer and then you just look over it to make sure it's good. John, I'm trying to remember yesterday, did you guys talk about an inspection period?
Yeah, we did. If he doesn't want an inspection period, I'm gonna be like, okay, bro, you're asking for too much. You're being way too aggressive with this, and I'm getting annoyed. Like, this is annoying. Like, I want to talk to you and your business partner, and let's like make a relationship. That's what's gonna happen. I'm pretty sure we talked about an inspection period. Like, I don't think that's an issue.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I can't remember if he was the guy where you're like, yeah, we could do 3 days or 5. I'm trying to remember.
That was a different guy. I know which guy you're thinking of.
Okay, yeah.
So that'd be a 30K deal, but
yeah. The other thing too is sometimes we'll have our students be like, yeah, okay, we'll do this amount of earnest money or whatever, but then can we have it be deposited, 5 days into the inspection period or something like that? But even then, still 5% is so much because ideally for
I think that's too much for a buyer.
Exactly.
I think a buyer would be like, what the fuck,
Exactly.
So,
and that's what you guys, if you guys are listening, right? Like what you want to do is you want to make sure that however much earnest money you're putting in, you want to make sure the buyer puts that same amount in, right? Because let's say, because once you go past the inspection period, the earnest money is hard at that point. So let's say you guys get all the way to the closing table, there's no longer an inspection period, so your earnest money is hard. If the buyer just walks, then what happens is you get to seize the buyer's earnest, but then the seller seizes yours. So if the buyer only put in 5 or 10 grand and you put in 20 grand, well, then all of a sudden you would lose money if that buyer walks, which we don't like. We want to make sure we limit your exposure. So you always want to make sure you have the buyer match your EMD, and putting like 20K on for earnest money in this price range, like most buyers are just gonna be like, eh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, look, that's kind of ridiculous. Like I'm gonna call back and say I can do 450. But that EMD is ridiculous. Like that's actually insane. Like I've never heard of that in my entire life. I'm willing to put down 10K. That's the max I've ever put down for EMD on a 450K house. I think your business partner is talk to your business partner about it. You're a realtor. You're like, I'm going to go harder on him. It's like, you're a realtor. Have you ever gotten a buyer to put down 5% EMD on a house?
I know some people's down payments aren't even that much.
Yeah, like a down like I bought stuff with FHAs, which are 5% down, right? So yeah, like that's crazy. But I want him to confirm the price first. Because like it's like I can do 10K, but 20K, what the fuck? Anyway, sorry. So okay, I guess Austin had to jump off. So we can continue with the Q&A.
Or if you want, we can keep doing calls till your DoorDash gets here. I'm down.
I'm down. Let's do one more call. I'm just gonna confirm that 450, and then actually let's confirm that 450. They think 480, but I just wanted to double check. What address was that? E107. Sorry. Actually, is it in here? Nope, it's in my other email. Sorry, guys. This will take like 5 seconds. It'll probably work, but I just want to give it some time also because, like, yeah, I don't want him to think I'm desperate or anything. So, okay, cool. All right, let's do one more call. My DoorDash is almost here, but let's do like one more. Hello? Okay.
Hello?
Hey, Tina, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you right around now. How you doing today?
Hi.
Hey. Yeah.
Hi.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of some. Is there any way I could call you back?
Sure. You're doing something right now?
I'm actually in the car driving right now, but if you want to call me back in like 1 hour, I would be available to talk.
Okay. Either way, I just wanted to introduce myself. Just a real estate investor. I'm gonna send you my business card. I'm just gonna be super busy in an hour, so I just don't know if I'll get back to you.
You are? Okay.
But here's what I'll do. Like, I'm gonna send you my business card. I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flips, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb. I love solving sellers' problems, anything like pre-foreclosure, hoarder houses, anything like that. So I'm just curious if you know of any of those, and if you do, then I can call later. And if not, then I'll just send my business card and we'll stay in
I
contact.
don't have any like houses like that. I do work with investors, but mine are for new builds mainly.
That's fine. I do new builds.
As a builder?
Yeah, like are they vacant lots or are they scrapes or?
A lot of them are lots and scrapes, but I
Okay.
work with a lot of investors doing those.
I do those too.
Because my husband is a builder.
Okay. Awesome. Well, let's see if we can work together.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of houses like that right now, I feel like, on the market that are,
Okay.
Foreclosure, stuff like that, or hoarder houses and stuff. I've only sold a few of those, like quick sale houses, but what I mainly do is what I just told you, like scrapes or new builds.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Alrighty then.
I mean, huh?
Okay then. Well, I send you my business card. Whenever you have something, just keep me in mind, and yeah, let's try to get a deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Okay. My DoorDash is here, so we will go to Q&A now.
Boom, baby. And then I just want to call everyone's attention to a couple fun things that Jonah did there. She goes, "Oh, I'm in the car," and Jonah goes, "Great," and he just goes into his pitch anyways, right? So sometimes someone will give you an objection or say that they want to hop off. Like it would probably be a waste of time for Jonah to set up another appointment just to call her and then have her say like, "Oh, I don't have anything." So yeah, sometimes you get an objection and you just go, "Oh, okay," and you just kind of sidestep around it and then you just keep going into your thing. So like how you did that. The other thing where she's like, "Oh yeah, there's not a whole lot of houses on the market right now." I mean, again, right? Every agent who's active is going to come across one here and there eventually, which is why we keep talking to them. But again, right? That just gives, I guess, like credence, I suppose, to the reason why you're calling. You're like, yeah, that's why I'm calling, because some of the good deals go off market. Do they just go by word of mouth, or that's why I'm networking? So it gives like. It shows the reason why you're calling is valid, right? That's why you're talking to them. Okay. Now, if you guys have any other questions, feel free to throw them in the chat real quick so I can put them onto our little questions board over here. And then we're going to start going over some questions. And hopefully Jonah hops on as well once he grabs his food. So that way you guys can hear some of his stuff as well. All right, let me just make sure I have everything. I believe so. Okay. So Giovanni, okay, so yeah, sorry I took a call from the seller, but how many touches to an agent to get a signed contract? Okay, this is great. So Tyler, who is one of Jonah's business partners, super smart guy, very tech savvy. He actually, if you scroll up in the comments, he put in what he's personally seeing on like how many touch points it takes, and he bases his KPIs off of that. So for himself, he said it takes about 212.5 conversations to get an accepted offer. Verbal offers per accepted offer takes 18 verbal offers to get one accepted offer. And then it takes roughly 29 deal leads to get one accepted offer. And then he's like, if he wants to get 4 accepted offers on a monthly basis, then he's saying that you need like 850 conversations, and you should need about 72 verbal offers. And then you'll need about 116 deal leads. So that is from Tyler. He actually posts that in the chat. And so like daily KPIs, he says that you need to have about 39 conversations per day and 3 to 4 verbal offers per day. And Jonah says that for his team, he tells them to offer on roughly 5 properties a day is what he's shooting for. So hopefully that gives you an idea on how many touch points you're talking or are having with an agent in order to get a deal. The other thing I would say as well, there are some stats from like the MLS, like every so often the MLS will release some stats as well that agents report on. And so one of the stats that agents have reported on is it takes them about 7 touch points with a buyer before that buyer gets a property under contract. And so you guys could probably see, right? Like one of the calls that Jonah just had was with an agent, right? And they've already talked multiple times, negotiating back and forth, and he's going to have to call that person back again. So it's multiple touch points with that one person before you get a deal in their contract. Now, let me add this. I will say as well, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but one of the big differences between having an agent book of business and having a direct to seller book of business is that with a direct to seller book of business, like you could have like a book of leads per se. But the thing about dealing with sellers is that once you do a deal with a seller, there's a solid chance that that seller is like off your book of business at that point, right? Because there's not too many sellers that have tons of different properties. Like every once in a while, we heard one agent who was like, yeah, there's the seller who, they have a portfolio of rentals and every so often they look to offload one. But that's not the majority of America, right? Like not everyone has a portfolio of rentals and they're looking to get rid of them. So when you're doing direct to seller, you're constantly grinding for new leads. That could mean that you're scraping places like Privy or Batch Leads or something like that. And then you're going and skip tracing those, or you're constantly sending out mailers, or you're constantly doing pay-per-click. So it takes some amount of like advertising that you're doing on a regular basis to get those leads. And you're always having to grind for new leads. Whereas on the agent side, you get like a scraper once, or you like copy and paste your leads once, and then you start building relationships. And every so often, right, you may have someone retire or someone who's no longer in real estate, and then you'll go out and find some more people or something like that. But you end up getting to a point where you have like a critical mass of leads, and then those guys are just like relationships, and so you can actually have repeat business. Like I know, for example, if you guys ever talk to Brendan, who's one of Austin's partners, he talks about how one of the first deals he ever did wholesaling was with a real estate agent, and that was like, I think he said like 6 years ago or something like that. And since that time, he's done, roughly 24 to 26 deals with this agent. So they've done repeat business together. It's like, how many sellers are you going to be able to do that with? So that's the power of working with real estate agents, is really it's you can have a book of business where you're doing repeat deals. So hopefully that helps answer some of that on like the different touch points and the differences between working with agents, working with sellers, and some things like that, right? Whereas like you can leverage the sphere of influence that an agent has to help bring you deals. Okay. John, I have one for you. We were talking about how some people get freaked out if they potentially hear like, hey, this call is being recorded. So a question for you is, why would you want your calls recorded if it might freak some people out? Also, you're on mute.
Thank you. So I tell them the truth, right? Which for me is the reason why I want my calls recorded is because I want to be able to train my team, right? That's why. It's like I use these calls to train my team. That's why I want it to be recorded. That's basically the main reason. And then I just go into my pitch. But if they get like really spooked out, I'll be like, hey, look, I can call you from an unrecorded line. Like, it's not that big of a deal to me, right? And then I'll call them from my personal cell. So just depends. But it's good to record your calls so that you can hear into how people are doing for training purposes. Literally, it is for training purposes, right?
Yeah.
And remembering what the fuck we talked about.
Yep. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah. Because sometimes you'll have calls, especially if you guys are talking to 100 people in a day, or let's say you're talking to, a few thousand people over the course of a month. Like if you're having that many conversations, it can be hard to remember exactly what happened. So being able to go back and listen to a part of your call will definitely help you remember, like, oh, this is what we talked about, right? And then it sounds more genuine when you're talking to them because you actually remember who they are.
You want to be able to review your calls, right? Like, I mean, you want to review how you're doing and all of that stuff.
100%. Yeah. The other thing too is I will say there have been a couple of times where it's actually helped us out, help like for liability purposes. It helped us not lose money. Like for example, we had one seller basically tell us that the property was going to be vacant at close, and then when the close date came around, the property was not vacant at close, and then. Yeah. That person was like, no, I never told you it was going to be vacant at close. You guys need to close tomorrow or I'm seizing your earnest money. And so we went back and listened to the call and we're like, oh, no, they did tell us it was going to be vacant at close. We were able to pass that over to the title company. And so then the title company was like, hey, we're not going to basically seize your earnest money. You will wait until the property is vacant. Right. So that actually, it protected us in a way from doing that. If we just done that on an unrecorded line, there would have been no way to verify that. And so we might've just had our earnest money go to limbo or who knows where. So it can be for your protection as well.
Right.
All right.
Yeah. Just be careful. The one thing is be careful with that. Like make sure you have a message beforehand. Certain states, it's illegal to record someone without their permission or without them knowing. So you got to be really careful. Depending on the state, you got to make sure it has that message. Yep. I put it for every single state because 9 times out of 10, it's not that big. Most people don't care. I've had maybe 1 out of 200 agents will care, and then like I lose an agent, right, that I never had a connection with. It's very rare that anyone cares.
Right. It's just like if you call a Papa John's to order a pizza like that, you're going to be recorded, So it's like I think the main thing
is what it does more often. That's more annoying than like someone caring about the recorded call is that when they hear that they think it's a robot and then they just hang up. That's more annoying. That happens to me more often, and it's like, God damn it, I'm a real person. I'm just recording the call. That's the hard
part. So somebody asked, does this call happen daily? Jonah already answered. We're going to be doing it today and tomorrow. Although Jonah are we potentially thinking about doing this like once a day once a month? We do it for a day. Are we
thinking I talked with Austin. We're thinking about making this a monthly thing. Well, I want to make it different though. Like this is awesome. This is cool showing my business, but I want to do like different challenges. Like I was thinking of one, maybe like next time me and Austin like cold call all day and see who can get a deal quicker or something. I don't know. Something like I just want to switch it up.
Right.
This specific one may never happen again.
Right.
So I don't know, but I think we'll do stuff monthly.
Yeah. Well, hey, if you guys want to see this type of stuff more often, I guess like and subscribe to Jonah's YouTube channel and Austin's YouTube channel. I don't know, share the video, all those influencer things. Do that stuff, and then they'll do it more probably.
Guys, if you're getting value out of this stream, definitely share this on your socials right now, right? And tag me and Austin. We'll repost it, right? We want to make sure like as many people get value out of this as possible. We're doing this so we can help you guys out, so you guys can get more deals. So really, like we're doing this so that you guys can get more deals. That's the main reason why we're doing this. So, please share, get more people on here so that we can help more people,
All right, a few more questions. Why are we not looking to be set up on an MLS search? That was something that you mentioned a couple times to agents. Why not, Jonah? Why not?
A random MLS search isn't what you want because that's just probably not going to turn into money. Like you want it to be, you don't want to do, if you're doing the MLS, you want to be in contact with the listing agent, right? It is really hard to get a deal on the MLS through a buyer's agent. That's aggressively hard, right? It's somewhat hard to get a deal on market through the listing agent. And then off markets are just easy in general. But with on, like, I mean, I looked it was either last year or the year before. I probably did 50 deals the year before. It was something like that. And I think 2 of them were on market through the buyer's agent. And they were really special scenarios. Like really like very, very special. I bet it was like 1 or 2 last year again. It's just super rare that it works. I don't know many people where that works for them.
Yeah, for sure. And we've talked a little bit about why that is. There's a couple main reasons. One is when you have 2 agents, obviously you lose the ability to play around with that second commission, either giving it back to the first agent or just waiving it completely to put more money back in the seller's pocket. Either one that you do is going to make your offer more desirable to one of the other parties. So yeah, you lose that ability. The other thing too, just remember the more people you have involved in that transaction, the less powerful your negotiations are going to be because it's like a game of telephone with your negotiations. So there's a couple of reasons why you don't want it. And the other thing too, right, is we also want to make sure that we're just not wasting that person's time. If they're just setting us up on an MLS search, right, especially if like you have MLS access, you can just see all those properties yourself. Even if you don't have MLS access, you can just go check Zillow, and like 99% of all the homes that are going to be listed on the MLS are also going to be on Zillow, and you can just find those by yourself, right? So it's like it would just be a waste of their time, and it would also be a waste of your time because you're just going to be getting emails that you don't need.
Right.
Okay, so here's another one. How binding is or are buyer broker agreements? Is it just a piece of paper that allows an agent to send you property details?
So first off, always read contracts you're signing. I'm going to throw that out there. It is not just a piece of paper. It is a contract, and it is binding. Now, if it's written the way you want it, it's okay that it's binding, right? If it's written where it's only off-market properties that Billy Bob sends you, that's fine. You were going to do that anyways. If it says every single property ever, that's a huge issue, right? So no, it is definitely a binding contract. And don't just sign things without reading them. Make sure it's written right. And yeah, that's what you need to do. I think people get in trouble because they don't read the contracts they're signing, which I get. We're all busy entrepreneurs, but be careful with that.
Yeah, definitely make sure that the buyer broker agreement, actually, I'd say whenever possible, just try not to sign a buyer broker agreement would be my advice. But in the future, that might not be possible because of like the NAR lawsuit going on. But if you are going to sign one, make sure that it is property specific, because what a buyer broker agreement basically does is it says that agent is representing you either for a certain period of time or for a certain property. And that if they don't get a commission from the seller, that you will pay the commission. So if you make it binding for a certain period of time, like let's say you're someone like Jonah, who's doing, somewhere between like 50 and 100 deals on a yearly basis, and Jonah accidentally signs a contract for 6 months, well, then that means anytime Jonah buys a property, that agent could then take Jonah to court and be like, look, I was supposed to be representing him for this period of time. He bought 20 houses in that period of time. He owes me a commission for 20 houses. And then all of a sudden, Jonah might have to pay 3% for 20 houses. All of a sudden, he just lost 60 grand or something like that. So like that. If
it was in all 50 houses, I'd probably lose like 300 grand. I'd lose a lot of money if that actually happened. But yeah,
so,
I haven't even heard of anyone actually getting sued over that. But the general thing is like that theoretically could happen. So you have to be careful and be reading these contracts that you're signing.
And Cody, we weren't saying that. We weren't calling you out and say, Cody, you need to read your documents. You never do that. It's just good advice for everyone that we wanted to put out there.
Yeah.
So don't feel called out. All right. So this was based off the call you just had. I know we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but worth, I suppose, reiterating. Someone asked, since that agent, this is the one where the guy wants 5% of down and no assignments and stuff like that. Since he doesn't want the contract to be assignable, how do you navigate that?
So it'll be a double close, right? It's a pretty good deal where like I'm very, very confident. If I had to deal with him screaming at me at one day, I'd be like, well, we're in contract, screw it. And I know I could sell it, right? I don't recommend it. It's a 30K deal. And it like when he was in the lower fours, I would have closed on it. That was what I was saying yesterday because he was telling me it was going to be in the lower fours and then it'd be like a 60 or 70K deal. And that I would just close on. This one I probably wouldn't close on. This one I would just be like, I'm just going to deal with screaming, but they can handle it because we'll be able to double close it, right? So yeah.
Yep. And to try and give a quick shortened version for anyone who missed the explanation on double closes, basically you're having two escrow files, and you'll have the seller and the buyer in separate escrow files from each other, which means they won't be able to see what's going on in that other file. And then because you have two separate escrow files, you're not selling through an assignment contract, you're selling through an additional purchase contract. So technically you didn't assign the property. And so you're able to wholesale without assignments, and you didn't breach your contract in any way. So there we go. But you do have to pay twice the amount of closing costs because it is two closings. So it costs a little bit more money. But in this case, right, where Jonah's saying, hey, we're making more money, so we're able to spend a little bit more to still get the deal. All right. And this actually, Scott, if he's still in here, Scott had mentioned something about doing reverse driving for dollars. Scott, I don't know if you want to give a little bit more information on what you mean by reverse driving for dollars. That would be cool. All right. Jonah, do you have any recommendations for any programmers who can customize my GHL?
I'll say this. Why are you doing that? Like, you can pay someone $2,000 or $3,000 to customize your GHL. But why would you do that when we've already spent the money to create the system that like we use to make tens of thousands of dollars every single month, up to $100,000, right? Why would you spend money creating a system we've already created, right? You can go spend 3K or 4K or 5K on an Egyptian who then takes your money and runs with it, right? Me and Tyler, especially in the early days, like when we were trying to figure that specific thing out, had someone who just did a bunch of customizations and it was just pointless. And we realized they were just awful, right? I just don't think it's a smart idea. You could go to onlinejobs.ph and find a systems engineer or a software engineer, but why are you doing that? Why not just buy the system we've created? I don't understand why you wouldn't just buy a system that's pre-made for you, for this business, for exactly what you're trying to do.
Beautiful. Yeah, I have nothing to add. You should definitely do what Jonah's saying, and it will probably be cheaper.
It'll be 10 times cheaper.
So way
cheaper, like 10 times cheaper. Simple Send is like $150 a month. So do the math on how many months you'd have to have it for it to equal the 4 or 5K from it to like an Egyptian, and then you're gonna have to tell him what to do. And then he might do it wrong, and then he might keep charging you, right? So
here's the other thing I would say as well, right? When you have a custom system, it is very hard for
you have no support.
Yes, there's no support for it, and you can't compare what you're doing with anybody else because nobody else has your system. Whereas like if you are using Simple Send, for example, there are dozens and dozens of other people using Simple Send, and so you're able to collaborate and be like, hey, what is working well for you? How are you able to do this? It's like, since there's a system in place, it can be replicated, right? You could just see what other people are doing well, and you just literally copy that. Whereas if everything is custom, it's like you got to pioneer everything yourself, which to me sounds terrible. But I'm not going to tell you what to do. You do whatever you want. This is your life, your business. You do what you want. All right. Nicole asked, or I guess mentioned that if you don't have hard money to close the first side of the double close, I guess like what do you do if you don't have money to close the first side of the double close?
Well, what's great is usually if you have the right title company, they'll let you use what's called pass-through funding. So they pay the first close with the second close. right? So with that, makes life really easy.
Yep. Love it. Love it.
But
Yeah,
also, if you're using a title company that doesn't do that, like let's say you just didn't get your title company or whatever, there's transactional lenders out there, right? So you can definitely use transactional lenders. There's tons of them, right? I have one that I love using. So if you like, you can DM me and I'll give you their info. They're great. I think they charge 1% of the purchase price or something like that. So it's extra expensive to use a transactional lender, but they're great.
Yes, that is perfect. That's exactly what I was going to say. So those are the two workarounds, right? So one, you can talk to your title company, see if they'll do pass-through funding, which if you do that, perfect, doesn't cost you anything additional, or you use transactional funding. Funny enough, Nicole, because I know that you're one of our students, Alex actually put a link into like people that he has used before for transactional funding. I just sent it to Austin so he can repost it in here for everyone. But that should also be in the Facebook, the student Facebook group for you. So you can check that out. If you can't find it, let me know. I'll look for it and tag you in it. Or I can, text it to you or something.
You should just find the right title company though. Really. Yeah. I've used transactional lending once, and it was because I was using a bad title company and they kind of screwed me. They told me they could do pass-through funding and they couldn't. Right. So it's very rare. I've done it once in my 4 years. Have I actually used twice. But that was because the wholesaler chose a terrible company. I've used a transactional lender twice in my entire career so far. So yeah.
Love it. And then when submitting offers, what interest rate are you giving them? This is for homes that have been paid off and are free and clear.
Are we talking about a seller financing offer? That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. So let me see who put that question in. So that's Angel. So Angel, if you could give us some clarification on your question on if you're referring to some sort of like sub 2 or seller fi or something like that.
I don't know what you'd be referring to as interest rate if it wasn't that. I don't offer them interest rates though. Like the way to do seller financing is you talk in payments. You don't talk in interest rates. You just say, I just need to know what payments, what do you want to receive every single month? And you start there, right? And then you can go backwards, do 0% if possible, or maybe a smaller, you can make the interest rate whatever you want. I just get the price and the payments, and then that creates the interest rate, right?
Love it. Yeah, nothing to add to that. If hopefully that answers your question, Angel. If not, feel free to throw clarification in the chat, but hopefully that helps. Okay, then we have another question. I saw Tyler's number, so I'm not sure if you saw this, Jonah, but Tyler put in his personal stats, like what he was doing for KPIs to get deals, right. Like kind of what he was what he was running stuff off. So this question is saying, I saw Tyler's numbers. I'm not getting the same results or number of deals from similar output or similar numbers. How do I sort through some of the crap agents? Or I suppose just in general, what's some good advice to help this person, it sounds like, increase their conversion rate?
I feel like it's just practice and doing stuff like this, seeing how we work in the end is really the only way to do it. I learned everything just from watching other people close, right? So that's the only way to do it in the end, is just hear how I deal with different situations. Just experience eventually is it, right? Also, people have different definitions for things. So for instance, what's a lead to you, right? A lead in my company might actually be, I bet Luke and I have a very similar definition of a lead, but a lot of people think a lead is anything that's an address, and that's not true. A lead is anything that's an address and has some sort of motivation or could possibly turn into a deal, right? And that's actually a kind of a complicated subject or topic, right? So that's one example. Offers, that's pretty self-explanatory. Conversations, that can be different too. It depends on, in my head, does that mean a texting conversation? Does it mean a verbal conversation? To me, that means you had to have had a phone conversation, right? So the thing is are your KPIs directly correlating to what he's talking about? And then also in terms of conversion, I feel like that's just experience in getting annoyed at enough realtors, right? Yeah, I feel like that's basically it.
Yeah, love it. Yeah, I think practice is definitely going to help out. And the other thing too, right? And we talked a little bit about this yesterday, is getting a sense of when to disqualify a property, or when to terminate a conversation, or like, because the longer you spend on something that ends up not being productive, the worse it is for you. So so you got to try and find that balance of deciding when you're not going to pursue a property or a conversation or relationship, and when it's worth the time. So there's so many like lines you're trying to walk in wholesaling. Like for example, like you're walking the line of, we just talked about it, when to disqualify leads. You're walking the line of how aggressive you want to be on your offers, right? You're walking the line on basically letting the person know you like the property, but like not too much. So there's all sorts of like balances that you're trying to find in your negotiation, in your business, in wholesaling. So yeah, it sounds it's a little bit like that. Also, we just had the link posted. This is I have not personally used them. This is a student of ours who has used them in the past. They have used it's bettertransactionfunding.com. They've used them to put to get proof of funds letters, or like pre-qual letters for like hard money and stuff like that. So if you guys are looking for something like that, this could be a resource for you. But they also do transactional funding. So if you ever do get in a situation where you happen to have a bad title company, or a title company that won't do pass-through funding, then this could potentially help you out if you get in a situation where you need to double close. And Jonah, that is all of the questions that we have for right now. So we can get back to it unless there's something else you want to discuss real quick.
Nope, not really. I'm down to get back to it. Let's do it.
All right.
Let's get back to it. This guy just called me, so it works out well.
Please leave me a message and I'll go.
Okay. All right. Well, he's about to call me, so I should get a call anyway.
From Red.
All right. He's not liking the message. Like, he's calling me back and then he doesn't like the message. Like, we're actively.
And I'll go back to you in just a bit. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. I'm just gonna call him again because this is just getting annoying.
Hello.
Hey, Randy, it's Jonah.
Hey, Jonah. How you doing?
Doing good. Yeah. So I just wanted to, connect. Thank you for calling me back. Yeah. As you know, real estate investor. I work all over Colorado. I think you're in Denver, no?
I live in Evergreen, but for folks like yourself, I'm covering Denver.
Awesome. Cool. So yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, and I was just curious if you knew of any like that right now.
So your specialty is solving people whose houses aren't selling.
Depends why. If they're just being, it depends on why. So if they're just being stubborn and they don't care about the property and they'll let it go to high hell, that's harder for me. If they're dealing with a situation then that is for me, if that makes sense.
And by a situation,
Pre-foreclosure, mold,
okay.
all of that, foundation issues, whatever it is. If there's like a problem, I want to be that problem solver for you.
Okay, so you fix it by doing what?
So it depends on the problem.
Okay.
So let's say we'll just do the pre-foreclosure one. I've extended pre-foreclosures before. I've talked to banks. I've negotiated arrears. I've made it where they get a little bit more money. I've done it where I can close quickly before the auction if necessary. Like I don't really care about the repairs. So it all depends on what the situation is. But I can do things a lot. Like I feel like most buyers don't know how to do. So that's just one example, but there are like tons if you need more. It just depends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do I come in? So if I've got something that is not selling because of foreclosure issue, but I mean, kind of solve our own issues if there's lowering the price or addressing the issues. Do pre-inspection and see what we're going to be facing. So, I'm not quite sure where I would be.
So I would also be the buyer, right? So like I would solve the issue and then buy the house, right? So those are my specialties. But basically, like if you're able to solve most of the issues, but you still need a buyer and it still needs a lot of work too, I'm that guy also, right?
Right.
My point is that like I'm not afraid of hairy ones, and I like the hairy ones actually. I like those. Those are my favorites. So like the uglier the better, the more problems the better. Tax lien to be negotiated, that's amazing too. That's what I'm kind of trying to get at is just like even if you like I just want to be that tool for like, man, this is a gross one. Or a hard one, Let me do this. I'm gonna send you my business card. Save my info.
That'd be great. Okay.
And I'll save yours. And then and you don't know of any right now, right?
Not right now, no. But I mean, I'm getting 3 calls a day of investors going, "Hey, what do you got? What got anything out there that I can snatch up?" And I'm like, "Well, not so much. They're."
Right.
You're with me?
Yeah. No, I got you.
So yeah, I mean, I'd love to. You got a website or such, a company where I could see what?
I sent you my business card. It has my website. The website's a little wonky right now. I'm not gonna lie. I tried to. It's just a little off. I'm trying to fix it, but it's more or less working. But you can look me up on social media too. I do content. So, awesome, cool. Well, thank you, Randy. I appreciate you. Let's talk soon.
Okay, sounds good, Jonah. Thank you so much. Good talking with you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, cool. So we got him.
Yeah. So the question that the agent asked was, how do I fit into this? Right? Like Jonah was selling himself so well that the agent was like, oh, I don't know why I would be needed if you're going to do all of these things. Right. And so then Jonah just clarified and said like, oh, I'd be the buyer. Right. And so sometimes agents won't understand the value that you're trying to bring them. And so it is like, if you feel like there's some sort of disconnect there, it is worth clarifying that, right? Like I want to be the buyer in your back pocket, those types of deals that you're not normally excited about. Like I want to help turn those into the most, quick, convenient, easy sales you've ever had, that sort of stuff. So, sometimes it is, you just got to clarify with the agent so they see that value that you're bringing.
Yeah, 100%. Hey, Emily, this is Jonah. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you doing, Jonah?
Doing good. Yeah. So I work all over Colorado. I think you're in Denver, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. So yeah, I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. Yeah, I was just curious if you knew of any right now.
Yeah, no, not really. I have one coming up. It's an estate. But I think that we're going to be able to sell it to a private party. I think we're going to try that first.
Okay.
So,
When you say a private party, is it someone who is it like another
it's a
investor?
friend of mine.
Okay.
It's a friend of mine, and her mother passed away last year. Her father built the home. It's in Lakewood near Belmar. It's a brick home. It's a ranch. It's, I think, 3 bedroom, 2 bath.
So
She wants 550. It appraised for 550. So
okay. My question though, you said that it could sell to a private. You're going to sell it to a private party. Do you mean like you already have a private party that's in contract? Do you mean it's an investor? Like what does that mean?
no, we haven't listed it yet, and she's not ready to. I think it'll probably be going on the market in July or August. Something
Gotcha.
like that.
Gotcha. What makes her not ready to?
She's just got a lot of her parents' belongings to kind of sort through and work through. She also just had a tree topple in her backyard with the strong wind. So she's kind of working with some neighbors to get that fixed and cleaned up.
Okay. Would it be helpful to the seller? Because this is something I do all the time, right?
Yeah.
Something that I've done all the time, especially in a situation like this, because estate sales, there's tons of stuff. It's a lot to deal with. So what I've done in the past is I've done it where it's like, hey, look, you can leave whatever you want. We can do it as long of a close or as short of a close as you'd like. And then obviously they'll be saving on the buyer side commission because I know you, right? So I just waived the buyer side. So do you feel like that's something they'd be interested in?
Well, it depends. I mean, what do you normally look at picking up properties for? Like, in terms of market value?
So I try to give market value. It also depends on the condition, right? So I probably should have asked about that first. Like, what's it look like on the inside?
It's in good condition. It's been well maintained. It's a single, owner, and it was really well built. He was in construction and stuff like that. It is dated, I will say that, but it's got some really charming features. It's got like an outside cooking area, and it's got a shed, has an attached 2-car garage. It's the kitchen and bath they're really dated.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I try to give what I feel like is market value, generally. So let's say I was just able to do the 550, right? Like obviously I don't even know the address, so I have no idea. But would they be interested in something like that where they can leave all their stuff? They're dealing with a private party, as you said. Do you feel like they'd be interested in that?
I think potentially, yeah. I think she would like to be in a place closer to her grandkids. She wants to rock where they're at. And I've kind of started sending her some properties that might work and putting some numbers together on her financing and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I think that could really help in this kind of meeting with her on Tuesday. We're gonna have lunch and I'm gonna look at the progress and stuff that she's making.
Okay.
Why don't I give her a call and see if she'd be open to having you come over and take a peek at it?
Yeah, I mean, are you able to give me the address yet?
Yeah, I can. It's 1550 South Newland Street.
What was that, Newland?
Yeah, it's Newland.
Okay.
And that's Lakewood 80232.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, let's do this first. I'm gonna text you over, like what I'd be able to offer her. Let's start there. Make sure she's interested. I'm gonna see.
Okay.
I want to make sure I'm close to the 550 she wants.
Yeah.
There's no point in me doing anything if we're not if we're just like not there. So, and is she living in it or is it vacant?
Yeah, she's living there.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, let me just see how close I'd be.
Okay.
If you have any photos too, if you could text those over, that would help. And yeah, and then let's see if we can make something happen.
Okay. Yeah, I can probably take some pictures next week when I go over there. But yeah, that'd be great. I think that's a good idea.
Awesome. Cool. Well, Emily, I appreciate you. Let's talk later. I'll just do some preliminary stuff to just see that if I'm even close. And yeah, Emily, I really appreciate you.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate you too. Nice chatting with you.
Okay, bye.
All right, take care. Bye.
I think there's a lot for that one. That was a good one.
Yes, it was. And if we were to go back and listen to that call, to me, it sounded like there was a tone change with the agent when Jonah asked a very specific question, right? And the question started off with, would it be helpful to the seller? Right? Because it sounded like that agent had a bit of a relationship with that person. They really wanted to help him out. And then when Jonah expresses interest also in helping out that seller, the first thing the agent does is like, yeah, right? Like it sounded like they perked up a little bit, and you could like hear it in their tonality. And Jonah did some digging, right? He talks about like he gets them to say like, yeah, we're thinking about doing it with a private party, right? He digs into that. Like, what does that mean? Do you already have someone? You just want to sell it off market? You're just looking for something convenient? And then he's like, okay, well, would it help the seller? And then he starts giving some stuff like, well, what if, we let them keep it in the as is condition? What if we don't care if there's like a tree in the backyard? What if we could be flexible on close? So it's like, if they want to close a little bit longer, we could close a little bit longer, right? And he's just like putting out some things that like we could potentially waive buyer side commissions since I already know you, right? So that was really good, and it seemed like it got her to open up a little bit more. She was more receptive after that. She perked up a little bit, and that is a great way to start positioning stuff. And then from that, he was able to get an address. He's able to get the asking price, which is really good. Really, really like that. And it was a good question too. Like, hey, are you able to give me the address? He's checking to see like, okay, does she already have some sort of listing agreement potentially with them? Anything you want to add to that, Jonah?
The main thing that I hope people are getting out of this is sales is just about the questions you ask. It's all about asking the right questions to get the person thinking in the way that you want them to be thinking, right? If you saw how the beginning of that call was we're not going to sell till June or July. Now we're talking about potentially selling next week. Whether you get that, she didn't say that out loud, but basically, if I could do 550, I bet we'd have a deal tomorrow, right? Now I'm looking around, Zestimate's 600, so I don't think I can do 550, right? But I think even the Zestimate is wrong. It might be more like 500 ARV or I don't even know. I'm curious if she has basements are a huge thing in Denver. So what might be increasing that value from the appraisal is a basement. If not, then I don't know how the hell they got to 550 because I see more like 450 ARV. So it might be way out there, right, in terms of a deal, but that's a potential. That's a good lead either way, right? That's something I'm gonna like be like, hey, here's where I'm gonna be at. I totally understand if it's too low. Like you just tell me, right? And I'll just talk to her about the value and all of that stuff. I don't know if that'll turn into a deal. It would be, I feel like a little bit more of a lucky one, but like it is a lead. It could potentially be something.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. The other thing you can ask this, I like this as well, right? Where she's like, yeah, it sounded like she didn't come out and say it directly, but she's like, yeah, we don't really want low ball offers. Right. And Jonah combats that by saying like, yeah, I try to offer like what the house is worth given the condition. Right. So then he starts talking about like, well, what is the condition? She's like, oh, it's pretty dated. So it's like, so he can go use that when he's circling back to give his offer. Like there are some additional questions he could ask, right? It's like, hey, I see that they're wanting to get 550. Do you have any comps for that? Like what were you seeing the after repair value or the retail value of the home? Like what got you guys to that number? Is there any particular reason why you're there? And then he could, from whatever the agent says, he can just show his logic. Like, okay, well, you told me it was dated. This is what I'm seeing for the after repair value. So given its current condition, I think it's probably worth X amount. So there's some additional things he can do there to keep the conversation moving.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, hold on. Okay. So sorry. Let me get this back up.
You're good.
Okay. For this stuff to load.
Hello.
Hey, Galo, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you right around now. How you doing today?
Good. How can I help you?
Yeah, so I work all over Colorado, Denver, Fort Collins, Springs, Pueblo. I think you're in Denver now.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I love doing better than anybody else is solving sellers' problems. That's my favorite part about real estate. That's what makes it worth it to me. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious if you knew of any like that right now.
I do a lot myself, so I do that. But again, I pass on a lot of deals just because sometimes there's a conflict of interest there. So I try not to do those directly. And
Okay.
I'll funnel them out to other investors or whatever. But I'll keep you on my list. And yeah, as we
Are
go through
you
them,
you're also an investor?
Sorry.
You're also an investor?
Yeah, I mean,
awesome.
I've done this for 30 years, so yeah,
Oh,
I just
love
do.
it.
Like I said, not on a large scale. I mostly just do residential sales for buyers and sellers, and I do some commercial on the side. But yeah, mostly retail stuff. But like I said, I come across those people, and if I can again, I'm able to do some of those solutions, but a lot of times I'm spread thin, so I throw them other places. Or like I said, if there's a conflict, I don't really get engaged in that. I just bring other people in to let them deal directly and run the numbers or whatever the case. So
Awesome. Cool. Well, Gallo, I'll send you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And yeah, let's get a deal.
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Take care. Bye.
All right. Where'd he go? We're at 125. I think I didn't put it in here.
But please leave a message. I'll get. Right now, but please leave a message.
Hello.
Speaking.
Hey, Douglas. This is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you right around now. How are you doing today?
I'm good, Jonah. How you doing?
Doing good. Yeah. So, I work all over Colorado, Denver Springs, Pueblo, Fort Collins. I think you're in Denver, yeah?
Correct. West Denver.
Awesome. Perfect. So yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal
Okay.
to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I'm
Okay.
just curious if you knew of any like that right now.
Well, our mantra is with our listings, we used to always go market because, best, more competitive, and inventory has been so low. I will tell you though, occasionally, like last year, we had a hoarder's house in a great area, and it was just an enormous job, and so we did go that route. We've got a couple coming up in North Glen, and I think they're trying to debate if they want to put the work in or not.
Okay.
To get the most value. That'll be June. One end of May, one June. And they're literally neighbors, so I think they're kind of they're just trying to figure out. One needs a lot of work. One doesn't need as much work. So
okay, let's talk
so
about
just front of. Go ahead.
Let's talk about the one that needs a lot of work. Like, just what's the situation? What's like going on? Why are we waiting till June? Like, just what's happening?
Well, they're moving out of state. They've lived there. I mean, they've got equity in the house. I mean, they've been in the house for 13 years, but just haven't done anything. So the carpet, the electrical, I know has to be redone. So some big things. The roof actually is in decent affairs, but to get to the the comps, we're trying to get it to be a $500,000 house. Right now, we could probably sell it as is for $400,000.
Okay. Is it
So that's what I was curious about. What like ROI you're looking for? Like if you're let's say $500,000 total into a project, what are you looking to get out of it?
Yeah, so I mean, I can give specifics. I usually try to make 10% at minimum, right? A profit, but
sure.
For
Totally
me, like for like something like this, right? Like I always want to know, like, just like, is it like when was it last remodeled? You feel like when was the last remodel in the kitchen and bathrooms and stuff like that?
Oh gosh. At least 10 years.
Okay.
At least 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not terrible, right? Like, I mean, I thought you were about to say at least 50 years.
No, and we live out in Apple. It's actually the ones we come across are like friends living. They've been in there for 30 years, and literally the kitchens are 70s.
Right.
Something like that. Yeah, we could. So I'd love to have you in my Rolodex, put it that way, and just I'll run anything. I'll run anything by you. And,
no. I really appreciate it. I just want to finish this one off. I'm not sure if it's right for me. It sounds like it. Like, I mean, a 10-year remodel isn't crazy old, and then electrical has to be redone. That can take some work, right? But yeah, they're just moving out of state. That's not the greatest motivation. The other one that doesn't need as much work, what's the reason they're selling?
Same deal. He's getting relocated to Texas, so.
Okay.
And yeah. So.
Okay.
So you're looking for more we need an immediate fix to get out, which is totally fair because we come across those. We've had a couple in the past where hey we're gonna lose this if we don't sell it in the next 30 days.
Yeah.
Get, at least some
those ones, or I mean those ones, or like I really like ugly houses. Like the uglier the better is definitely for me. Definitely if they have a stronger motivation, like what you're talking about, if they need to sell quickly, or if they have no equity, like just literally any problem, right?
Right.
I mean, the one we've just been talking about. I mean, do you feel like it'd be helpful for the sellers to get an offer where they don't pay commissions, they don't have to do any work? It sounds like they're debating whether to fix it up or not.
Correct. We've got. I'm with Compass, and so we've got these programs, which all of us have them. This concierge where they can pull equity out of the house, and so they don't have to come out of pocket to put carpet in, to paint. They can get like they're looking at this one. They'll get $10,000 basically to fix it up to get full as most as they can out of it. And they're just debating whether they've got a couple kids, if they just want to live through that and do it themselves. So.
Okay. Well, let's do this.
And we will be talking. Go ahead, please.
Let's do this. I'm gonna send you my business card. Save my info. You were about to say you're gonna talk to them soon.
We've got a meeting, not next week, but the next week.
Okay. Okay.
So
let's do this. I'm gonna just send you what I could offer them, just in a little text. Like I'd pay all closing
Okay.
costs, leave whatever they want in property, close they like, any condition, and we'd waive the buyer side since I don't need to be represented, right?
Okay.
I'll send that in a text. When you talk to them in 2 weeks, see if they'd be interested in an investor offer. If not, I totally get it. I feel like this could, based on what you said, it could really go either way, whether they're interested or not.
Right.
I could really see it going either way. But either way, I want to build the relationship. You have my card now. And yeah, Douglas, let's try to get a deal.
So did you send that via text, or do you have my email? It's
is it Doug and then Doug Weigel at gmail.com?
Well, all right, Doug .Weigel at compass.com, and that's WEIGEL.
Okay, I have it now. I texted that info over. Do you want me to email it too?
No, that as long as I have you, that's perfect. I'll get you in, loaded in, and then yeah, and truly, we come across some properties where it's like, God, we don't know what to do, and we'll ask. We know we've got a couple other guys that we've bounced things off of, or we've lost on. I've got a couple investors where they'll have to make sense for them, and we just got outbid. And they're fine to walk away, which is how they should be. So
awesome, cool. Well, Douglas, I appreciate you, and yeah, let's talk soon.
Yeah, and I appreciate you, and it's all good to have a full repertoire, as you said, a full toolbox. So we'll see how projects come up, and we'll go from there. And I appreciate your time.
Let's do it. Talk to you later.
All right, thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, that was a long one. We could talk about that one.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things you talked about was that sometimes relocation isn't like the best motivation for you. Like, I know you have a couple of motivations that you say are the strongest. Typically, what motivations are you looking for?
The ones that I say are the best. That's where I get the most deals. Pre-foreclosures, hoarders, needs an insane amount of work, no equity. Those four are probably the four best ones. There are other ones too, inherited, divorce. There are other ones as well. But I'd say the four that I actually say on the phone every single time are the four where I get the most deals, right? Because I'm adding the most value, I feel like, in those scenarios, right? Nice. In comparison to other ones.
Yeah, love it. If you guys do run across, for chat peeps, if you guys do run across someone who is going through a relocation or something like that, I would definitely see kind of what their time frame is. Because every once in a while you'll have someone who needs to relocate and they have to go like urgently or something like that.
Yeah.
So then you may get
that guy already said June, so
yes,
I knew
exactly.
It wasn't urgent.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But if he had said we need to relocate in a week, I'd be like, okay, well, let's talk about that.
Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
One of the motivations too is needing to sell quickly for whatever reason. That is just one of the motivations in the list, right? In my opinion, the hardest job of an ag manager, one of the hardest in agent outreach, is just disqualifying leads, right? In direct to seller, the good thing is you're calling people who have motivation. They're on the pre-foreclosure list. They always will. The thing with agents is they'll send you whatever they have sometimes, right? Yep. Whether it fits what you're looking for or not. So you have to be really good at disqualifying, being like, no, that's not really what I need, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm showing you guys here. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. Where am I? Okay, we're back here. So we just talked to Doug.
I'm not available to answer the phone right now. Please leave me a
So what I also love about it is like I can see when someone's calling me back, you know?
Or press any key to connect.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, Nora, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor who was calling you. Thanks for calling me back. How are you
Sure.
doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. So I saw that you were calling my assistant Soul. You're a realtor in Denver, no?
I'm in Boulder.
Boulder, that's fine. I love Boulder. Love Boulder. Yeah, so real estate investor, I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate.
Like what? It's
Solve sellers' problems. So, if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, a hoarder situation, no equity, needs an insane amount of work, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was curious if you knew of any like that right now.
I don't have anyone at this very moment, but I guess I'm just curious what exactly tools do you use to solve their problem?
Depends what the problem is, right? So let's say it's a hoarder house. What I'll do is I will let them keep whatever they want in the house. They don't have to clean it out. I've done it where I paid for their moving costs. I've even organized it once for them to move. I gave them a post occupancy. So really, I'm just an incredibly flexible buyer is another way of saying it. Pre-foreclosures, I can help like postpone the foreclosure. So I just do everything in my power to make it work for the seller where they are getting what they need.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You said you don't know of any right now, right?
I do not. Yeah.
Okay. No worries. Let me send you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And yeah, Nora, let's try to get a deal.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thanks, Nora.
I will. Uh-huh.
Bye. Yeah, guys, and I have a feeling like the thing is intro calls. Why I'm doing so many for you guys, one of the main reasons is intro calls you need to get to the point where they're boring. That's like the goal, is where you have done so many of them that you're like, this is like getting boring now. I'm too good at this. That's why I'm showing you guys like you should be doing like at minimum 100 a day, probably more, right? It's 100 calls, not 100 conversations. You should be having like 30 to 50 conversations a day, right? And that depends on like your style. If you're cold calling or if it's like a cold call, it'll be even more than that. But wait, I'm going too far. But Yeah. So you want to be connecting with realtors and you want it to get boring. Because look how many just think about there are lists upon lists of realtors. You know?
Hello, Steve. Can I help you?
Hey, Steve, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor who's supposed to be calling you right around now. How you doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah. So I work all over Colorado. You're in Denver, no?
Yes.
Awesome. Cool. So yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious to see if you knew of anything like that right now.
Not right now, no.
Okay, no worries. Well, let me send you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And yeah, let's try to get a deal.
Fair enough. Sounds good, Jonah. Thanks for the call.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
And then Jonah, real quick. We just dropped a link to a Google Doc. This is basically this came about because we had like students or other people that we were working with who are wholesaling or learning how to wholesale. They would ask questions like, "Hey, what does this term mean?" Or, "Hey, I had an agent say this. How do I respond?" Or, "Hey, what is a first initial outreach text I can say?" Or something like that, right? And so basically, just every time someone asked me one of these questions, I kind of just like put it into a sheet. And now like we just added some answers and things like that. So if you guys would like, feel free to feel free to click on that Google Doc. You guys should all be set to like viewers. So if you wanted to be able to edit it in case like something pops up or you want to rephrase something or something like that, you just make a copy of it. And so then if you ever come across one of these situations or an objection or something like that, or you don't know what a term is, feel free to check that out. And hopefully that's just some good solid free like midday value drop for you that hopefully is nice and useful.
Nice. Give me 5 seconds. How much?
Okay, you're good. So I don't know if any brave soul wants to like click on the link and just like test it out, and then you can post it in chat if it worked for you or not. Let us know.
Okay. Is that the Google Doc is the answer to those questions?
Yeah, basically, right? Like, so whenever someone's like, "Hey, what is this? What is this?" I would just like basically put that objection in there and put a type of response that you could do. Or if someone's like, "Hey, what does this term mean?" I would put that term in there and then put like a quick definition. So if you guys look at the doc, it has like some terminology. It has some potential outreach templates that you can use. Has some potential agent objections that you can overcome, has some like word tracks on like if someone says this, you could take it this sort of way. So yeah, hopefully it's helpful to some of you guys. It's nice to you could just make a copy, have it up. If something random like that pops up, feel free to take a look at it. Use it as like a springboard to come up with your own answer, however you want to use it,
I want that link. Can you send that to me in the private chat? I can't like copy and paste it. I want to see your guys' objections. How you guys are getting over these objections? Okay, while you're doing that, I'm going to keep going though.
calling. I apologize that I'm not able to take.
Hello.
Hello, I got a phone call from this number.
Yeah. This is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you right around now. How are you doing today?
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah. So I work all over Colorado. I think you're in Denver or the Springs?
I'm in Denver.
Awesome. Cool. So I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before. But what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah,
Okay.
I was just curious to see if you knew of anything like that right now.
I don't have anything right now sitting that bill. Everything I have is on the market. But I will save your guys' number so that the next thing that comes up, I can give you guys a call first.
Let's do it. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to send you my contact card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And Andy, let's get a deal.
Sounds like a plan, man. I appreciate the phone call.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Yeah, we'll talk to you soon. Bye.
That's cool. I'll take that any day.
Yeah. Jonah, I like how you end it with let's get a deal. You end it on like a positive note, like get them excited, fired up, that sort of thing. Like I like that.
Something I should do actually before we keep continuing the calls, because I haven't done this and I do this with my team. I think there are 5 really important parts to a really good intro call. There are at least 5 parts for me, and I'll do like a quick lesson instead of just the calling.
Nice.
So let's do this. Intro calls. I think it's one of these. There's like, okay, this is more. There's 5. There's like 6 steps. One is just, and I'm gonna change this. It's like 1 is like, hey, I'm Jonah. I'm a real estate investor in Colorado, right? I say that, right? So, and introduce yourself and what you do. 2, like, hey, I understand you're a realtor based in Denver, right? Been doing that. You want to make sure they're actually in your area and they're a realtor. You never know. Like, you might have accidentally pulled a bad list and you might be talking to a realtor in Texas or just somebody who's not a realtor, right? So you want to make sure that happens. 3 is you want to say you do everything, right? Do buy and hold, wholesaling, fix and flipping, but what we do better than anybody else is solving sellers' problems. And then 4 is my tool in the tool belt line that you guys have heard me say over and over again. That does a really good job of establishing credibility, showing that you're different too. What a lot of you are going to do, if you guys just say you're looking for fixers, they're going to be like, yeah, you and everyone else, right? They might still say that to this, but it's less likely because you sound different, right? And then, do you have anything like that right now? Just make sure you're actually asking about a property. See if there is a property, and then tell them to save your info, and then the appreciation, right? I always try to end with it like, let's get a deal. I really appreciate you, whatever it is, right? These things will help you be successful at an intro call, and they're very vital for the first part, right? So, yeah, I thought I'd go over that real quick.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Trying to reach is not available. At the tone, trying to reach is not available. At the tone.
Just so you know, Luke, we can hear your typing. Just FYI.
Oops, sorry.
You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Just a very aggressive typer, I guess.
No, I mean, I bet you guys can hear my typing too. That's what people have told me. Oh, shit. I did the wrong person. Whoopsie daisy. I did that wrong. I meant to delete Kylie, not the other guy.
Home Smart. I'm unavailable to take your call at this time.
Hello?
Home Smart. I'm unavailable to take your call.
a second, guys. I'm gonna raise this. I'm gonna stand for a little bit. I got one of them standing desks. I want to stand up for a little bit. Get a little bit of movement, you know? Okay. Where is it pointing? And then it's going to start moving. So hold on. Come on. Pay attention to me. All right. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Juan, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor who's supposed to be calling you. Honestly, I'm like an hour late, but I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you. Soul set us up a time to talk. How you doing today?
Well, not too bad. How are you doing?
Doing good. Yeah, so I work all over Colorado. You're in Denver now.
Uh-huh.
Awesome. So yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across a property where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was just curious if you knew of any like that right now.
No, so I'll tell you, I get at least 3 of these calls a day,
I
and I'm
believe
not
it.
even kidding, a day. Yeah.
I believe you. I believe.
So the thing is, everybody's asking for like off market, things like that. And one of the things is that, I'm more than happy to add you to my roster in case, anything like that happens. But, in my 24-year experience, it's always been better to market the property out, unless it's something that we need to close on within the next couple of weeks. It's always better to market the property and get the best price possible. I just went through one a couple of months ago where 3 investors were wanting to give up my client $100,000 less than what I ended up selling the property for. So in that regard, yeah, definitely. I mean, send me an email with your contact info, and I'm thinking that it's kind of nice to have someone in this position like yours, in case I've got someone that's being foreclosed on, and maybe the foreclosure is there's no time to market the property, and we have to sell in the next few weeks. Something like that would work.
Yeah, of course. Perfect. Yeah, I'm good for those. Also, if there's one where you're like, hey, Jonah, love you. I'm bringing this to market though, no matter what, just FYI, I'd still be interested in that. Just FYI. Like
Okay.
I'm not, if it's your listing and it's on the market, that's okay with me. So yeah, either of those scenarios works. I just sent you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And yeah, Juan, let's get a deal.
Okay. I appreciate it. Well, thank you very much, Don.
Thanks, Juan. Talk to you later.
Bye. You too. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to add something real quick. So there are some people like it's so funny because Jonah was just talking about that. He's like, hey, sometimes even with this line, you'll still get the objection. And then we heard the objection right after that, right? Like, oh, I get 3 of these calls a day, right? And we just had that. And some people, when they hear that, like, oh, they get thrown off and they just like leave the conversation. They don't do anything with it, right? But instead, right, Jonah has the opportunity to get added to this guy's list. This guy's like, yeah, I would prefer to just market things because sometimes I can get higher numbers, right? And then he gives a real life example of how that happened. Jonah's like, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, that's not always you're not always gonna have time to market a property. So if you don't, right, if you're in that like pre-foreclosure situation and you don't have time to market the property on MLS, keep me in mind for those. But also I'm not scared of you putting it on the MLS. Like I'd love to, like literally there's no downside to an agent if they bring us a property, right? Like it's like worst case scenario, you bring me a property, I give you an offer and it doesn't work and you just go list it like you normally would, right? There's no downside to it. But best case scenario, you bring me the property, I give you an offer, it works for the seller, and it's the quickest, easiest payday you've ever had. It's like super seamless. It's, you get paid in 14 days instead of, 3 months or however long it takes to do everything on market. And I'm not going to ask for any repairs or anything like that. So it's just like quick and easy. And, that's best case. So best case scenario, it's like win-win for everyone. Worst case scenario, they just go do what they were going to do anyways. Right. It's like, there's no downside to them bringing you a deal.
I also that's also literally what I was talking about with why I do the tool in the tool belt line is he said he gets 3 calls a day. I think I was different in his head because I said the tool in the tool belt line. He's like, okay, Jonah seems like a good resource for that specifically. So yeah, exactly. All right, let's do this one.
Please leave your name and number, and I will return.
Oh wait, I chose the wrong thing there. I don't know why. My brain screwed that up. I added her to the list, but I haven't. She didn't answer. I also need a double dollar. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Jennifer, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor supposed to be calling you right around now. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I was just a little caught off guard because we were being recorded.
Yeah, I usually do that in order to train my people, right? That's a lot of the main reason for it. I own the company. I like using calls that I'm making in order to let them know how they should be talking to people. Is that okay? Do you care that much?
No, I don't. I just was like,
There you are.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's fine. I just was wondering why. Okay.
It's for training purposes, literally. It's to train my guys so that they can hear exactly how I talk to people.
Okay.
So yeah, so
I work, well, I don't just work in Denver. I work, I guess my cutoff is Boulder. And I don't generally, I mean, I will go out to the springs, but it isn't really my area of expertise. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't. Um, and I. So let me ask you something. Do you have your are you yourself a broker? Okay. All right. Okay. I just thought I would ask you that. Okay. Because some of I have had some investors approach me who are brokers, and they'll ask me if I have any properties on the market that I currently am listing that fall under those, perimeters. And I'll tell them, I don't. But, and they'll tell me, well, I'm a broker also, but they won't tell me that unless I ask them outright. So, so I don't really prefer to work with other brokers because it's kind of, I don't know, in my opinion, it's sort of I don't feel like we're working as a team. Brokers? Okay. Okay. No, I mean, that's awesome. Okay. No, I mean, I like that. And I do have an investor I work with who is out of California. And, he and I do flips. Do you do flips? Okay. All right. He and I haven't really, it's been quite a while since he and I have done anything together. So I don't, so he's kind of fallen off of my radar. So I've really been looking to renew a relationship or find another relationship with someone that I can do that with. Yeah, so I'm glad that you called me because I really am looking for a new investor that I can do that with. Yeah. Yeah, please do. Yeah, no, I would. So, sorry, I'm still kind of trying to get over something. So let me ask you, what are your parameters in terms of like, how much, what are you looking to spend? Yeah. hmm hmm Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, no. Okay. 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 Right. Sure. hmm It does. Okay. All right. Yeah. No, that sounds like something that that sounds with that sounds like something I'm very familiar with. So I think that we could definitely do some business together. Great. Great. Yeah, no, I'm excited. Let's do it. And you are here. You live here, yes? Okay, That's wonderful. I'm really happy to hear that because my other investor didn't live here, but he had people here that would go and look at the property and stuff. So it made it a little harder. Yeah. Okay, no, that makes it a little easier too. Okay, no, good to know. Okay. All right, thanks, Jonah. Take care. All right, bye.
Jonah, you might be on mute, or I don't know.
Oh, no one heard that?
So here's
Did
the
anyone
thing.
hear any of that? Did you guys only hear her side?
Yes, we could only hear her side.
That's really funny. That's really funny. Well, whatever. Anyway, so I mean, you guys heard her side, which is pretty funny, but like, damn, that's too bad. That was a good one. But you could hear her side, how she's like, yeah, like I've been needing a relationship like this, like all of that good stuff. So it was a really good call. That's the type of realtor where like if she gets me something, I don't know if she'll get me something, but if she gets me something, then we're golden, right? Also, just FYI, if that ever happens, I don't know if you guys know this, Luke and Sarah, who are on here. Oh wait, no, I can't do that. Never mind. Ignore me. I was about to say something. I thought you guys could unmute me, but I can't.
Yeah, I tried. I couldn't. It was hilarious too because it was right after you explained. Yeah, I use these calls for training. Mute.
That's funny. Okay, well, whoopsie daisy. Sorry, guys. Sorry on that one. It happens.
Although I will say this, right? Like, and Mark even posted this, right? It's like you could tell by her tonality how things like just by listening to half the conversation, you could still tell it was a good call. The other thing I'd say too is there are all sorts of statistics out there of like how much, if you're doing a sales call, how much should you be talking versus the other person talking? Like generally you want to be talking less than the other person. So I think that was good where, you know, we just hear her going on. Sounds like she's having a good time. She's laughing. She's excited. So it's like, and you know, she might be hopping off the phone call going, oh, that was such a great conversation. And, you know, like she did a lot of the talking.
Yeah. Yeah. It was good too. I just like what I like about her is like, I'm her only investor. That's very rare. So that means if she actually ever does get anything, I'm her only guy. Right? She's just that type of realtor. So that'll be good. All right, let's keep going.
Jonah, that's those like 6 stages of the call that you had mentioned. Do you have that somewhere that like you could post for people?
I'm gonna put it into a Word doc for you guys. I've never done that before, but I was thinking about that the other day. I was thinking this should be more than just in my training rule. I'll put it into a Google Doc for you guys right now.
Boom, baby. There we go, Scott. Just for you.
Yeah. Like, why not? I can't. I'm gonna put it in the private chat. You guys got to post it because I can't. I don't know how to do it. I will.
Sarah, if you post that, can you make sure? So we'd want to put it as viewer only, just to make sure someone doesn't accidentally like delete it all for everyone. So we'd want to post as viewer only. Then each person can make their own copy.
I think it's viewer right here. Perfect. Anyone is viewer, and then they have to be in like with my organization to edit it.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go to this guy. this guy I called this morning, so.
Yeah, guys, by the way, that is like such awesome value that Jonah just dropped in there. Like, I just want to highlight that. Like, this is stuff that Jonah has put together over thousands and thousands of calls and tears and sweat and all that stuff, right? Like trial and error and all that. Like the stuff that he is currently using, right? He's not like, it's stuff that he knows works because he's currently doing it. So that's just like tons of amazing value that he just
Everything you guys are seeing right now, this is not, this isn't like a fake CRM. This is my CRM I'm using to close deals in my business right now, right? These are real leads, real people. Like I didn't create this just for this challenge. Like this is what we do all day, right? So yeah, we're giving away all the secrets today. Hello.
Hi, this is Roseanne.
Hey, Roseanne, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor who's supposed to be calling you right around now. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, so I work all over Colorado. I believe you're in Denver, right?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Cool. So yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and hold, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, I was curious if you knew of anything like that right now.
Not really. Do you? Well, I guess you're the agent who would you be the buyer.
I would be the buyer.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me send you my card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And yeah, Roseanne, let's do a deal.
All right. Sounds good.
Cool. Thanks, Roseanne. Talk to you later.
All right. Sounds good. Bye-bye.
This is Jen.
Hey, Jen, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor who's supposed to be calling you right around now. How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. Yeah. So I work all over Colorado. I believe you're in the Springs now.
Yes.
Awesome. Cool. So yeah, so I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah,
Oh,
I was
I
just
love
curious
that.
to see if you knew of any like that right now.
I don't know of any like that right now, but I don't know if Armando told you, but I am a certified probate specialist.
Oh,
So
perfect.
I've been working with lawyers and getting referrals and stuff like that. So
Love
I will definitely be keeping my eyes out.
Awesome. Love it. Cool. I love probates. We can help out a lot with those. So I just sent you my card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And Jen, let's get a deal.
Absolutely. I love it.
Cool. All right. I love it too, Jen. Let's talk later.
All right. Have a great one.
All right, bye.
Bye.
So there's a few subtle things I'm doing here that I want to like really quickly go over for you guys. So I don't know if you guys are seeing first off that like as soon as they introduce themselves as Jen in the CRM, they're Jen now. They're never Jennifer. I'm never calling them Jennifer. They are now forever Jen for the rest of me talking to them, right? Also, I'm mirroring them. So she said something like, "Oh my God, I love that. Like I can't wait to do business." And I said something like, "I love that too," because I'm repeating back her words to them. This is like subconsciously building rapport. This was never split the difference, which we were talking about earlier. So yeah, there were a few subtle things in that one, right? So yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, probate specialist, that's awesome, right?
Yeah, that's gonna be sick.
Yeah, it's always good, right? Too, when you say like, "Hey, this is what I do," and the agent's like, "Oh, I love that," right? It's like, "Oh, very good. Yes, you know you're doing something right." When the agent's just excited to talk to you.
And just like compare this to direct to seller, you'll never get I love that. I desperately needed someone to buy my house. I don't know if that ever happens when you're cold calling sellers. I don't think that's happened once in anyone's life because they've already been called by everyone and have heard of your solution forever. So yeah. So let's see. Okay, so she's already said she won't be available. I'm gonna call her anyways one time, and then I'm gonna be like, "Oh, just saw your text." Because here she's saying like,
And with the Hope Helps group at Realty.
and I'm just gonna add her. Sometimes I do this. Don't do this often. Don't add people you haven't talked to, but I do it every once in a while when it's just like something like this. It's just too hard to get everyone on a time schedule always.
Yeah. Also, one other tiny thing while Jonah's doing that, something that I just remembered when she introduced herself, I was like, "Oh, hey, this is Jen." So just another quick tidbit: if you guys are like cold calling agents, whereas like Jonah here, there's already had someone who's like done that first contact with him a little bit, so he's kind of going in slightly warmer than some of you might be if you're just cold calling off of a list for the first time. But if someone does answer the phone and say, "Hello, this is so and so," and they give you their name off of a cold call, that tells you that this person is used to being called out of the blue, and it's not like it's not something out of the norm for them. So like they're fine being called, right? And so that usually tells me if I call an agent like, "Hey, this is so and so with EXP or whatever," it's like, okay, that person is an active agent, and they're not weirded out by me calling them. If they just pick up the phone, they go, "Hello," well, then that might be someone who isn't as active or isn't used to getting calls as often or something like that. So there's like other small things you can take note of.
Right.
System 3172.
Hello.
Hello, this is Thomas.
Hey, Thomas. This is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor. Who's supposed to be calling you right around now. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah. So I work all over Colorado, Denver, the Springs, Pueblo, Fort Collins. I think you're in the Springs, no?
Nope, Denver.
Denver. I guess I'm wrong. So yeah, I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I love doing. That's my favorite part about real estate. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve that problem and get you your commission. And yeah, and I was just curious if you knew of any like that right now.
Yeah, I mean, what's your primary exit strategy? You mostly wholesaling?
I do all three pretty evenly, to be honest. It just depends, right? It depends on
It
which.
just seems like everybody says that, and then they all just wholesale.
Mhm. Do you have something against wholesaling?
No, just people call a lot. The conversation starts out this way, and then it seems like most are wholesalers. So I figured I would ask.
Yeah. Like I would say, if I had to put it down percentage wise, I would say probably 30% buy and hold, 20% fix and flip, and 50% wholesaling. So you could say it's more primary, but really it's like 50-50 because what I do is I fix and rent a lot, right?
Yeah.
So but anytime you want to know, like if you want to be like, hey, like, is this gonna be a wholesale for you? Is this gonna be a fix and flip for you? You can totally ask me and I'll just be super honest with you, right? Typically what I do is I'll give an offer. It's a fix and flipping offer or one that I'm like, yeah, I'd probably fix and flip it at that. Then if they're like absolutely not, then I might be like, okay, if I'm negotiating up, it becomes more likely like that I'll wholesale it, right? So that's usually where that comes into play, or just when it's or like if it ends up being like they have foundation issues and I was never told that or something like that. So yeah, that's kind of my business though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. That's my business also.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
So.
What's your main business? Are you mainly an agent? Are you also an investor?
I'm mainly an investor, actually.
Okay.
I do have some retail clients. I tend to have like in a year and probably have like 3 to 5 retail clients.
Okay.
And then I'll probably flip like 8 for myself.
Okay. Do you basically flip all the ones you get that are like investor scenarios and then you retail the other ones?
Most of what I flip, I buy from wholesalers actually.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't do a lot of marketing. I did some, and it just it was a lot of time and money for very little return. I think I didn't have quite the budget for it.
For sure. I getcha. Let's do this. Why don't we just work both angles, right? Like if there's one where you don't want to pick it up, I'll take a look and maybe I'll want to pick it up. If there's one where you don't want to pick it, or I'm sorry, if there's one that I'm wholesaling, I can send it to you. Then we just work both angles. How's that sound?
Sure. Yeah, you can put me on your blast list. I try and work in like a fairly tight area. I don't like to go more than 20 minutes from home.
Okay.
Fix and flip projects because I
If
go to them every day.
If you want to, so what I'll do is I'll text you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours, and then also text me back your buy criteria, and then yeah, I can like throw you to the disposition side of the wholesaling company, and then yeah, we can just work both angles and just make a ton of money.
Making a ton of money is good.
Right.
I do have a flip that I'm closing on it yesterday, and it's like kind of It did fit my schedule and my geography when I put it under contract, but then there was a math remediation that dragged out for like 2 months, and now it kind of is an outlier versus what else I have in inventory. And it's not started yet, so you could throw me a number if you wanted.
Sure. What's the address?
Part with it. 2732 South Meade, Meade Street in Denver.
Okay.
I mean, it seems unlikely, but I don't know. It's like, looks like it would works as a flip for me, so probably works for somebody else. And I was supposed to get it this weekend.
Okay. So sorry,
but I'm getting something else this weekend, so now I got 2 starting at the same time, and it's kind of
okay. So this one
I
is
don't really
one.
like that.
This is so you don't own this one yet. This is one that you like have under contract, or is it more like was about to get under contract, or?
I have the settlement sheet. I'm supposed to send the wire before close of business today.
Okay. Gotcha. So you're about to close on it.
Yeah, I'll have it tomorrow.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So tell me again, because I might have not been able to hear you. Like, what's the reason you want to sell this one instead of flipping it?
I just like I try and group my projects together, and like I'm standing at one right now that's 2 miles from that house, but like then these 2 were going to be going at the same time, 2 miles apart. It was going to be nice and convenient. But then that one, the meth remediation took forever, and they ended up having to tear out a bunch of drywall. Anyway, now I have another one starting in like West Lakewood, also Monday. So then I've got 2 going in lockstep, and that just annoys me when that's going on like that.
Gotcha.
And the one that was close to this property on Meade, like I'm here today. We're probably like 2 weeks from substantially complete. Call the cleaner and the photographer.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, cool. Is it vacant?
So it doesn't overlap with my schedule. It's annoying for my schedule. It doesn't fit my geography, and I had some family stuff come up that I'm busier than expected in the next 2 months. Got to fly to Indiana and help my mom get a shoulder replacement and recover from it. So,
I'm sorry.
Like I can handle it just fine, but it was like that project was supposed to get mostly done in March and April.
Gotcha.
It's supposed to be mostly done by now.
Gotcha. So okay, what's it look like on the inside of Meade? Like, when was the last remodeled? How much work does it need?
It needs the works. It's got 3 bathrooms in there, and they all need to be done. And the kitchen, it needs all windows. Landscaping in front's pretty good, but it needs some in the back. And then full flooring, paint, doors, baseboards. It needs the works.
Okay. Does it need big things like foundation, electrical, roof, anything like that?
It needs new HVAC system.
New HVAC. Okay. Okay.
Panels iffy, but probably okay. Like an older GE panel. The roof should be fine. It's got solar up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the solar paid off, or is it a monthly payment, or?
It's a lease.
Okay, solar lease. Okay. And then when was it like all last remodeled, do you think? You feel like, how old is it in there?
Nah, they just did a meth remediation and stripped out 80 sheets of drywall.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah, you're not saving anything in there.
Okay.
But you're also not demoing much, because that's all gone to the landfill already.
Okay. Okay. And so it has to be vacant, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. What price did you want for it?
Like 420 would be fine.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think
Well,
ARV is low 600s, like 610, 620, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Got 3 bathrooms, one of which could be lock off, 1 bed, 1 bath with a separate entrance. Pretty easy.
cool. Sounds pretty easy. All right. Well, that sounds good. Let me do this. I'll just quickly run my own comps. Do you have any photos?
I've got a few.
Okay. Anyway, are you able to text them, or I just sent you my email, either or, whichever one's easier for you.
When I get back to my desk, I could send some photos.
Awesome. Cool. Well, yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't have much on my phone.
Let me see what I can do. Photos are always helpful. I'll get with my partner and just make sure 420 we can do that. And yeah, I appreciate you sending it over. And yeah, let's see if we can make it work.
Okay. Yeah, there might be. I mean, I think somebody can make those numbers work just fine.
Yeah, it sounds like it for sure. Like if
usually
everything.
buy them pretty conservative, except this stupid one I'm at right now. I just really like the house. It's a pretty house, so I paid too much for it. Stupid.
Yeah, happens. Let me
Hello.
Yeah, I get you. So let me send you my business card, save my info. I'll get back to you on this one either today or tomorrow. And if you can send me photos, that'd be awesome. And yeah, Thomas, it's been great, and I really appreciate you.
Yeah. You get something within 20 minutes of 38th and Kipling on the west side of Denver. That's my area.
Awesome. Cool. Well, yeah, text me that too. Text me your buy criteria just so I can, because I'm going to send you also to the disposition side of my company, of the wholesale company. So text me that over. We're going to make a lot of money. I can tell.
It's a good plan.
Good plan, right? All right,
Yeah.
Thomas, I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Yeah.
Bye. Well, that could be a deal.
Yeah.
That's probably, if his numbers are right, that's a deal.
Yeah.
Most likely. So I'm gonna sit down.
And it sounds like, yeah, that was great. That was a great lead, right? Again, when we talked about this a little bit yesterday, where people are like, oh, how do I start finding buyers? And it's just like, or they're like, hey, should I start on the disposition side or the acquisition side? I always tell people, like, start on the acquisition side. And if you just have enough conversations, well, one, you want to start on the acquisition side because like you want to have something actually tangible that you're able to sell is what I would say, right? Like if you spend a month creating a buyer's list, then at the end of that month, you still don't have anything that you can make money with right away. But so like start on the acquisition side, but then too, it's just like, as you're calling agents and things like that, you'll just naturally come across some dispositions opportunities. And I love the phrase that you said, it's like, hey, why don't we work it both ways? Right. And so you found a buyer, but then you also found a supplier, and it sounds like he's getting deals on the regular. So there's a potential that I think you're being real and you're like, yeah, we could make a bunch of money together. It's like, I think you guys could, I think he'll probably be a repeat performer for you.
Yeah, that could be a really good one. Here's the thing, like I always do this. I might have to check Privy. Privy might be better on this because I think unless he's completely, because I'm just doing some comps right now. Unless he completely is off his numbers, which I don't think he could be right on his numbers if there's a basement. It's the thing with Denver. There's always like basements and stuff. But yeah, in terms of the call though, guys, we went from, are you a wholesaler? It seems like everyone who calls me is a wholesaler to, hey man, it'd be really nice not to have to flip this fucking house. Maybe you'll just fucking buy it. I have to close on this today. I got my mom's shoulder surgery. Like, I'd rather just make, I bet I'm going to see it closed for like $390 or something. Right. And like in his head, he's like, dude, I'll just make 20 grand on this one. Fuck it. And like move on, you know? So yeah.
Yeah. And that was great too. Cause you could tell that he was somewhat savvy with wholesaling. I was actually surprised when he said he was a wholesaler, but you knew he was at least savvy because he's like, okay, well, what is your primary exit strategy? And you can tell he had experience with that before, and he's digging into it. And I actually like the question that Jonah responded with. It's like, well, do you have anything against wholesaling? And he's like, well, no, right? And Like that was good. It was just he just wanted you to be transparent, and then you were transparent, which probably set you apart from a lot of the other guys that weren't transparent, and he found out later and got annoyed with.
Right.
You're just like, all right, yeah, let's start working on something like that I have right now.
Yeah. I think his ARV is a little high, right? I don't know about 620, but anyways, do you guys want to see a little bit of comping? If like, I don't know how much you guys want to turn this into a comping thing. Let's because it's 1673. He said there's no basement.
Yeah.
So
we can definitely do at least one comp. I'm gonna go grab some more water real quick. BRB.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just do a comp. Why not? Privy is a great platform, guys, by the way. If you guys want a discount code, I have a discount code for Privy because I'm pretty good friends with the owner, Benson. If you guys ever want a discount on Privy, let me know. It's an awesome software for figuring out comps and stuff like that most of the time when it's not loading. So like it just gives me like generally what it thinks the comps are, right? This is the one I was looking at, like 581. What's up with this one? Oh, this was a flip too. What is it? Does it have a big lot size? Why is this why did this sell for so much? Hold on. It's 0.14 acre size. Ours is, I think, smaller. 0.14 acres into square feet. I always forget. It's about the same lot size ish. Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. Yeah, I mean, I would go with more like 580 than like. Doesn't give us many photos. Let's see what these houses look like. These are all pretty old too. I don't like how they all sold in May of last year. I'd rather get one like this. This is all that's finding, you know. I'm gonna increase it a little bit. Oh, hold on. You can do all this cool stuff with it, which is nice. Oh, Jesus. That was a really weird drawing, but now it'll give me all the comps in that area. I should like zoom out. That'll probably be better. Hold on. Fuck. I did not win at drawing in school, guys. I'm just curious if it has any comps in that area. I don't want to go past these. It's kind of weird. They have nothing. You got nothing in this area below it either. That's hard to comp. I feel like 581 is the most I could argue for. Because like everything has like a basement. That's what all these 2,200 square feet ones are. Like to rate to get 620, it needs to be like, so ours is 1673.
Jonah, can you say the address again, just so I can look it up on Zillow as well?
2732 South Mead Street, Denver. This is a hard one. I feel like 580 is a very conservative ARV, and like maybe I could push 600, maybe. I don't think 620 is reasonable, just from what I'm seeing. Like everything that's 620 is like 2,500 square feet. You know, there's some 1900s that hit like 630, 610, but nothing like. I'm like kind of going out there a little, like farther than I'd want to go. They're all like over 2,000 square feet. So what's great is what I love about it also is he's an investor. So I can be like, hey man, where are you getting your comps from? How did you come up with this? Okay, how the hell did this sell for 664,000? This is just a random rarity, I feel like. Yeah, this one's a hard one. And I'm crossing streets I don't like crossing. I don't like how everything up here all of a sudden got way better. I feel like everything below West Yale is gonna be more like this because it's right here. So maybe if it was over here, but there's something changing, like school districts are probably changing or something like that. That's why there's like a 610 here. Like I would probably say 600 over this one. This one is the best comp I could get because it's slightly smaller. So I feel like I'd be 600 conservatively. So if I could convince a buyer of 600, it's right on the razor's edge, I feel like. And if it's really full cosmetic, it might still work as a deal. So
did you see what he bought it for?
Not yet. He's wiring today is what he said.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So I might wait a day.
Yeah.
What I'm probably gonna do. Here's what I'm probably. Yeah, actually, this is definitely what I'm gonna do. So here's the game plan, just for everyone to know. I'm 100% gonna just be like, look, 420 is right on the razor's edge for me, too close for me to feel comfortable. This one is like actually exactly what I was talking about when I would wholesale it. How would you feel about me wholesaling this one at 420? I just think it's right at the razor's edge. For me to flip it, I'd probably be like, and then I'm going to just say whatever he bought it for, right? And then I think he's cool enough. I get the vibe he's cool enough with wholesaling that it's very likely he'd be like, fuck it. I'll give you like 4 days or something. Be like, cool, man, thanks. Appreciate it. And then I got like a new relationship. That's what I'm going to do because I think 420 right there, it's like we'll see what it looks like on the inside. I feel like let's say like worst case scenario, let's say people are more like 580, then I'll be like, look, here's what we got. You down for a price renegotiation or you just want to do the flip, right? And then I'm just keeping it cool, keeping it honest, right, with him. And so yeah, it'd be a good one. I think that one will end up being a deal at some point. I won't tell him that right now. I'll tell him that over the phone.
Okay. All right. I'm done with the intro calls. We're going to start giving out, we're going to do some of these deals that I think my dispo was getting back to me. So now we'll get to like the follow-ups. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. So if you can do like a quick Q&A, Luke,
Yeah.
I'll go to the bathroom real quick.
All right. Okay, so if you guys have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat so that way we can take a quick look at them. I do have a couple of questions. All right, so looks like a couple of these are Jonah specific, so fun that he's gone, but we'll answer what we can. So Nicole asked, do you keep your contacts separated in smart lists by area or state? So I know we talked about this yesterday for Jonah in particular, that because he owns Simple Send, he actually is just when he goes to different states, he will actually just have different like sub accounts for those particular states. So a little bit more difficult for you guys to replicate. If you guys wanted to do the exact same thing, you just have to pay for 2 different accounts. I don't think that's going to be necessary. You could just keep track of it by the tags. So you can tag by state and then like specific areas within states if you need to. And then you just group your smart lists or your smart views by those tags if you're using Simple Send. So hopefully that helps with what he's doing and how you could potentially replicate it without needing to have 2 different accounts for that. One question is, what does your text look like to schedule a call with an agent? That's actually great. I would love to see what Jonah is having his VAs do. So we'll just wait for Jonah to do that. A couple of questions potentially that we could answer from like previous days or previous questions that people have asked. Do you need a website to start wholesaling? You guys may have seen in one of the earlier calls, an agent asked if he had a website or something like that. If you guys want to have a website, you totally could make one, but you definitely do not need a website to wholesale. There's probably tons and tons of fix and flippers out there who do not have websites, right? Because their job isn't to be like their job isn't website design, their job is just fixing and flipping. So it's like, yeah, it's totally fine to say, yeah, I don't have a website. I'm just, I buy properties. I don't develop websites, that's fine. Another one along the same vein is, do you need an LLC to start wholesaling? This is a question that we get in particular from newer people who are just starting to get into wholesaling. The answer is no, you do not need a website, you do not need an LLC to start wholesaling, just like you don't need a website to start wholesaling. However, an LLC will help you at some point down the road, specifically with like tax stuff. So at some point down the road, if you want to get an LLC, it also help with like liability stuff. So that way your LLC is the one that's getting the property under contract and not you as an individual. So if at some point down the line you would like to get an LLC, I would recommend it. It's definitely not something you need to get started in wholesaling. So I don't feel like you have to have one. You can always just get a property under contract using your personal name instead. But yeah, at some point I'd probably recommend it. And in most places, like filling out an LLC and stuff on your own is not too difficult. You're typically just going to go to like your like county website or something like that and register it there. There are certain companies that can help you do the LLC if you would like. For example, I know like Prime Corporate Services is one that we recommend and that we use if we're doing like an LLC or taxes or things like that. So you guys can definitely check out Prime Corporate Services if you want help with LLCs and that sort of stuff. Let's see. Will this be recorded? Yeah, we already mentioned that in the chat. Yes, this is going to be recorded. So if you missed part of it or you have to hop off a little bit early, obviously we'd love for you guys to stay the whole time. But if you can't be here, no worries. Yes, this is going to be recorded. What?
You get a prize if you stay the whole time.
That's right. Yes, you totally. Yes. Yeah. Some of you guys probably got Jonah's script and you're like, that's all the prize I need. But if you stay longer, then you will get even more value from Jonah.
Tonight, it's gonna be. I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the day. Today's prize I can only give to one person. It's not like yesterday where I give everyone who was here the prize. So you guys got to be commenting in the chat. Like whoever I see commenting a lot in the chat, and I've been paying attention. I'm just gonna choose someone and be like, "You're the lucky person to get this prize." It's a one thing. This is like a pretty. It's not like just like a link like yesterday. So it'll be good.
Yeah. Who was the one who was asking for the scraper? Was that Eric? Yeah. So who knows? Who knows?
Might be the scraper. Who knows? It's gonna be a good prize though. It'll be like it'll be one that'll help out a decent amount. So
yeah, I'm
all right, cool. Let's get to the fun part of the day, right? We've been doing our intro calls, which is great. You should always do your intro calls. Don't get like caught up. But let's get to like our leads. Oh, except someone's calling me right now, so this might be another intro call. Because I think, yeah, this will be. So one more intro call.
Call from Amanda and press any key.
Hello.
Hi, is this Jonah?
Hey, Amanda. How are you?
Hi, good. Sorry, I totally failed you the other day.
It's all right. It happens.
Had a client that cropped up with like 3 houses that she had to see right now. I'm like, okay. And then I just totally spaced our call. So
Gotcha. Are any of those
I don't typically do that.
are any of those fixers, those houses?
They're not, I wouldn't call them fixers. I do have one in Palmer Lake, like it's cosmetic only. If you really want to go the extra mile, you turn the detached 2-car garage in the backyard into an ADU.
Right.
I'm gonna sell it. I'm looking to sell it for $1 million or just over, like maybe $1.05 million.
Okay.
But there aren't any good comps for
Yeah.
what I want to list it at and for what I think it would be worth if you were to add the ADU. It was built in early 2000.
So are you the seller?
Ballpark was upstairs.
Are you the seller?
I'm the listing agent.
Oh, you're the listing agent. For some reason, it sounded like you were the seller. That's what I was hearing, but never mind.
Yeah, no. I will be listing it, and I believe it's worth somewhere between $1 million and $1 million, like right just over $1 million is what we're aiming to get.
What is
So,
what's the reason they're selling the place?
she's downsizing.
Okay. Yeah. That one.
It's an amazing. Yeah, it's an amazing layout, but it's only cosmetic.
So that's probably not for me because it's just super cosmetic. She's just downsizing. That's probably not for me. What I would be good for these scenarios. So I'd be good when, like I do everything. I do buy and holds, fix and flipping, wholesaling. I've done an Airbnb before, but what I do better than anybody else is solve sellers' problems. That's what I'm really good at. That's what I love doing. So if you ever come across one where it's about to be foreclosed on, no equity, hoarder scenario, whatever it might be, my goal is to be the tool in your tool belt that you use to solve those problems and get you your commission. So yeah, I was just curious to see if you knew of any like that right now.
I do not.
Okay.
So,
Gotcha.
this one that's cosmetic, and it's not even a hell of a lot of cosmetic, but I think if there are 2 homes in the neighborhood next door, both listed at 1.3, and I think if they sell, whatever they sell for would then be what our house would be worth.
Yeah.
Fully fixed up.
Let's do this. I'm going to send you my business card. Save my info. I'll save yours. And yeah, Amanda, let's just get a deal in the future.
Yeah, we'll see what happens for sure.
Cool. Thanks, Amanda. I'll talk to you later.
You bet. Have a great day.
Bye. Okay. There's just one more thrown in there. This guy also just called me back. We're going to call him back, and then we're going to get to the leads and do the fun part of the day. Where like you guys see me do all my negotiating and all that stuff.
calling. I apologize that I'm not.
Okay. All right, let's go to these. All right, let's go through these leads. Hopefully I don't lag out. I'm gonna try to make it where I don't lag out on you guys. Heyo. Nice. Oh wait, and even better. Look at that. Everyone claps for Cody. Golf clap. I was comping this already. We'll just wait till tomorrow. Okay.
Hey, Jonah.
Hey, Grant. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Doing good. I just want to make sure you saw that I signed the buyer broker agreement.
Yeah, I'm out of the office right now, but when I get back, I'll email you all the particulars.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Excited to see him.
Thank you. All righty.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
This one I think is going to be a deal. Like this one, like we're going to submit an offer and get it tomorrow. Because this one's this is going to be like one of the easiest ones ever. And I'll tell you guys why. He's not representing the sellers in this one, but they don't have an agent, but they like him, but they refuse to sign a listing agreement with him. So because of that, in the end, he's representing me, which is good, which makes life easier for me. It means it means like it's more like he's working for me and what I need to make happen. So I like that one. That one, I just need him to give me the info. Oh yeah, this is someone I was just trying to. Yeah, we'll skip that for now. That's not someone really. Okay, I think Eric got back to me with his opinion on it. Oh, he already did this. Hello.
Hey, Jonah.
Hey, Wendy. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's going on?
Yeah, I just wanted to see because I feel like, you never know unless you shoot, right? You never make the shots you don't take. I talked to my partner. He said, yeah, like 1.2 would be like our max. But I want to at least I understand not doing the written if they're super like against it, but I feel like it'd be worth it to at least just verbally be like, hey, don't know if you take this or not, but have an investor. You could do 1.2. Is it possible to make work? And then maybe they'll say no, but like I feel like it would at least be worth the call, don't you think?
Well, so as I said, I know this property so intimately, it's crazy. And I'm like, it would be like one of the crowning moments of my life if I would sell this particular property. Like, it's just killing me that I worked so hard and I didn't get the sale. So I know the agent, as I said, we have become so close. We are like, friends and see each other. It's just crazy. So I know that at one point she would have taken 1275. The problem is that the woman's in a reverse mortgage. This is all she's going to get out of her entire life. So I mean, that's it. And so she, that's the way that's the way it works. So I don't think she'd go lower than 1275. And I don't even know if she'd take that. But as I said, so we had it under contract. We had it appraised at 1.4. So we know it's worth, that's where the appraisal is. But now that but it was, when we got it under contract, it was at 1.5. But then the appraisal came in at 1.4 and it muddied the waters. So we didn't get it. So then we held it up for this woman for such a long time. She is royally upset, obviously. So now what they did was, knowing that the appraisal was 1.4, they came in at 1.425, and they've only been on the market 1.425 for a very short period of time. So to go to 1.2, I don't know. But are you a cash buyer?
It would be, yeah. I mean, it'd be hard money, but yes, essentially cash, more or less.
I mean, a quick closing.
Could be a quick closing if that makes a difference. Like, it could be 2 weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Let me talk to her.
Let's just try it. Like I'm not expecting it fully, but I just want to gun for it.
As I said, I can. Yeah. If anyone can put it out there and just tell her again, she's going to die when I just even bring up anything. But I will tell her and just say, look, if you come down to that 1.2, I have a buyer. And so I will ask them, I will put it out there. I have no problem doing that. As I said, I know her very well, and I feel like I can ask her anything, and she just knows that I'm just going to do that. So I'm happy to do that for you. Okay.
Thank you. I really appreciate you. Thanks. And then wait, one other question too.
No worries.
Do you do you know how much the reverse mortgage is? Like, how much is the balance on that?
Yeah, I do. So it goes up $160 a day. So even since our closing, it's probably up to $900 now.
Yeah, because like the thing also to think about, I mean, if it's going up,
and then she has to pay. Yeah, it's going up. Yeah, but then she's got to pay the title insurance and the commissions.
So I would pay. So let me do this. I'm gonna send you, because I'll pay the title insurance. I'll pay the closing costs.
Okay.
So let me here.
Closing costs, but that's fine. That's fine. I can tell her that. I can tell her that. But that's fine. If you want to put it in an email to me, that also.
I was gonna. Is it okay if I text it?
Pardon?
Is it okay if I text it?
Well, you know what? Put it in an email, because then I can send it over to her. Text.
Can you
just put it in an email would be better.
What's your email?
So it's wdaniel at sliferfrontrange.com. SLIFER. Sliferfrontrange.com.
FLI. Say that again.
FER.
FER.
FLIFER.
Okay.
Sliferfrontrange.com.
Front.
Perfect.
Range.com. Okay. Hopefully I wrote that down right. I'll send you an email with what would be in the offer at least. I think we should try.
Right, and maybe proof of funds.
Yeah.
Proof of funds and 2-week close.
Sure. Yeah, I'll email it. I'll email what I email you for an offer, like an offer we'd write up.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if the reverse mortgage, she's gonna keep losing money every single day it doesn't sell, right? So.
Well, that's what happened. That's why she's so upset, because we were under contract for 3 months. It was ridiculous. And she's had it on the market for over a year. So yes, she's losing it every day, but she also, wanted to get a certain amount, and then when the appraisal fell through, it just muddied everything.
Okay. All right. Then, yep, I'm going to do
Okay.
that.
All
I'll
right.
email it to you now. And Wendy,
Okay.
I appreciate you. You're awesome.
Okay. Okay, you too. Thanks, Joan. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I love it, right? And to put, well, obviously we haven't heard some of the earlier calls, right? But you will run into situations. We talked a little bit about this, that agents are sometimes competing for listings or doing whatever, right? So sometimes agents will promise things that are not going to happen in some cases, or harder to happen, or like an agent in this case may have been like, yeah, we'll be able to get you 1.5 or whatever, and then it didn't end up happening, and so then the agents are sometimes all of a sudden they start getting these low ball off, what they call low ball offers, but are really just like what the market value is, and then they're too embarrassed to actually go present those offers because they promised too much, right? So the first objection that Jonah had to overcome was the fact that the lady didn't necessarily want to. It seemed like she didn't want to present it at first, right? Where Jonah was just like, hey, well, don't you think it would be worth a call, right? And then this lady goes into like, oh, it's going to be my crowning achievement if I can sell this house or whatever, right? And eventually she does come to the conclusion like, yeah, you know what, we have a good enough relationship that I can just put it out there. And here's the thing: is sometimes you guys will have to coach and right, like it sounds like there's two agents involved in this transaction, Jonah. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, so there's a listing agent and then there's his agent. So again, right, because there's multiple agents in this transaction, it is going to be harder for Jonah to negotiate, right? Because now he has to negotiate through his agent, and then that agent has to go present that to the listing agent, and then that agent has to go present it to the seller. Much more difficult. It can still be done though, right? And it usually just means that you have to train your agent a little bit or ask your agent to position things in a certain way.
Yeah. Yeah, so like the reason, because like you guys have been hearing me all day being like, I don't do on markets where it's not through the listing agent. She's so intimately involved with this whole situation that to me it's very close to, she understands what's going on at this point. I mean, it's a long shot, right? That's what it sounds like, but look, it's a ticking time bomb. We're at, where were we? Hold on. Am I showing right now? We're at 174 days on the market, right? That's a long time. With a reverse mortgage, which means she's losing money every single day this thing doesn't sell, right? It's been 1.5 forever. She's now finally starting to be like, fuck, screw it. We'll price drop. Literally 8 days ago, as of 8 days ago, right? She had pending sale, pending sale, pending sale. She had a pending sale at 1.8.
Woof.
So she's gone down for like almost 400,000. So in the seller's mind is like, screw me. Like she doesn't like she's gone down. If she accepts my offer, she'll have gone down 600,000 from what she thought she would be able to get. Right. So it's a lot of work. That's a long time at doing it. Jonah, are you paying this commission? No, probably the seller will. I mean, when NAR happens, I'll pay it. But as of right now, here's the thing that people don't understand. The seller always pays the commission. Even if I'm paying the commission, all that means is that now I give a lower offer. So no matter what, the seller pays the commission because my numbers are my numbers, right? So anyways.
Yeah, I think that question from Scott was specifically the one where the agent is representing you, but not the seller because the seller doesn't want to sign a listing agreement.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a long shot, but we'll see what happens, Okay. Keep going. Hey, Janice.
Hello.
Hey, Janice, it's Jonah.
Oh, hey, Jonah.
Hey,
Yeah,
it was,
you're
what
on
did
my
I,
list for today.
awesome.
I did talk to her this morning. She's not ready to commit, so she doesn't want to
Okay.
do anything until she gets here next week. She gets here on Wednesday. I meet with her on Friday. And so
Okay.
she's just not ready to commit.
Okay. She said until she arrives. So maybe I follow up Friday.
Yes, definitely. My meeting with her is in the app. Let me see if it's on my phone. Hold on. I'm thinking it's at 2 or 4. Let's see. Calendar. 26.
Okay.
It's
That's fine.
at 2 p.m. Yeah, I meet
Okay.
with her at 2.
Then Friday I'll call at 2 p.m. and yeah, let's see if we can make something work. You never know.
Okay. All righty.
Thanks, Janice.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Sometimes it's just like that, you know? Sellers are going to be sellers.
The thing, yeah, the thing I would just emphasize from that call again is, oh, sorry, Jenna, is that you always want to be as the buyer, you want to be the one setting the time frame.
Right. That's why I'm like, okay, so Friday? And she's like, yep,
Yes.
call me Friday.
Yep. Yeah. And that was exactly. Yep. That was perfect. Because if you just hadn't said anything, then who knows when she would have called, if she would have called, but you're the one driving like when that's going to happen. So that was perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a simple one, you know? Only so much you can do.
Trying to reach is not available.
This is Ashley.
Hey, Ashley, it's Jonah. How are you doing?
I'm okay, but I'm not available, and you just double called me, so it bypassed my do not disturb. So I
Oh,
can't
sorry.
talk right now.
Okay, we'll talk later then.
Thanks.
And that's why you double dial, though. That's why you double dial.
That is so funny because I don't even know if you actually meant to double dial because I started talking, so you just hung up. But yeah, that is a perfect example of like double dialing does get you past the do not disturb, but like some people don't like that, I guess.
It's fine. I mean, she's like, if you just text me back, I won't call you. Like, I didn't know it did that, to be honest. I just know I get my calls answered more when I double dial.
Yeah. It goes past the do not disturb if you double dial. Yeah. That's great reason to do it.
The more you learn, you know? What are we doing here? This one, yeah, this one's like kind of hard. She's doing showings. It's not even close to a price that I want for it anyways. Okay.
Hey, Jonah, how's it going?
Hey, Guinevere, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. Yeah, I wanted to obviously get back to you because A, I'm trying to build a relationship with you, and B, just because like I want you to know that anything you ever send me, I'm always working on it. Whether so for Eastmore Drive, the apartment, right? And I totally get it if this like doesn't work for them, but I want to give the offer because A, I'm trying to build the relationship, and B, because I want to. But I'd probably be in the mid twos. Now I don't know if that's possible or not. They'd save on the closing costs. They save on the 3% because I'm coming in unrepresented, and I could close very quickly. But yeah, I don't know. Is it possible to make that work?
No, she bought it for $254 in 2017.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah,
yeah, that number isn't going to work. So what I can tell you is, so I've noticed talking to some other people that when everybody's ran their own comps, they've just plugged in the community, and as a result, not all the comps in the actual community are popping up because the agents that entered those didn't put the subdivisions in correctly. So there, that 450 comp, that's 300 square feet larger that I have in my comps, is actually in the community. If you did miss that, with that one and the 420, I feel confident your ARV is at least 400 and could go up to 410. And as far as the client,
I had ARV at 390 to 400, so it's not like our ARVs are terribly off, right?
Okay, cool.
The
Are you
main
thinking of there's more work involved
well, so
than what I'm thinking?
So here's how I break down the numbers, right? So let's say it's sold for 400, right? So I'm gonna take out my holding costs, the agent fees, and closing costs on both sides and all that. Probably at 364-ish. It's 1,600 square feet, so a full cosmetic there. Guesstimating it's probably 40 to 50K. Average, I'll just put 45K, right? And then want to make usually 10% to 15%. So maybe I could go higher. Probably I'll talk to my partner because my partner does the numbers. I probably would say that we could probably go higher twos, maybe like 260, 270. But and like with the photos and stuff, we could talk about it, but it wouldn't be higher than 3, right? Because at that point it gets close, and with flips you always want to be making like a minimum of 10% because otherwise it'll get to the point where if something goes wrong, that's how you lose money, is if you don't stick to that. So yeah, I have a feeling I'm like, to be more precise with the number, I'd probably be at probably 260 to 270. So like mid high twos is probably where I would be at. That's like a little break of the numbers, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
For an investor.
Unfortunately, that's not going to put enough in her pocket to afford to move.
Yeah. And you said it was financeable, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So the 450 comp we have closed FHA, and then the 420 closed VA. So your appraisal value is right there. Those are great. And then the other thing too that I noticed talking to some of my other cats is everybody keeps focusing on the 350s and the 320s in that community, but those are walk-ups. Those are second floor units that have exterior walk-up only with exposed stairs and don't have attached garages and all of that. So that's why that's where I'm seeing more. That's part of why I'm seeing a little bit more value. And then the condition, if you guys are able to see it, I think you're going to be blown away by the condition. Truly.
Yeah.
It's because it's barely like I put in that PDF. It's the same condition as in 17 when she purchased, minus the standard wear and tear. It was just her mom. She and her mom had lived there. So the only thing you're really dealing with is kitty cats.
Yeah. I agree with you, by the way, on the value in the sense that I think it's 390 to 400. I don't think it's 350. I noticed what you were saying. So we
You
agree
just need
there.
your margins. Yeah.
I just,
Yeah.
yeah,
You just need
you
your
need to-
margins. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
I can't.
I would,
She can't afford that.
I get it. I get it. Look, I just wanted to do it because I'm trying to build the relationship with you, right? Why not,
Yeah. Totally.
why not put it on the market? Because maybe an end buyer could pay more.
Well, that's what I just talked to her about that.
Yeah.
You know, a little lipstick, and we could absolutely put it up on the market. And definitely ask for more. We can totally do it. She just doesn't want to have to deal with the showings and all of that. And she's got the kitty cats, and she's partially disabled and on a cane. So it's just, you know, the craze of the open market is part of the reason why she's willing to take so much less and just get out and move on. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't think there's
But I
any
hear it all the way around.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk to her,
If there was a chance, if there was a chance that you could get to 300, I won't take commission if it. And I explained that to her too. It's about that she needs to be able to walk away with what she needs to live. And what I can do on my end is just waive my commission, and I'm more than happy to do that to help her out.
I
And
think
if we
it'll
can get to 300, then I can do that.
I think it'll just be too high. Like honestly, if I were her, like if she's not willing, like I mean, I'm assuming every investor is around where I'm around ish. I'm assuming.
I haven't had let's see. I haven't had anybody that low yet. I've had everybody come in the high twos. Anybody that's quoted me anything has said high twos.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I mean,
I'm taking that as 285 up, and
high twos. Anyway, sorry, keep
But
going.
I don't have anything in hand. So, I don't have anything in hand. But what kind of helped me with the pricing too was I saw 2 of those walk-up units closed for cash and were investor buy. I confirmed those. They're in the process of flipping those or clean them up for rentals. And those are smaller and walk-ups, and those closed at 295 was the lowest I saw there.
Yeah.
So that's kind of part, you know, just so you know, that's kind of what's swimming in my head too. And what I've shown the client. So, but
Probably.
I mean, I get it. Absolutely.
Yeah. I just feel like that's where I would be at. But yeah, I feel like she should put it on the market if she wants more money than high twos in my head could be like something like what I gave, which is like 260 to 270 up to the person, right?
Yeah.
But
let's
do this. I'll keep up with you. I'll follow up in a week, see if see what you guys decided. Keep me in mind if she starts being like, hey, I might take an offer below 3, call me back. Because you know, it's not like if it was below 3, I can like work my partner a little bit, but I just know there's no shot at 3. I just already know just based on so yeah.
Understand. Yeah. Well, I'll let you know how tomorrow goes and beyond, and what we have to work with.
Cool.
We'll see.
Whenever. I appreciate you. Let's talk soon.
Okay. Sounds great. Thank you so much, Jonah. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too, bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, boom, baby. I think there's a lot of good stuff in there. Also, real quick, Cody was like, "Oh wow!" So because apparently the agent said that some of those agents must have fat fingered what it sold for or something. I don't know, right? Yes, that. Oh wow! So when we're yes. So
what does
that
prices mean?
So there is a chance, right? Like when an agent goes to say what a property sold for on the MLS or something like that, there's a chance that they input it wrong. That almost never happens, but something like sometimes that could happen. So I wouldn't worry about that too often, but every once in a while, if you happen to see like, this is why you like, typically we don't want to just go off one comp, or if there's something that's like a crazy outlier or something like that, you want to just like be careful with it. But it's not like that happens too often where the information is just wrong. I guess it could depend a little bit on the state and the county. Some places are better with records than others. So real quick, going back to Jonah's call. So something that I think he did really well is he's willing to walk away. And I think for some of us, that's hard, because especially if you're getting into it, or let's say it's been a little bit since you've done your last deal, you can come across as desperate. You can come across as like, I need the deal. I want the deal, right? And desperation stinks, right? Like people can see when you're desperate. They can almost smell it. Like it doesn't come across well, and you will never negotiate your best if you have a scarcity mentality. Right. So if you're coming across like, this is the only deal out there, I've made 100 calls and this is the only one. Like if you're negotiating from a scarcity mindset, your negotiations will not do well. And so the fact that Jonah is just willing to say like, well, 300 is not going to work. I'm willing to walk. Let me know if anything changes. It's like, that's an abundance mindset that Jonah has, because he knows like, okay, well, if I don't get this deal, like there's going to be more deals. There's going to be another one. Like, it's like, you don't have to like have an abundance mindset. So I just wanted to mention that real quick, because that, I think sometimes it's hard for us to have that, but don't be desperate. Don't have a scarcity mindset, have an abundance mindset. Easier said than done, I guess. But just to break down some of the things, I don't know, Jonah, if you were like consciously doing this or not, but it was really well done. So first thing that Jonah does is he gives an emotional anchor, which is where he doesn't give a price range, but he's like emotionally setting the expectation that, hey, I'm going to be lower than probably what you're thinking. And then after that, he gives a numerical anchor in the form of a price range, right? So again, it's like by doing that like series of anchors, she's not necessarily upset, because sometimes if you just come in with like a low ball offer, people freak out, right? But the fact that he's doing these anchors and he's not giving a specific price, he's giving more of a range, right? And then after he does that, he asks a question. It's like, hey, do you think we could make that work? Or is that something the seller's willing to entertain, right? So there's like, this is very well processed. And then after that, she goes into her thing. She talks about ARV. Oh, Jonah, did you want to say something real quick?
No, I'm just letting you know, definitely conscious. I'm definitely consciously, I'm setting her expectations is another way of saying what you just said, anchoring it. Like, I'm just making sure, again, like we're not ruining the relationship over this offer. We're still going to do more deals. Like, it's okay that I'm not where you need the seller to be. Right. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then after that, right? Like she's the one who brings up ARVs, right? But if she hadn't, it's fine to be like, okay, yeah, let's talk about ARV and see if there's a difference there, right? Because maybe the agent thinks it's way higher than you, and then you can go back and forth. But actually, they're fairly close on ARVs, like maybe 10, 20K off, like not that far off on ARV. So then it's like, then Jonah can then break down his numbers and be like, okay, like breaking down the numbers, it's easy to see why I can't be over 300, right? Like if ARV's 400 on a good day, like I can't be paying over 75% for this house, right? Because and then he breaks it down, right? Like I gotta look at closing costs and agent fees on the back end. Then I have rehab costs that are going to be factored into this, right? And then there's potentially like holding costs that are going to be factored into this. And then I still got to make a profit, right? And so like you can walk them back through their numbers so they can see that you're not just pulling a number. And then after that, then there's a little bit of give. Hey, here's my second price range. Maybe we can come up a little bit. Can you go give that to the seller and see what they think, right?
Also, I want to talk about Janae's comment, because her price isn't bad. This house doesn't need that much work. If they listed it, an end buyer could easily take it for 325 to 350, right? Based on what she's saying, it's a very cosmetic rehab, right? The reason why I was offering on this is because she's trying to do it off market. There's her cats, it'd be more convenient, yada, yada, yada. So I'm like, okay, I mean, I will offer. And that's why I was telling her, it's like, why not put this on the market? Like you will, just end buyers won't be able to get that, right? Like an end buyer could do that price potentially. I won't be able to do it because I'm not just going to live in this thing. I need to be able to make money, right? And that's what everyone needs to be able to do as an investor, right? So, Yeah. So like in her head, she's not wrong that it could sell for 325 to 350. That's not actually inaccurate. But for an investor, it won't sell for that, right?
Yes.
That's why you hear me a lot of times being like, I like the ugly houses. I don't want to do I don't like I'm like, yeah, if it's cosmetic and I don't even offer on really full cosmetics with no motivation. She has some motivation. If she didn't have that motivation, I'd be like, there's no point, because you could get 325 or 350. I'm gonna have to be at 290 or 280 or 270, right? So
yeah, exactly, right? Like if she wants something that's convenient and easy and quick, and the thing is if she wants that, there's a price that comes with convenience. Like you have to pay for convenience and ease and speed, right? Like, so if she actually wants those three things, then she's going to have to accept that those three things are going to come with a cost. If she doesn't want to pay that cost, well, then she's going to have to accept that she's not going to have speed and convenience and ease. There's going to be additional things that she's going to have to do, right? And so that's the thing that you have to present them. Like, hey, what is really most important to you? And that's why Jonah focuses a lot on motivation, because if someone's actually motivated, well, then the money is not so much the factor. It's more of the convenience, speed, ease, whatever it is, right? Yeah. And the thing that was interesting to me is the fact that the agent said, well, there's lots of interesting things, but it was also interesting to me that the agent said that she was willing to waive her commission. So
yeah,
I don't know. That might be something like if she's waiving commission. I don't know. I think you could give it enough time. I think you'd be able to get that in the 285 range.
yeah, it's just going to take some time, right? And I think it'll have to go on the market first. Like, I think they will go on market. I don't know. Like, I'm going to make this sooner. I want to see how the showings went and see if she gets any offers in hand, right? Because, yeah, my dispo thinks we could sell for 280 to 290 probably. And so they might just get an offer at 280 to 290 because of the investors. So I don't know. We'll just see what happens with that one. It'll be a harder one, but you never know, right? Okay. So
the other thing real quick, Jonas, she said, hey, I got people saying that they would buy it for high twos, which I interpreted to mean 285. The fact that she threw out that 285 number and that she didn't actually get that. And then she's like, well, I don't actually have any offers in hand, but they said high twos. But to me, that makes me think the fact that she put out 285, I actually think that's closer to their bottom. I don't think it's the 300.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's possible. That's why I kind of left her with like, look, probably what I should have done is be like, instead of passively, I was kind of passive about it, where I was like, hey, you should just let me know if they're ever below 300. I should be like, hey, ask the seller if they're willing to go below. Hey, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to text her that, because I'm going to text her that right now. But she should just, because I don't think any investor will be above that. So they might as well not waste their time. Wait, where?
And in some cases, what I like to do if I'm talking to agents and just asking them to present an offer, just be like, hey, let the seller know that, I was originally coming in at like this 260 number or whatever number you want to put, but you convinced me to come up to the 270 or the 2 whatever, right? And the reason why I do that is because I want the agent to present an anchor to the seller. I don't want their first number that they hear to actually be my offer number. I want them to also hear the anchor number. So sometimes I'll ask the agent to present that as well, just so that the seller knows there's already been some negotiations that have happened. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But
Yeah, I'm going to follow up with her Monday because I just want to see a few things. I'm going to just do this. I'm going to give her like a smiley face. Not that smiley face.
Yeah. That's that. First offer in hand. There we go. Boom, baby.
Yeah, doesn't hurt. Okay. Okay, we're done with Guinevere. Let's go to these other people. I talked to them 2 days ago.
Madison and Company Properties. I'm unavailable to take your call, but if you leave a voicemail, I will return your call as soon as possible. Company Properties. I'm unavailable to take your.
Okay. Okay. Follow up tomorrow. Okay, this one I was already kind of negotiating by text. Yeah, because like this one was weird to me. Like I was just kind of like, because it's like, it's a duplex. They want to split into condos, right? And sell the units separately. I didn't see the ARV here. Yeah, I'll do this one tomorrow, like check up on it tomorrow. I want to see, I'll do that later. So something to remember to be doing, and I'm really bad at this. I'm going to turn on the lights in. Is what I always do is I try to write in my notes, like what's the next step to get this property moving forward. I didn't in this one. So now I like completely forgot. Like I know what's going on, but I kind of forgot like what we're doing or like what I'm waiting on. I probably photos, but we got to like see now.
Will be recorded for quality.
Out there, so you can find me. I've been doing this for 4 years, so they save the 3% on buyer side commission. I'll pay all closing costs. They could leave whatever they want on the property. That wouldn't really be an issue for me, and I'll be able to close when they like. So if I'll
Jonah,
follow
real
up
quick.
Thursday.
So something that I wanted to ask you earlier, just so everybody knows, because there's a few people asking, because you had brought up like, hey, if you're going to record someone's call, like make sure that there's a thing that says that the call is going to be recorded. Now for Simple Send, that's just automatic, correct? Or do you have to hit a button? Yeah. Okay. So that's
it's automatic.
Yeah. So for you guys who are using Simple Send, you don't have, that's one of the nice things about it is that like, it's got your back in that way. You don't have to do anything special.
Yeah, we have everything automatically set up, so you're all the compliance, everything, like you're good on everything there.
I'm gonna turn on a light real quick. I'll do that. I'm just turning
there
on
we
a
go.
light. Yeah. Simple Send does it automatically. And if it's not automatic, it's in the setup process. So like it might be in the setup process too, but like you when you're setting up the numbers and you're following the training, it's like a very obvious button you press if it isn't automatic.
I'm trying to remember what it was when I did. I think it was when you go to record your calls, you just hit.
I know where it is. I'll show it real quick. If you're in here, if I remember correctly, because I've done this a lot, but I just need to remember. Something that's cool, I don't know if you guys have been hearing about it too. If you do it right, yep, this is part of the setup, but if you do it right, yeah, this little button right here. You just gotta select.
You're not sharing your screen.
Oh, wait, hold on. Whoops, sorry. Right here. You just click call recording. So you just go to phone numbers and you make sure your phone number here, edit configuration, and you click call recording. If you put call, by the way, this is great. Call from the contact name. You'll know who's calling you every single time because it tells you right beforehand. It's really cool. It's a little trick with Simple Send. So, okay, I'll call this person.
Line to reach is not available. Line to reach is not available. At the tone, please
Pretty sure that's what we were waiting on. So we'll keep moving.
with Blissful Realty. I'm sorry. With Blissful Realty. I'm sorry.
keep going.
System. System.
Maurice Bufford.
All right, this guy like never responds to me. It's really annoying. Oof. All right. I actually need to go to the bathroom real quick, Luke. Do we have any more questions?
We do, but some of them are specific to you.
Oh, okay. Well, do the ones that are not specific to me for a little bit, and I'll be right back.
All right, perfect. Will do. All right, guys. We have no questions. But I guess let me ask this real quick, and feel free to post in the chat. We were just talking about anchors a second ago. I know if you're in the Flip and Simple group, like Austin's group, I know we've talked about anchors before. So hopefully you guys know what they are. But if you guys aren't in there, has anyone else heard the term anchor before? If not, we can kind of like explain it a little bit more in depth, and or why they are important or nice to use when negotiating. Or any other like jargon or anything else, any other processes that you have looked at today and gone like, I'd like to know more about this or that or the other. If not, we can just do story time with Luke. I'm fine with that too. You guys just let me know. Okay, yes. Can you please explain that? Anchor. Yes. Okay. Yes, we can talk about anchors. All right. So the idea of an anchor is to emotionally and sometimes numerically get someone thinking a certain way, which I guess it would probably be easiest for me to explain with an example. So before I was in wholesaling, I worked at a mortuary. So before I was in wholesaling, I worked at a mortuary, and there were a bunch of different urns. So urn is like where you can go to put somebody's ashes, right? So they have like caskets that you can buy, urns you can buy. And so sorry, I'm just like, it's kind of funny to use this, I guess, in a morbid sort of way, I suppose. But so there's a bunch of different urns, and I remember I was talking to the like head mortician, like the guy who owned the mortuary, and he had a bunch of different urns. One of the urns was like this gold plated urn that was like, I can't remember, it was like $1,500 or like $2,000. It was like by far the most expensive urn there. The next most expensive one was like $700, and then like the cheapest one they had was like $20 or $40 or something like that. So I asked him, I was like, hey, have you ever actually sold that gold-plated urn before? And he was like, no. And I was like, well, why on earth do you have it? And he's like, well, because I used to not have it, and I just had the $700 one, but nobody ever bought the $700 one because it was the most expensive. So I went and got one that was way more expensive. And since having the gold one, a whole bunch more people have bought the $700 one. And so that is an example of like an anchor where he's setting people's expectations with a number. And so then when they get something else, they're thrilled, right? So that's the idea of the anchor there. So in that sense, it would be using it more like on the dispo side, right? Where you present a number and that sets people's expectations. And then when they get the next number, they're more excited, they're more willing to jump on it. So that's what it is on that side. So now when we're talking acquisitions and when we're trying to acquire something, we can set anchors the other way, where we set anchors on a lower side, right? And there's a few different ways that you can position an anchor. You have to be careful about going too low and how you position it, because you could you could upset somebody, right? So if you just come in with a low, like a particularly low offer, like a low ball offer, you could upset an agent or a seller, and they'd be like, oh, you're being totally unrealistic, and so I don't ever want to talk to you, and I'm angry at you. So so like, for example, the way that Jonah positioned his anchor was with sort of like a range, right? Where he's like, hey, I'd be in like the mid 200s, right? So he's not necessarily giving a specific number, but he's anchoring in that sort of price range. And so and usually doing like a price range is a good way to anchor. Okay. And the nice thing about that is again, right, it all comes back to positioning, and you could position it in such a way, especially if you have like a partner, for example, like let's say Jonah and I are working on a deal together, and I'm talking to an agent acquiring a deal. Let's say Jonah and I run the numbers. I'd be like, hey, so, my partner and I, we are going back and forth. My partner, he really wants to be in like the 240 to 250 range. That's not something the seller would do, is it? And so I'm giving them that range, and then I'm asking that question, and I'm giving them the opportunity to say no to that, right? And they're like, no, of course no, that's way too low. That's crazy, right? And I can be like, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I might be able to convince them to come up a little bit, but I want to be more in like the 260 range or something like that. But because I had started off with like the 250 range, right? The 260 range doesn't sound as bad. If I had just gone straight to the 260 range, they might have been upset with that, or they might have not even considered it. But because I started lower, now the 260 sounds better. And what's even better is I can anchor using my partner, right? In this case, in this imaginary example, my partner is Jonah, right? And so I can kind of just throw Jonah under the bus and be like, yeah, Jonah really wanted to be like 240, 250. I know he's so aggressive, right? But don't worry, I the good guy, I went to bat for you. I think we could do 260, right? And then you come in, so you can anchor, and then you can also position yourself as someone being on the side of the agent. So
yeah,
anyways,
it's all sales psychology, right? I mean, having a partner is like really, really common. And just like I tell my salespeople to make me the bad guy always. Just say I came in, and then go like I'm the one who said like the super low offer, and then go in and then like be like, but maybe I can get him up to this, right? Also, something to notice, if you even the way Luke asked the question, the seller would not take 240 to 250, right? There's something about, I think it's called confirming the negative or something like that. I think it might be in Never Split the Difference or different sales books, where like there's something about asking a question in the negative and then them saying, correct, it is not that, makes your emotional state a lot better than saying, no, they can't do that. It's something about like them giving a no versus giving a yes. Because if you ask a negative question, they're saying, yes, they can't do that. And so Luke did it either subconsciously or consciously, but it's also a good sales trick there. So,
and anyways, that was sales techniques that Luke learned at the mortuary. All right, back to you, Jonah.
Okay, let's get back to it. Did the short sale go through? It's going to take time. Okay.
this one I'm just keeping up with. Like she doesn't really have even a lead. She kind of sold it, but it might not go through, so we're just gonna wait because this was like yesterday. Yeah, so we'll just wait a while on that. I don't remember this one yesterday. Okay. Like these ones are just so hard. So it's a little bit of a wonky house, but it's clean. It's just like it's a kind of weird wooden thing. So this one would be rough. It was just listed, all that. So I'm just gonna keep doing it by text for now, because I don't even know if I'll care about that one. Boop. Okay, hold on. Why did I? Oh yeah, this one, he called me and I was like driving, so I didn't write it down much. This one I gotta like listen to later, but I have to like listen to the whole call. This one, I think I need to comp this one, so let's comp it real quick. He thinks it would be a scrape. They wanted 500,000. His estimate's 373. That's always kind of rough. But let's see. He thinks it would be a scrape. Hello, hello. 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 I don't know what was happening there. Hello. Hey Nicole, it's Jonah, real estate investor. We were talking a couple of days ago. How you doing?
Oh, hi. Good.
Hey, how have you been?
Good.
Good. So I wanted to talk about 2740 West Yale Ave, right? I just wanted to confirm some things. So the price they wanted was 500K. Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I was looking around and I was having real trouble finding comps for it that would be 500K because it's a 21766 square feet, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Were you seeing comps at 500 and maybe I'm just making a mistake here? Probably
The only
maybe.
one I saw was on the corner. I can't remember the address. It was sold at, I think that one sold at like 550.
Okay. What I see the 550 has 3,000 square feet per Zillow, so I could be wrong.
No, I can't remember if that. I think no, the one that sold at 550 was a corner lot. They just put up a new fence, and it also is a small house with a large detached garage in the back, a big lot size similar to this one. And that one sold within the last 6 months. I think it was at 550 or 500.
I think it's this one. I think it's this one's over by maybe is it 2405 West Yale Avenue? Does that sound right? Okay. I'm gonna text it to you. I just want to see if this is the comp. Because yeah, that's like because ours has a 0.4 acres, this one's 0.7 acres. I just want to see if this is the comp you're going off of or if there's other comps too. The hard one with this one is it's 400 square feet more. That's just the hard part for me. But I just want to make sure that I've got at least maybe there's something I'm missing because yeah, right now 500 would be hard, but I've made mistakes before in the past. So I just wanted to see if this was I'm going to text over this comp and be like, is this the comp you were talking about? And then if you had more comps, that'd be awesome. But yeah, just want to double check because I might be making a mistake. But right now, I think I'd probably have to be less than 500 based on what I'm seeing. But I'm curious if I'm making a mistake right now. So yeah. I'm going to send that to you. Just let me know later whenever you're not, I think you're driving now, if this was the comp you were looking at and if there were others. And yeah, I really appreciate you either way.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks.
All right, bye.
Here's why I didn't give an offer there, guys. Their price is above ARV. So when that happens, my strategy is like, look, we need to be in like reality here, right? I think ARV on this property probably is more like 440, right? This looks like ARV to me. And even this has an extra bedroom, so it might even be more like 420. So we got to like get into reality of being like, I'm going to be offering like 300, which is like 200K below, right? So if I just came out being like offer 300, she's going to be like, what even if I did the range thing, she'd be like, what in the world are you talking about, right? So I need to get her head and be like, hey, that one has 400 square feet extra, has an extra 0.3 acres. I know we have a big lot, which is what I think you're going off of, right? I get we have 0.4 acres, so fair enough. But this one is still too high because it's got an extra 400 square feet and it's a 3-1, right? So yeah, it's something to talk about. And then also, let's make sure. Okay, it's not on the big street part of West Yale, but anywho, that's why I did it that way.
Jonah, our property was under 800 square feet, correct? It was like 700 and something. Which like properties, and again, this could be different state to state, but in most of the states I know, like properties under 800 square feet are harder to get lending on. That's not, now maybe there's like special lenders that'll do things and stuff like that, but it's like if it's under 800 square feet, there are some lenders that won't lend on it. Like hedge funds don't touch those. Like in most states. Now maybe there's a state where it's fine, but typically properties under 800 square feet are much harder to move. as well. So it's
Yeah.
just like anything that you're comparing it with is going to be just like a totally different layout and this and that and the other. But yeah, and the other thing too, right, which was a great indicator that this lady didn't really know what ARV was, and she's like, yeah, there's a property sold for like 550, or maybe it was 500. I don't know, like what's 50K difference when you're, yeah, you know, it's like well, I mean, it matters, right? Like the difference between 500 and 550, like that's something, right? It's like it probably has the same attitude when she's comping. Like, yeah, it's 1,200 square feet, 700 square feet, 0.4 acres, 0.7 acres, right? Like what? It'll sell. It's like,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
definitely,
So
yeah.
hilarious. But anywho, so we'll keep going though. But that's why, because I was like, we need to get you back into reality first.
Right. Yeah. And I thought you did a great thing with that. And you can, again, just be like, hey, well, this is why this comp wouldn't work. This is why this comp wouldn't work. But the other thing too, that I like that the way Jonah positioned it is he says, maybe I'm making a mistake, but blah, 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 blah. And then he goes on to his thing of like why he's not seeing the comps. Right. And what's nice about that positioning is because Jonah is willing to accept the fact that he might be making a mistake. If the agent is actually the one making a mistake, it makes them more willing to accept that, because Jonah was just willing to accept that he was making a mistake, right? Like if you come across it as like, no, I think you're wrong because of X, Y, and Z, and this is why I'm right. Like if you're more confrontational about it, then typically what happens is they get more defensive. But instead, Jonah's coming out of like, oh, I could totally be wrong here, but this is what I was seeing. And so it's usually, if you position it that way, people are more receptive to being wrong themselves. Now, obviously, that's not going to happen all the time, but the positioning there is good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, basically exactly. Like it just helps so much with getting them to like not be okay with making a mistake. And also, I do make mistakes. Maybe she brings one out. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even see that. Right? Maybe it is 550. I doubt it, but it's possible. I'm not perfect, so we'll keep going.
Sorry, I missed your call.
You told me you had a flip.
Sorry, I missed your call.
That's one of those annoying ones.
This is Barb Finley with Lifestyle Home Realty.
Hello.
Well, I can't take your phone call now.
That's such a funny voicemail. All right. All right. Okay. Sorry. Might be out of there anyways. That's a little out there. Hold on, I'm gonna do some team stuff. Sorry, I'm doing some team stuff right now.
No, you're good.
Just real quick.
Of Julie Maetta with Guardian Real Estate Group. I'm sorry that I of Julie Maetta with Guardian Real Estate Group. I'm sorry that I've missed your call. Please leave your name, number, and a message.
This is the one I already sold. So this one is kind of like just TC's handling it. Oh, wait, I called her already. Called this person already. sent me emails. I don't have her email, so hold on. So what's cool about Simple Send, guys, is if you have their email here, when they email you, it'll actually show up in Simple Send, which is awesome. But yeah. Awesome. Received earnest money. Sick. Where? Joan Caldwell. She only sent me this. Hey, Joan.
Joan, where have you been today?
Oh, what do you mean? Where have you been today?
I have sent you emails early this morning. We're already under contract.
What? That's
Yes,
crazy.
I sent emails this morning. I sent you photos and all of the information about the property to your email.
Joan, wow, that was quick. What?
Nope.
Hold on.
It's
Is
incredible.
it 3821 South Bannock Street?
No, this was 3945 South Grove Street.
Oh, the only email I got, there is one from you, and it just says perfect comp, 3945 South Grove Street. I just started.
Look in your junk. Let me see when I sent it. Let me look down here. I tried.
Well, for next time, I'm terrible by emails. I am much
and
better by texting and calling.
Okay,
Just-
well, but that doesn't work for me because here I sent it at 8:12. I sent you all 8:12 a.m. all the photos, all of the information that was going in.
What's your
But I'm going
email?
to have two more up.
What email did you send it from? Like, what's your email that you sent it from?
Joan Colwell at Comcast.net. Just be sure you spell Colwell, Culwell.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna put that in here. No, all I got was just perfect comp for 3945 South Grove
Okay.
Street. I'm sure they're just I mean, hey, it happens where there's like some tech error or something. It happens like that.
I'm going to do it right now while you're on the phone. Let's see if you get it. Now, it's a lot of pictures, so it may take a while. Now, I thought about this all night and figured how this would work. I don't want to do anything off market. I'm very big stickler on by the rules. I want it to be, I mean, I like to sleep at night. I like win-win. I'll put it in the MLS and I'll, let you know there's something coming, like I did this morning on the day that it's about to be listed. But I have two more coming probably early May for one. The other one has a very old woman living in it. I don't know what we're going to do about that, but I will let you know about it.
We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Is it, so here's the thing, like obviously, look, I'm not like against the market or anything. That's totally fine, right? Like there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. The only question for me is like with those tenants that were, if I think if you told me correctly that they it wasn't it like a it was a huge issue, right? Because it was like they're only paying $500 a month. Nobody has the
Yes.
lease for
Yes. Hey, wait
yeah.
a minute. Did I miss your email? Is there an S at the end of Safe Route?
Yeah, Safe Roots Ventures.
Safe Routes, plural, adventures.com. It just got rejected again.
Let me
Text
text.
spelling. Okay, let me spell it for you. JONAH at S as in Sam, A, F as in Frank, E, root, ROOT, S as in Sam, adventures, S as in Sam, well, there's an S at the end of adventures.
Jonah at, the ad is between Jonah and Safe Roots Ventures.
Yeah, I have got that. Yeah, Jonah at saferootesadventures.com.
Not adventures. Not adventures, ventures. Right?
Oh, adventures.
Yeah.
Okay, my fault.
I texted it to you. It's okay. Things happen. Yeah, the only reason why I was even considering like making an offer off market was because they had to evict those people who were at $500 a month, and then like that just because that can be a whole issue in and of itself, right?
Yeah,
So
finding I have told my sellers I will not put anybody on the street. I want them to get these people out. I've talked to these people for a year, but I will not list a property if it puts people on the street.
Right. So that was just what I was saying, was because that can be stressful for a lot of sellers, a lot of time.
Terrible.
So the real question from me to you, and this is just the honest question, right, is would the sellers be served better by having someone deal with that eviction, right?
Yes, I already talked to them about you, not by name, but said that you would do it for a lower price and you'd take care of all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to think about that. Okay,
Sorry,
I just resent it.
You just cut out at the end. What was the last thing you said?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, I just resent it to ventures.com. Did you get it?
Not quite yet. But I will.
So let's be transparent. You know, compared to and this frankly Grove one was overpriced, and I knew that. I knew they would never get that. And did you get it? I just heard a little. Let's see if you got it.
Not yet.
Anyway, okay. I think I have a bogus thing from Comcast saying you've reached your 95% quota. Is that a hacker or something? Your mailbox size is
You might just not have mailbox room. I'll just email you, right? Like I think I have your email, right? I'm gonna let me email you real quick and then just respond to that email, and then just make sure we have each other's emails for next time. But I can hear the end of what you were saying with the eviction. You said you had mentioned me, not by name, but you mentioned me to the sellers, and then they said, and then you got cut off. So like, what did they think of that?
Well, I haven't been able to talk to them in person. She's a CPA. We're texting. She's a CPA, and he is signing for the trust, and he's been out on the golf course. So I'll talk to them and see, but they're hoping to get the next one, him to leave voluntarily, so that it can all, and hopefully he'll leave it in decent shape, or at least so they don't have a tenant involved. The other one is a more expensive home in a historical district in terrible condition. They're all terrible.
Right.
So I don't know what you think, but I will stay in contact with you because I love the fact I did all my research on you, and I felt good knowing you came from the Peace Corps. I'm a Buddhist at heart, not practicing Buddhism. And so I went to Tibet, met the Dalai Lama in Dharamsala, India in '95.
Nice.
It's a long story. yeah. So anyway, I was very attracted to your profile there. So I will keep you in touch. Okay, let's see. I don't have anything from you yet.
No. Sorry. Hold on. You want me to send it right now? I didn't even send it yet. Hold on. Sorry. Wait, here. I'll just send a quick email.
Well, that was my fault that didn't go through, but we'll still be in touch here, and we'll do some other business.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, things happen, right? Honestly, that was very quick. I usually
holy.
Usually I need a little time. Generally, generally I need like 12 hours at least. I didn't know, did they just accept a list price, or was it the first offer they got, or how did that work?
Well, I can't share all the details with you, but they did get an offer that they were happy with.
Okay.
So, yeah, after it closes, and they did send an offer. They were very aggressive in a good way. They weren't assigning it to anyone, which made me happy. $5,000 non-refundable earnest money, and close on April 30th.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, I sent the email. I don't know if you saw it.
Okay. I'm looking for it. This is crazy. I'll tell you what, are you in California or Colorado?
I'm in Colorado.
Okay. This is the first fixer-upper I have sold under the new showing time rules, where they will not provide day codes. I had the craziest, most difficult day, having to send out manually day codes to everybody.
Yeah,
because it is a nightmare. So from now on, when I list a vacant fixer-upper, I'm going to put an old-fashioned lock on it.
Yeah, makes life easy.
Yeah, and the Sentry Lock thing is a big problem. I just bought new Sentry Locks, and I didn't realize it was a problem until this listing, and it was indeed a problem.
Yeah.
It just made my life miserable. I was thankful that my sellers cut it off tonight. They were tired too.
Yeah.
Nothing is here yet.
Come
on. Well, but this is the time of night when we know it's busy.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. I mean, let's just do this. I texted you my email, so it's the right spelling. I'm also going to text you what I think is your email. It just sounds like your name at Comcast.net. If this is correct,
okay, how are you spelling my name? What name? How do you spell Joan Colwell?
Colwell is Culwell.
And Joan is
Joan.
Okay. No dots, no dashes in between.
Nothing.
At Comcast.net.
Yeah. There might be just something up with the emails. I'll check it on my side and you check it on your side. I will, if that one's sold, totally get it. It makes sense. I will follow up. I know you were going to follow up. I'll follow up Monday on the ones with the tenants, and we'll see where we're at. And if we keep having trouble with email, we'll figure something out.
Okay. All right. Well, this is because I put adventures. My fault.
It's okay.
I don't know why I'm not email.
Yeah, I mean, there might be something bugging out, because I don't know why neither of us are able to send each other emails right now. But anywho, let's keep working together. Let's see what we can do with the tenant one, because I feel like I'm more useful there anyways.
Okay.
I think the one sold to who it was sold to. And yeah, Joan, I still really appreciate you a lot.
Okay. Well, let's see what we can do.
Appreciate you. Talk to you later.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Very funny when people do research on me and find out little things like that.
Wait, what research did she do, Jonah? I missed that little tidbit. And then I just heard talking about India and the Dalai Lama, and I don't know what was going on.
I was in the Peace Corps before real estate. So that's in my LinkedIn.
Okay.
So people just make very funny assumptions, because that has nothing to do with real estate, but it just sounds like kind of generally hippie shit, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what that has to do with the Dalai Lama, but okay. It's like whatever. Make whatever connections you want to make, you know.
Okay. I just came in at that last part, and I was like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. But yeah, so that one, I mean, Jesus Christ, that sold it. Like, I mean, one of them was like one she was going to list tomorrow, and then it sold within like 3 hours. Like, there's no way I would have gotten that one anyways. But there's one with an eviction of a tenant that I think I'd be more useful for. So we'll just keep following up with her.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Have you had any text conversations with that lady?
With which one? The one I just called with?
Uh-huh.
Not many. I don't think she's a texter. She's one of those old people who I think has email.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Because like I'm gonna text you my email. Okay, just say it to me 12 times. You know.
Yeah, it's like one of those older people where it's like, you texted it to me, I get it. And I also texted you my business card. So on my business, I didn't say this, but like on my business card, it's the right spelling. Giving you the right spelling quite a few times, but
yeah.
But also she sent me an email before. That wasn't like she did send me one email. So I don't know. Yeah, but it's whatever. Things happen.
That's how it goes, I guess, sometimes.
Yeah. So we'll keep going.
The one thing again, right? This was a great example of a calibrated question that you guys could potentially use. That Jonah did was: would the sellers be served better by X, Y, Z? In this case, it was: would the sellers?
Hey, I actually don't feel comfortable about doing anything off market, and I'm like, well, I get it. The market's great, but would they actually be served better by doing this on market? I don't think so. Not for this situation, right?
Right.
Yeah, and that's also they're dealing with a pretty crazy situation. We already talked about it yesterday, but it's like these people, they have been living in it for 50 years. They've been paying $500 a month rent. Like that'll get crazy. So anyways, so we'll keep going here.
Colorado Real Estate. This is Justin.
Hey, Justin, this is Jonah. I'm the real estate investor. We've been trying to connect.
Sure. Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Good. Hey, doing well. Appreciate you asking.
Good. Yeah. So yeah, we were talking about 310 North 24th Street.
Yep.
I'm looking at it now. I mean, it looks pretty nice. Is there something that I'm missing? Like, is it because I think, or at least I thought I was, because I thought it was a fixer. It looks pretty nice. Is there something majorly wrong that I can't see from photos?
Yeah, it's foundation stuff. It's a unfortunate situation, but yeah, my folks bought the house in, I want to say it was 2020, and they bought it from an investor and it had been a flip. So yeah, as far as like the cosmetics and the finishes and renovations and all of that, that's still all there and in good shape and presents well as far as again visually because it was just done. But there are some significant foundation issues with that one. So yeah, we think it's probably going to go to some kind of investor or cash deal or maybe someone that wants to sees the potential in it, wants to fix it up and then live in it after that. We also did just start offering it as a VA assumable because they have a killer interest rate there at 4% on it. So
okay, nice. So the loan, how much is the loan for?
Loan is at 301 and change.
Okay, so they don't have much equity either, it sounds like, basically.
Yeah, nope, that's correct. Yeah, not a ton of equity. Of course, ran a net sheet for them and everything, and yeah, where we're at works. But yeah, no, not a lot of equity at that purchase price. We were looking at ARVs, and they, depending on level of finishes, and I know it's a wide range, but kind of 415 to 440. So yeah, we priced it significantly under market value if none of these issues had come up on that, and just left them enough meat on the bone to basically
I was
make
gonna
things
say, it
work.
looked
So
like market value already, to be honest. That's why I was so like, oh, gotcha. So has anyone gotten a foundation or a structural engineer out there? Has anyone like seen like how much would it gotten a quote at least of how much it would cost to fix the foundation issues?
yeah, and it's pretty significant. I can send you, if you shoot me over your email after the call, I can send you everything that I have. But yeah, basically they had a structural engineer go out, and they were able to give us a report, and then we provided that report to, I want to say, 3 or 4 different local companies, and then like I said, it's significant. Which is unfortunate because the cheapest right now is about 80 grand, and the most expensive is about 90 or 95, which is unfortunate again because they, I sold them the house back then, and they've been kind of telling me they wanted to sell for a little while, and we met maybe 6-8 months ago, and they had a quote from one of these companies, and it was like $50,000, I want to say, for it, and it sounds like prices have just skyrocketed as far as the repairs go.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, they should
Yeah.
sue. Have they thought about suing that investor? I mean, that's crazy.
Believe me, it was talked about, and initially they just kind of thought that, okay, maybe it wasn't worth the hassle of going through the process. They're a young family, young child, military, a lot on their plate. And again, I think that was when the expenses were a little bit, lower. I mean, obviously $50,000 is still a lot of money, but now that it's doubled, maybe that was changed. But I believe, if I'm understanding it correctly, they had looked into it, and I think the investor filed for bankruptcy under his LLC or something like that. So it'd be a tough one to go after.
Classic. That's so shitty.
Horrible. It's terrible.
Okay. I am going to do my best to help out because I like these types of situations. This is a really hard one because, god dang, $80,000 to $95,000 to fix the foundation. That's very rough. That's like some serious foundation issues.
It's serious. Yeah, exactly. And believe me, I ran all the numbers, with them up front. So, if it was 80 to go in and fix it up, I mean, it's just going to be hard and I know I'm talking to an investor right now, but I'm sure you have some creative finance sub to things like that. But yeah, as far as like your traditional fix and flip, like, okay, 330, you put 80 into it, then what are we at? 410, and then you got costs on the other side. It just gets tight. So again, maybe it's the investor that wants to live in it or can assume that loan or something like that. So that's kind of what we're going after.
I want to know what's wrong with it because part of me, that is incredibly shitty, but I'm like I'm curious if it's dangerous. Like if it's like I'm. Do you know? Anyways, I mean, you can send me the reports and I could go through them because if it's not like dangerous or like I don't know, I'd be curious to see like what is causing that, like 80 to 90,000. That makes me think like the whole thing is screwed. Like that's type of stuff where like at any moment the house could fall down. Is it like I don't know? Is it like that?
So it's a good question, and of course it's I'm familiar with some of this stuff, but don't pretend to be a foundation expert or engineer or any of that by any means. But let me see, engineering. Yeah, like I have this 9-page document in front of me that's an engineering report, and I think it was, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think it was like parts of the foundation were even missing because it's a historical home. It was built in 1890. So I think things were missing, and I want to say the contractor, the investor, went in and used some self-leveling concrete and then slapped some vinyl over top, and I mean just all kinds of improper practice.
That's crazy. Well, okay. I'm gonna see how bad it is, right? Like obviously I don't want the house falling down, but
no, of course, right.
If it's safe, but it's anyways, give me the reports. I want to see what I can do.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah,
I'm gonna send you my contact card right now. save
Okay,
my
perfect.
info, I'll save yours because I want to help out not just on this one but on other ones as well, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm gonna send that over. Yeah, whenever you can. That has my email, so send me the reports. I'll go through them. Because yeah, I mean that's a really attractive rate and it looks really pretty. I might do like a walkthrough or something. Because yeah, it's interesting. I'm curious like how bad it would be if
Right,
if
right.
like the most minimal
And
amount of time.
yeah, and again, like I know that the foundation companies include financing options. So yeah, instead of maybe throwing 80 grand added up front, maybe you can finance it over terms, and then maybe the cash flow is still there with the lower interest rate. I mean, it just depends on how those numbers play out. And yeah, I talked with another investor last week, and he's supposed to be getting back to me this week, and he had some folks that are interested, and it sounds like they want to assume the 4%. And then he was talking about some creative terms because I had the conversation with my clients about, okay, this is what an assumption is, this is how it would affect you, this, that, and the other. And then sub 2, I get those calls, all the time as well. And they seem very open to an assumption for sure. Sub 2, not so much, but maybe with the right terms, because they want to go and buy after this. And of course you have certain eligibility and entitlement with the VA. And of course that would be, tied up. This other investor, it sounded like had a creative strategy that I had not heard of from other investors. I've done one sub 2 deal where I had the listing. There was just no meat on the bone, no equity, and talked to plenty of investors again about it. And a lot of them want to hold on to that note for, or at least have the right to hold on to the note for, the rest of the mortgage term. So it'd be like 27-ish years on this one.
The hard part with assumptions versus sub 2 on something like this is a lot of times assumptions come with extra fees, right? That's the only hard part with assumption is like we're already dealing with like an 80 to 95K thing for this foundation. And then a lot of times there are extra fees with assuming it versus doing a sub 2. Here's what I would recommend, just for you, not even for me, is just in case, if it's the whole VA thing that they got wrong or don't like about the sub 2, I'd see how much VA benefits they have, because people don't know that they might have more than enough VA benefits to get a second one. Like you can have 2 VA mortgages, right? Like it's very possible. Just depends on how much.
It's just tighter. I think in some markets, I think that works where it's, $100,000, $200,000 homes, unless you're of course super high ranking in the military. But I think they looked into that, and I mean they want to purchase. They're not actively looking at homes because I told them to slow down. Let's get this part done first. But they want to shop. They talk to the lender, and if we can sell this house and then free things up, they want to shop the $500,000-$600,000 market. So yeah, for them to hold onto this one, I would imagine they'd be at, I don't know, maybe $250,000, $300,000 in entitlement. And I just don't think that that's the house that they want. So that's kind of one approach there. And with the assumptions, because I have another deal under contract, another listing that a buyer's coming in and assuming it. And there's not a whole lot of extra fees, at least in my experience. We hired a third-party assumptions company to come in and help facilitate between the banks and do the paperwork and packages. And they charge $500 to the seller, $500 to the buyer up front. There are the fees, of course, in covering the spread. So yeah, if they owe $301 on this and we contract at $330, that $29,000 gap obviously has to get paid, and that's usually cash. It's hard to finance or find a lender that's willing to finance $20,000, $29,000 on that. So that's the bigger fee is usually that spread that I've seen on the bigger deals. This one's not huge, but still about 30 grand. And then just to wrap up, and then I want to hear your thoughts on that other investor. He talked again about most of these other investors that come to me about sub 2 want the option and flexibility of, again, holding that note for the rest of the mortgage. I got one investor way back to commit to a 7-year term where he had to sell or refi within 7 years. And then, of course, my sellers would be off the hook. This other investor that just called last week and is supposed to be getting back to me, he said he'd probably be willing to do a 12-month commitment on that, where he has to then sell or refi within 12. And I'd never heard of someone being willing to go that short term, but that could be something that
there's no shot up to
you know,
12-month person. The 7-year person, it's possible. I'll just be honest with sub twos. I don't do that. Like I would either assume it or sub to it and just keep the loan there forever. I mean, it's a 4%, especially with this 80 to 95K foundation issue. But let's see. Like, I mean, let's just do this. I want to see how bad the foundation really is. I'm gonna like take a look at it. So I sent you my email and my all that, right? Save my info. I'd save yours because yeah, like I like the idea of financing the 80 to 95K foundation issue and then financing the mortgage. I could make that work. And we could try for an assumption, honestly, right? I'd probably, well, anywho, let's start with, I want to check out what's up with the foundation. If they're open to something where I assume it or sub to it, whichever, and then we like if the interest rate doesn't change, it's not actually that much more expensive, I'd be interested in that. And then also at the same time kind of have someone working on the foundation see what terms they can get, and then maybe we can see how much it would cash flow if we got it financed and if we did this up too. So I'll text over everything I would need, which is, you know, what's the PITI, what's the foundation report or whatever you got, and did you talk to any companies and be like, how much would the payments be per month?
As far as financing the foundation stuff, no, not yet. I can definitely, again, if things look decent up front on your initial review, we can certainly get into that. I had them kind of run that as an option of maybe they just, again, don't sell the houses before we went to market, and then they just finance that and then live in it, and then they can cash flow it out and use it as an investment if they want to get out of the house or just stay in the house at that point. But yeah, something we can look at. Yeah, just so you have these figures, and then I'll send you over all of the foundation docs. But loan balance is 301,762, and the monthly payment is 1878, and the interest rate is 4%.
What was the monthly payment?
1878.
Okay. Yeah, let me get the foundation report then. And we'll just go from there. Are there any others like this? I mean, this is kind of right up my wheelhouse, this type of stuff.
Yeah, no, I love that, man. And it's always good to have investors that are willing to get flexible and creative. And again, I talk to a lot on the sub 2 side, but it's usually pretty cut and dry on what they offer. So if there's ways where we can kind of put a couple of different strategies together, would love to at least see a proposal, and obviously, make your numbers work as best they can on your side. And no, I'll definitely keep your contact in mind if this one doesn't pan out. So
cool. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate you.
Yep, absolutely, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye. Okay, well, this is rough. That's not a great rental.
Yeah, especially because in that price range, what do you say the pity payment was? Like over $1,800? Like it's probably not going to rent for much more than that.
It's already negatively cash flowing as a rental if this thing was immaculate, let alone with an 85 to 900K thing. So I don't know what the fuck these investors are planning on doing. It's a nice part of Colorado Springs, I won't lie. So but it's a 2-1 and it's 900 square feet. So I guess an Airbnb, maybe. I don't know what someone would do with that small of a house, to be honest. It's like 930 square feet. Like here, we'll do a little bit of underwriting just real quick for you guys so that you guys can kind of get an idea. The Zestimate, they think Okay. Well, that makes it a little bit better. Yeah, but this is the only house that's for rent. But yeah, like let's see what this estimate's coming up with. So what's cool about this is we can see past ones. So the last one that sold was really 1,700, right next to it, right? That has 2 baths. This one's bigger, right? So it's like 1,700 maybe. So I don't know how anyone could turn that into a deal. But I'm gonna build the relationship. We'll keep going.
Yeah, the thing so sometimes you and this will be good for all you guys to practice is sometimes you'll ask a question and you won't get all the details, and so sometimes you have to ask the same question but just in slightly different ways. Like for example, Jonah was like, what is the house dangerous? Is the house falling down? Like how extensive is the foundation issue? Another additional question, I almost kind of want to know, when did they realize there were foundation issues? Like, how did they realize that? Was it because they just saw a giant crack in the ceiling? Is it because one of their walls fell down all of a sudden? Like, how did they find out? Like, I don't know, right? Like, so that's just something I was curious about when listening to the call. Because then again, right, like that'll also help determine on if you can even use it as a rental or not, right? Like if the ceiling or the roof are caving in because of structural damage, right? Like that changes the play a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, super tough situation. And again, right, the other thing too that like one immediate cue that there's probably not a whole lot of equity in the house is like, yeah, they bought this house from a flipper who renovated it in 2020 and they bought it in 2020. And so it's like, yeah, there's probably not gonna, like, they bought it renovated, and it just sucks that, you know, they kind of got a lemon that apparently somehow is missing part of its foundation. I don't know. The other interesting thing is like, and then he declared bankruptcy, but like, I don't know. Did they like? I don't even know if like home insurance would cover something crazy like that. Typically, they only cover like, I don't know, like disaster type stuff. But yeah,
it's a rough situation. I don't know what to do with it. Austin, what's up, my man? Good to see you.
How you living, bro?
Doing good. Just going through leads, getting more leads, closing deals, all that good stuff.
Did you get a deal today?
No, not yet. But we've been submitting offers. We've been slowly going through it.
Good.
But yeah, this is the fun part of the day where I submit all the offers, right?
I love it.
So yeah, we'll just keep going until the end of the day.
I love it. I love it.
All right, now that Austin's here, this is the perfect time for me to go use the restroom.
Love it.
How's everybody doing on here? Everybody fired up?
Doing good, doing good. Do you want to talk a little bit before I make the next call?
We can. We could do a little. Is there anybody have any questions or anything? We could jump into like a little miniature Q&A if there's anything we haven't gotten to yet.
Luke knows the questions. He's been writing them down as I've been calling people. I don't know the questions. Like he's the one who wrote down all the questions. So I just have to go up here. It's some good issues to do that.
Well, we can wait too, and then we can also, if anybody has the question right now, drop it down below, and we'll get to it right now.
Yeah.
Who all's been here since the morning time? That's what I want to know.
Well, I have been here.
Jenna, you've been here.
Mark's been in here. Janae's been in here. Janae's been killing it. Scott's been in here. Remember, guys, the prize for today I can only give to one person. It's not like yesterday. So I'm paying attention to whoever's commenting the most, whoever's engaging the most, whoever's asking questions. So whoever does that gets the prize at 6 or at 5 whenever we end this.
Joey's been on. Cody. A lot of people have been on. Nicole, Mark. Dang. We got Nicole, we got Mark, we got Cody, we got Janae. Yeah, we got everybody you just mentioned. We've got a lot of people on. I love it. I love it. I love it, dude. Yeah, today's been wild for me. I've been freaking going back to back. I told Jonah, just for everybody who's still on here, I told Jonah, I was like, dude, let's do it. We're gonna probably do this once a month. But what we're going to do is we'll do like a 1-day challenge where we just go all in. And then, and I'll be on the entire day. Jonah will be here the whole day. Luke will be here the whole day. What's
We'll
that?
do different things. We'll do different things. Like, I think it'd be fun to do like a cold calling competition or something. I don't know. Like, we'll figure some funny, creative ideas out.
Yeah, we could do some fun stuff, dude. I mean, we could even have part of the day where like we're not using simple send, and it's just like the old fashioned way, you know, like there could be a bunch of cool stuff that we could do. So we'll definitely keep y'all posted on that. But whenever we do a challenge in the future, I'll definitely be here the entire time. It probably won't be 3 days, but I'll be here the whole time. Austin, do you feel you have any advantage of being a licensed agent? No, not really at all, Eric. I think if anything, I think there's pros and cons. You know, I think that I talk a lot about this actually to our Flip and Simple students, but I think that, you know, yeah, there are pros of being an agent, but there's also a lot of cons of being an agent, you know, and I think that I don't know that one actually outweighs the other. You know, I think that it really comes down to, do you want to be an agent or do you not? You know, and for me, it just so happened that I've been an agent for a long time. So like, but you guys all have to remember too, depending on how long you've been following me or if you've heard my story, you know, I got into wholesaling before I became an agent. So just keep that in mind. You know, I was a wholesaler and then I became an agent, and then one thing kind of led to the next, and I eventually started a retail team, and then we grew it. And I was kind of growing that company at the same time that I was growing my wholesaling company. So it for me, it was just kind of the way that it all happened. It wasn't like I didn't set out to grow a big retail team or to be an agent necessarily. That was never my intention. My intention was to be a wholesaler and be a top wholesaler, right? And so for me, it made sense to become an agent. But for a lot of people, it's not going to, you know, that's totally okay. And I think that, there's just as much cons of being an agent as there are pros. So my biggest recommendation is like, don't become an agent unless you can clearly define why being an agent is going to be a value add to your life, right? So if you can't clearly define that, like if you're not going to go like flip a bunch of houses and you want to save the commission, or like there has to be like a reason why you want to be an agent, in my opinion. Yeah, great question.
A little bit on that too. It can be, this was just a really interesting call. I've never had someone say this to me before, but one of the intro calls I did earlier today, they were literally like, yeah, are you a broker? And I'm like, no, I'm not a broker. And they're like, yeah, because honestly, I don't know why, like, these investors call me and they're brokers, and I just find that weird. I don't want to work with brokers. Why would you, if you're a broker, just go do your own stuff, do your own deals? I'm like, well, I'm not a broker, so, you know, that was probably like one of
and that's an example of a con, right?
Yeah. I've never had anyone say that to me before, though. Like, that was just like a very interesting con.
But there are cons. You know, one big con that I can you know think of off the top of my head, there's a bunch, but one big con is just disclosure and like all of the hoops that you have to jump through to be an agent and to wholesale and to invest in real estate, right? And the liability that you take by being a professional, quote unquote. And you know, that is not easy. And a lot of times it isn't fun. And a lot of times, you know, my life would be simpler if I was not an agent. Right now, I obviously am in a position now where I have to be an agent because I'm running such a large company on the retail side, right? But there are definitely days where I'm like, man, like this would be a lot simpler if I was not an agent, right? Because I wouldn't be held to that standard, right? If you're not an agent, you're just an American citizen buying a deal. Like you're just a guy or a girl with an LLC. You're just an investor, right? Like you're not held to some high standard. It's like you can make a mistake and just be like, sorry. Like that doesn't obviously mean that you can go like make big mistakes. Like of course you can get sued and you can still get in trouble, but not at the level of when you're an agent. When you're an agent, there's other ways that you can get in trouble, right? It's like, hey, you should have had that person's fiduciary in mind, or you should have there's so many different layers of like, oh, you're a professional. You should have known better. Or you should have disclosed, or you should have fill in the blank, right?
Yep.
Yeah, great question.
Luke,
do we have another question?
I like out there. Luke, I think you have.
Yes, I do have some questions. Yes, I do have some questions if we want to go over those. If we're doing a Q&A real quick, and then Scott just asked a question, so we can get to that. One is Jonah, this is for you, and we've gotten this question a couple different times, so I'll just say the two ways it was phrased. What does your text look like to schedule the call with the agent, and/or I'd love to see what your initial outreach communication looks like as your VA is responding and setting up your appointments?
So first off, I highly, highly, highly do not recommend doing appointments unless you have a team, right? For me, I have a team now. I'm willing to hire virtual assistants. If you're a solopreneur, do not do the appointment route. I just do that because I'm way too busy to be responding to people live. I just can't do it, right? If you're a solopreneur and you don't have any employees, do not do the appointment route. I only do that because I have act managers I set up appointments for, all this stuff, and like I try to keep people as organized as possible, right? You should not do it until you have VAs at the very least, just to start that off. The texting outreach was technically part of the prize from yesterday, so I can give it out again. Whatever, I'll do it because like some of you have been on air. But if you were out here yesterday and you got the prize from yesterday, the texting outreach script is in there. But also the texting outreach script is in Simple Send, right? So if you're a Simple Send user, how it's set up is automatically set up for you already, right? So I can give you the 3 texts, but for you to execute it effectively, you're going to need Simple Send or something like it. Or just to be honest, because unless you're manually texting these texts from your phone every single day and reminding, because what it's doing is following up every single day. So for you to be able to do that manually, that's rough, is all I'm going to say. But I'll be nice. I'll give out the link again that has the templates and scripts for my business. That's one of the templates that's in there.
That is very nice. We see some stuff in here with people going back and forth. Austin gave some good advice about whether to be an agent or not. I'll throw my 2 cents in there. I got licensed 4 different times in 4 different states because at the time that's what the company wanted. And then as soon as I went off on my own, I let all of those lapse because I liked not being a professional when I was wholesaling, So again, there are pros and cons, right? And I was like, I wasn't going to use that license for anything else. And I was like, I don't want to have the liability of being an agent or dealing with all that. I'd much rather just be a guy,
Yeah. And I think the majority of the time, Luke, that would be the preferred method, right? Like, again, and I see your comment, Janae. I appreciate you saying that. I think for the reason that you were going to do it, Janae, is probably not a good reason, right? Like go learn a new language, go do something else to say that you did it. Don't become an agent, because if you're just trying to wholesale and make 20 grand a month, 30 grand a month, 50 grand a month, whatever the number is, you don't need to be an agent, right? Like you really don't ever need to be an agent, and so again, there has to be a real rock solid reason why you would want to be an agent to take on all that extra work and liability and everything like that. So I agree with you, Luke. I think if in an alternate universe, I would not be an agent.
Solid. And then, very nice. Jonah, how are you dropping this additional extra value for our lovely audience?
It was in the private chat.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, do you want to put that down there?
Yeah. One get posted in there. Yeah, that has all of my free resources. It was technically the prize from yesterday, but screw it. We'll just give the prize to everyone again. Whatever. Just screw it. You're on for day 2. That's awesome, right? Yeah. So that's the link. It has all the texting scripts. It has a bunch of scripts in there too.
Guys,
one of them
so much value, right? You got Jonah's script, his like 8 or 9 step process for his like script for opening calls. You're getting his like initial text, like so much value. All right.
Yeah.
On to the next stuff. Okay, so just to confirm, Jonah, do you want to let us know do you remember that situation where the seller is not being represented because they don't want to sign a listing agreement, so the agent is working for you? How is that particular agent getting paid?
I'm paying them technically. They're representing me, right? But how they still get paid is by the purchase. So I'm still getting represented. There's no listing agreement. But what I'm saying is whatever purchase price I give, I'm adding another 2.8% in Denver. That's the percentage. An extra 2.8% on top of that I'm paying to the agent. So if I give a 300K offer, it's really probably like a 18K offer or something like that, or 318K offer. So I have to calculate that when I'm giving my offers, right? So I'm paying it, quote unquote, but really the seller's always paying it. That's why I think this NAR lawsuit is really dumb. It's because what I'm going to do is I'm just going to offer less. So in the end, they're paying for it anyways, right? So
yeah,
I don't know.
And then also, did you sign a buyer broker agreement with that person?
I did. I signed one where it said specifically off-market properties brought by the broker. So only off markets, only brought by him, right? I'm okay with that because yeah, like I'll pay your commission if it's off market in there, right? It just can't be any property ever.
Yeah. Love it. Yeah, great. And then we have one, I believe this was from Scott. He says, gents, can you talk to contacting agents with active deals on the MLS and doing deals with those? That's the majority of what I do. What are the pros and cons in your eyes?
I do them, right? Like what I personally do is I just hit up everybody, right? That's my personal strategy is like, I'm just going to have every single freaking agent and find out where they are and then just keep them in like a loop of like being followed up with. You can do it where you go property specific that's on the MLS. I don't know about your guys' company. I'd say probably 80% of my deals still end up being off market, even if it's through agents, and maybe 20% end up being on market. I don't know what your guys' percentage is on that, but that's just because like I'm following up with these agents so much, they're giving it to me first, usually, right? So I'd say it's like 80-20 on that for me in my agent side of my business. But yeah, I mean, it's still the same process. It's still just building relationships. It's all the same thing.
Yeah. We're the same. Jonah. Yeah.
About 80-20.
Give or take. Yeah. I'd have to like pull the numbers and everything. But yeah, I mean, like to your point, at the end of the day, like, it's just a relationship game. So eventually, if you're playing the game right, then in theory, they should bring you the majority of the deals before they hit the market. So in theory, that particular piece should always be more than 50%, right? If you're doing it right. Like it should be somewhere in the ballpark of 70, 80, 90%, give or take.
Usually the ones on market are like newer agents, ones that you're like just starting to meet, right? And then you're proving yourself and all that. And there's nothing wrong with it being on market when they're the listing agent. You can still do deals there, right? It's just a little more complicated sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. To go, if Scott, if you're like actively going, for example, if you're actively going on the MLS and looking for distressed properties that way, or actively going on Zillow and looking for distressed properties that way, that is a totally viable strategy that you can use. And then obviously just to speak to some of the pros and cons you're talking about is, if it's on market, then obviously you're going to have probably more competition for that deal. Some of the investors, if you're going to once you're going to wholesale it, some of those investors may have already seen it listed and now they may be anchored with that list price. So it's like, usually that means you have to get it under the list price. What else? Oh, the other thing too, is like, if you go to market it, sometimes what people will do is if it's off market, they don't necessarily have a way of contacting the agent or seller that brought you the deal. So they're kind of forced to go through you. Whereas if it's on market, some people will just try to go around you and cut you out and just try to put a backup offer with the agent instead. We've had that happen in the past where we'll get a property that's from the MLS and then we start shopping it. And then like, for example, let's say we go for a price drop or something like that. And they just like, oh no, I'm not going to drop price because, since I went under contract with you, all of a sudden now I magically have 18 offers. And you're like, oh, okay, well, that's you don't, it's because you were the one that was pushing traffic towards it, right? Yep. So those are some of the cons potentially with getting a property that's on market already. Is it can be potentially harder to sell, more competition, that sort of stuff. But the big pro is that you know what's available, right? Where, like, for example, with the method that Jonah is doing right now, is Jonah is not necessarily, he doesn't necessarily have a property in mind when he's doing his initial outreach. He's just focused on building a relationship, knowing that if he builds a good relationship, when that agent does have a property, he can potentially get a first look at it. So that's that method, right? And not to say that one method is superior than the other, right? It just comes down to different pros and cons. Whereas, like, if you go the on-market method, you're kind of targeting the property first. You're finding what property is available, and then you're speaking to the agent who has that property. So it's property first, agent second. Whereas the method that Jonah is doing this second is agent first or relationship first, knowing that the properties will come. So one can give you a property sooner, but then there's just kind of more hoops that you might have to jump through, if that makes sense. I don't know. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else we got?
Jonah, at one point you talked about how you negotiated the arrears on a property. Do you want to walk through the process of that a little bit? Like, what does that look like, negotiating the arrears on a property?
It's a pretty complicated process. I mean, basically what you do is there's like every bank has I forgot the name of the department, like a department for like people who can't pay their mortgage, where like you can be like, okay, what's my options? Loan mod, maybe stopping payments for a while, other stuff. And basically what I do is I just call that with the seller, and we just negotiate and be like, hey, what can we do to make this work? Right? We want to, he can't make payments, but like we could do something here, right? Mm-hmm. To get back up on these payments. And it just depends, right? I've had it where like they were 60K behind, and I was like, look, if we can make this 30, we'll pay the 30, right? And the banks have been like, fuck it, sure. Are you going to keep making payments though? And it's like, yeah, just let us pay the 30, right? And I'd be like, okay. So it's just, banks don't want to foreclose. That's not their business. They just want to receive a check every month. So
yeah, I love it.
Yeah, and then just to sorry to go back, I'm jumping around a little bit. Going back to Scott. Scott did say that what he did try doing some direct to seller stuff, and he did that for about 1.5 years. He said, and once he switched to agents, he got properties more consistently. Which again, I think is why all three of us definitely advocate for the agent method, because and at least in my experience, you can get properties more consistently because you're actually building relationships. You can have a solid book of business. You're not constantly grinding for leads like you have to when you're doing direct to seller.
Yeah.
Okay, Jonah, this is for you. About how many hours do you spend speaking to agents daily, initial outreach, and follow-ups?
So, as an AC manager, it would be like 8 hours a day, right? I am right now, for you guys, putting myself in as an AC manager, right? When I was a solopreneur, 12 hours a day, 10 to 12 hours a day, because I was trying to make a freak ton of money, right? The more people you talk to, the better, right?
The more hands you shake, the more money you make.
Exactly. So as much as physically possible for you is the right answer.
Yep.
Yeah, great. Austin, anything you wanted to add on to that?
Yeah, as much as you possibly can. I mean, that's with anything, right? I think that the more you do anything, the better you're going to get, and the more money you're going to make. So if you have a job, then obviously you have to work around that. But if you're full time, rock and roll, baby, rock and roll. Talk to everybody.
Love it. To do a follow-up question, when we were talking about getting properties that are listed, if a property is already listed and you go and you get the property under contract, do you ask the agent to take it off the market or unlist it?
No, because it's already on the market. They can't and they won't. So yeah, if there's a property that is already on the market and you get it under contract, they're going to change the status of that deal to pending, right? Or like under contract accepting backup offers, maybe. which would be like UCB. You'll see that depending on what state you live in, you might see UCB as a potential status, right? But it's the same thing as pending at the end of the day. But and by doing that, right, it is in a way off the market. I mean, it's still on the market. People can see it on the market, but people can't pull it from underneath of you. So depending on how long the property's been on the market, it might actually be a good thing, right? Like that they leave it on there and change it to pending. Like, let's just say a property hits the market today and we get it under contract today, right? And we get it at a much better deal. Or it's just such a hot property. Maybe we even get it at the same price that it's on the market for, but now we have the right to that property, right? So when other people see like, oh, I missed that one, holy crap, like it's pending, right? And it's like an incredible deal or whatever. And then they get a text from you with the deal saying like, hey, here's the deal. If you want to buy it, like I have the right to the contract. If you want to buy it, you can buy it. Then that's the value that you bring to the table, right? So, but yeah, to answer your question, no, the agent will not take it off the market if it's already on the market. And I don't think they legally even can, even if they wanted to.
I think they've done it. I think they can. They did it once for me. I was about to tell the one time that ever happened with me. And it was because I got really freaking mad at them over it. And I wanted it to be, what they did is I got it. I was 200, I think it was like 200K below list price. And then they dropped the price as soon as we were under contract. And I got super mad at them for doing that. And then they took it off the market because they felt bad about it. But that wasn't a very usual situation.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, legally, I'm sure they can. You know, like they can cancel the deal, but the seller would have to be in agreement with that. And I mean, if you really think about it too, right? Like as an investor, as a wholesaler, you know, for anybody listening, like if the tables were turned, you wouldn't want your agent to take the property off the market just because it went under contract, because if that buyer cancels on the deal, then you're screwed, right? Like you're off the market now. Now you have to relist the property. You have to redo everything, you know? So you ultimately want it to be on the market, just showing pending, so that if God forbid the buyer cancels, then you can just change the status back to active and find another buyer, right?
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, I just don't think it's that big of a deal unless you're really close to the list price. That's when it becomes a big deal. Is like you have it at list price and you're trying to sell it above list price.
And the only time that's a big deal, Jonah, is if the days on market are a long time.
Right.
Because if days on market are 0 and it's a good deal, me and Luke always teach it like this. So like if it's a good deal, if it's like a phenomenal deal, right? And they just happen to list it at a really aggressive price, but you were the first to get it. Like meaning it's like under 3 days on market or under 5 days on market, like at the most, then you can sell it at the same price as the list price or even more. We've seen it all the time. It happens all the time. But the longer that property sits on the market, the more of a discount you're going to need below list price to justify your value to the cash buyer. Right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Sometimes people will just list properties low, and if you'll run your numbers and be like, "That's a smoking deal." And sometimes you can snatch it up. Yeah, the numbers are.
And
the
it
numbers.
Also depends on what market you're in, right? So, like, remember, with wholesaling, you're playing the long game. So, if you're brand new here, the odds of you still playing the game in 10 years from now are pretty high, right? So, like, every year or two, the literal state of the economy is going to look different, right? And over the course of time, you're going to go through a buyer's market, you're going to go through a seller's market, you're going to go through a neutral market. And so it just depends too on the state of the economy, right? Like I'll give you an example. During COVID, right? It didn't freaking matter. Like you in Arizona, like I'll just give you an example. In Arizona, during like 2021, 2022, like you could get a property under contract at freaking list price and sell it for 20 grand more, like almost every time, because there was just so much demand. People were overpaying, right? Like hedge funds were buying, BlackRock was buying, everybody and their mom was, and frankly, they were overpaying. Open Door was buying, OfferPad was buying. And I remember literally comping deals and thinking to myself, I have zero clue how Open Door and OfferPad are in business. Like I remember watching them buy deals from me. And I was like, there is no way on God's green earth I would ever buy that deal at that number, right? And they were buying them, and it was like, well, I'm not going to argue with them. Like, I'm going to take it and run, I'm going to run all the way to the bank, right? But, now the market is obviously a little different now, right? Now we're in 2024 and, we're in a bit more of probably, I would call it like maybe a neutral-ish market.
It feels normal. I feel like this is just a neutral market. Could go. It's just like a normal, which in my opinion is the best type of market. I like it where it's just like, we're not going freaking crazy one way or the other personally, but
yeah. So keep that in mind too, though, in the long run, what type of market are you in,
Yeah. In California, for instance, like I'll give you guys an example. It's just a thing in California. It's really annoying where they list it 200K below where they know they'll sell it.
Yep.
And then create a bidding war. That's just a thing there, right? So that's actually why I developed this strategy of just hitting up all the agents and not doing it on market, because I was like, this is BS. I have to sell everything above 200K for it to even make sense at all. And that's baloney. So
yeah. I love it.
That's a great point. Yeah. And also I remember Zillow was, if you guys remember, there's a short period where Zillow was so confident in their estimates that like, yeah, we're just going to buy at our estimate or whatever. So Zillow was buying for a while. And
didn't they lose like $400 million?
Yeah, they stopped doing that Yep. So people definitely were overpaying.
Oh, for sure.
I thought they lost $4 billion. I thought they lost a lot more than $400 billion.
They lost a lot of money.
they definitely didn't make money, I'll tell you that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cody said election years throw off the market. Maybe that was what you were going to read, Luke. It just depends, Cody. I wouldn't say they throw off the market. I think that election years definitely can cause market fluctuation in one way or the other. I don't know if any of you guys saw, but Jerome Powell did the meeting yesterday, obviously. And it was the first time where they actually announced, and this isn't a for sure thing, but Jerome Powell basically said yesterday for the first time that there is a possibility that interest rates won't go down this year in 2024. Now, he didn't necessarily say they won't. He just said for the first time ever yesterday that there is now a possibility that they won't go down, right, in 2024. Now, again, who knows? You never know, right? You obviously have two parties competing to get into office. Like things could look massively different depending on who wins and everything like that. So yes, typically election years are very interesting years. And the year after, I would probably argue too, like the year during of the election and then the following year. But it doesn't necessarily mean that there's a trend in like, okay, every 4 years, the market is going to go up or it's going to go down or whatever. A lot of people will argue, like right now, I've heard the argument a lot right now, Jonah and Luke, I'm sure you've heard it a lot, that like, and again, I don't want to get political, right? So I'll state it and then we'll be done. But like a lot of people are arguing, hey, since Joe Biden wants to win, he's going to make the economy look as good as he can to win the election, right? And so take that with a grain of salt. You may or may not see that. But then if you go look at what Jerome Powell said yesterday, that doesn't align at all with that theory, right? So again, there's so many variables, so many factors. I would argue that it doesn't freaking matter what's going on in the market. You can make money in any market. It doesn't matter if the market is going up, if it's going down, if it's going sideways. It doesn't matter, right? Like I always tell my team, I've been wholesaling since 2014. And there's been a lot of changes. I mean, we went through, from 2014 to 2024, the market has done a lot of different things, right? And you look at COVID and you look at all the different things that we've been through, and we've never not done well, right? Like we've never not done well. Like we've always outperformed the market regardless of the market condition, So I would argue that if you're a wholesaler, or an investor, flipper, whatever, there's always money to be made, right? Like people are always moving, people are always transacting. Real estate will always transact in any type of market environment or market condition. So you just have to figure out how you're going to position yourself, how you're going to provide value, and just make money and keep doing your thing.
Yeah, I would say I literally didn't notice it at all. I've only been through one election cycle while I was in real estate. I didn't notice anything different.
Yeah.
Except the month of November, people were like, we're all just gonna wait, see what happens with the election. So what happened was the month of November, was a slow month because I was like, everyone's just waiting. And I'm like, I was also newer, but if I was doing it now, I'd be like, what do you think is going to happen if to your house price specifically, whether Donald Trump or Joe Biden gets elected? I don't think much will change. I promise you, when people are buying homes, in the end, they don't give a freak who the president is, that doesn't really affect that immediately, right? Like if they pass a law, that'd be different, but I don't know. That's the only thing I noticed in the last one. I didn't really notice much different either. The last one was also kind of crazy because COVID started like 8 months or 5 months before that election too, something like that. So it was just a wild time in general, but I don't know.
Yeah.
What you guys should be thinking about is, for you, it doesn't matter at all. Literally doesn't affect you.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yeah. All right. Love it. Good stuff. Just to do some clarifying, follow-up for Janae. When she said, so we're talking about people potentially putting in backup offers if you get a property under contract on the market, where it says like UCB under contract, accepting backups or whatever. So if you get let me, read the question first. So the question is, so how could they accept a backup if you have the property under contract? So the thing is, they can't immediately go accept a backup offer, right? So it'll say like pending, under contract, accepting backups, or UCB, right? Like that's willing to accept a backup offer, basically. So they can't just go, like, let's say they get a better offer, they can't just cancel you out and then go with the better offer. But what that does mean is that they're probably going to be way less likely to go for a retrade or something like that. So it can make your transaction harder. Or the other thing too is this will happen sometimes is they get an offer that they like more than yours, and so then they just become uncooperative with you, meaning like, hey, we're not going to do an extension for you if you need an extension. We're not going to change the IP. We're not going to let you do any more showings. They can just make it very difficult for you to transact because they no longer like your offer and because they have something that they like better. So that can happen on occasion, and that's not going to happen with every single time you do a property that's on market, right? So don't think like, oh, if I get a property that's on market, it's always going to be much harder and more difficult. These are just things that could occur, and so you just want to know that it can occur, right? So you're not like shocked if it does happen. Not that it's guaranteed to happen every time, right? So yeah, just make some things harder. Like maybe it'll be harder to get a price drop. Maybe it'll be harder to do things like get an extension or work with them if you need to, that sort of stuff. And just know that there will be some buyers, if it's on market and you shop it out, there will be some buyers that just go, oh, it's on market, accepting backup offers. I'm just going to go put in a backup offer and see what happens instead of trying to buy through you, right? That's just something that some people will do because they're like that.
There's ways to prevent that though, or to make it where that's very unlikely. Like when dispoing the deal, a lot of things you can do, for instance, is just be like, they're like, yeah, man, like getting an insane amount of interest right now. Like if you want this, like you should like hop on it because we're gonna sell this really soon, right? If you do that, that makes it less likely in their head that it's gonna work, right?
Yep.
I always do that with like every property if I'm selling a deal.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
Solid. I think that's all the questions that we have for the moment. If I missed anything, feel free to post your question again, or if there's anything else that popped up, throw it in there. But I believe we got them all.
Okay. Well, here's what we can do.
You getting tired?
I'm very tired. It's kind of exhausting to keep going. Like I usually give myself a lunch break. My lunch break is just in the middle of it. I get to eat for like 15-minute Q&A, and then we're back at it. But it's good. It's getting a lot done. Tomorrow I'm going to do a lot less intro calls, guys. Tomorrow is going to be a lot more just submitting offer, leads, follow-ups. It'll be more of that than the intro calls. There'll probably be like, today was a lot bigger of an intro call day. We're going to do more follow-ups and that stuff tomorrow. So we can, if there aren't any more questions, I guess I can talk about the prize. We're getting there. I got to choose someone for this prize, right? So there's been a few people on here that it's like really tough to choose between. I got like 3 in my head. And I'm just going to go back and see who probably deserves it based on just like all the comments throughout the entire day. So I gotta figure out who it's gonna be, but let's see here. There's like 3. Yeah, it's definitely one of these 3 in my head. I don't know which one to do. Okay, I already know who it's gonna be. Pick all 3? No, I can't pick all 3.
No matter what, you guys are all winners to me.
Yeah.
You should just put everybody's name in like one of those random like name generators, so nobody can blame you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's see.
You can do like you can share your screen and you can do like a name generator, like, and it picks like randomly.
Is that possible? I don't know how to do that. Wait, hold on.
Just Google it. Like, be like name generator.
How do I make it where I put in 3 names though? Like how? Like there's random name generators.
Wheel of names. Oh yeah, so go to wheelofnames.com.
Okay.
And then I think you just type out everybody's name on the right-hand side.
All right. Are you guys ready? There are 3. I'll put in the 3 people that I've been seeing very consistently. Also yesterday, to be honest, was Janae. Janae's been in here doing a lot, right? So she's one. Mark. Mark has been in there. He's also, I'm pretty sure he's a Flip and Simple student. And then who was it? Scott. Scott was the other guy.
Oh, just
those were the 3
that get rid of the spaces because I think you're good now. Okay, never mind.
I think it's fine. Or I think it's working. But those are the 3 that I've seen being the most active that I can possibly see.
And Joey,
right now.
Nicole and Joey want to be in there.
Just throwing people. All right, Joey and Nicole, I'm going to go up back to the very beginning of the day. Were you guys commenting at all? I don't see you guys in there. So I don't think I can go all the way back to the beginning. I don't think you were here. Nicole, your first comment was at 11:20. We started the challenge at 10 my time. So that's close. Have you been in here? That's a pretty long time to be in here. I'm going to throw in Nicole because she was here since 11:20. That's pretty close. And then this is fun. I like this. I might just do that because I don't see Joey in there at the beginning. I don't see Joey at all in there at the beginning.
I have Joey at 10:29. He asked for the link for the scraper.
All right, but I want people like contributing, not just like the link for the scraper. you gotta like be like.
Sorry, Joey. I tried, buddy. I tried to get you in there.
Sorry, Joey. I'm not putting you in here. Nicole was asking questions and doing stuff too. So
Joey,
all right.
Joey can win tomorrow.
Nicole, you're in it. You're in it. I put you in it. So what's your last name? Just so that you don't feel not special.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if the prize is the scraper because I know Nicole already has it.
I would also throw Cody in there. Cody's been on here all day too.
Cody. People who are on here are like, what the hell? I thought it was going to be 3 people. Why are my chances getting diminished by the thing? Here's the thing, though. Was Cody? Oh, he commented initially.
Cody was in at 9:01.
Yeah. We got to put Cody in. Sarah, you were right.
And he said, "I'm fully caffeinated and eager to learn."
Okay, I love it. All right. No more. We're done. All right, we're doing it here.
Now you click the wheel.
All right. Ready? I hope it's good. I hope it goes for a little while. Spinning. You guys can see this, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mark.
Oh, Mark, you won the prize.
There you go. Good
okay,
work.
Mark. So here's what the prize is. Mark, do you have an Instagram or a way of hitting me up? I need you to respond to me in the comments. Otherwise, I'm going to spin again. If you don't respond in the comments, I'm spinning again. So okay.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Mark, do you have an Instagram or a way of contacting me so that I can give you the prize? The prize is, guys, basically, it's not the scraper itself. What it is I'm going to scrape all the agents in any area that Mark chooses. So Mark, I'm going to give you just the most current list for whichever area you want to do. So you just tell me like, hey, I'm in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. I'll get you all the agents in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro. We'll give you that free list, and I'll just email it to you. One of my VAs will do that, and we'll email it to you. But Mark, you got to like hit me up on Instagram or.
We have Mark's information. Sarah can put Mark in touch with you, Jonah.
Okay.
Because Mark's
in whatever way.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, that's the prize. He won a free agent list, right? So it'll be awesome. It'll be a bunch of agents, great phone numbers, easy way to start. So good job, Mark. I know Mark is I know you're in Flip and Simple. I've seen you on the Zoom. So awesome. Cool. All righty then.
To everybody else,
Scott, look at Scott.
Congratulations for
I love that. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do, guys. Yes. Get the guy who gets the prizes and split the deals. You know? So perfect. I love it. Well, guys, it's 5
value. Everybody here all day got a ton of value. So everybody is a winner.
Everybody's a winner, right? Like, I mean, you guys learn how to close the deals. Guys, in the end, you don't need a scraper list. Like, it's just very helpful. You can buy it's not super expensive for the scraper itself. And also there'll be another prize tomorrow. So we're not done yet. We still are giving out prizes.
The best one, Jonah.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be the best one in my opinion. It would be really funny if someone doesn't consider this the best prize, but like I consider it the best prize. So it'll be a good time. Yeah, it's 5:50. I don't really have much for you guys any left. I feel like we ended that on a good note with that prize. Yeah, I appreciate all of you guys for coming on. You guys are going to crush it with all the stuff you guys have been learning. I hope you guys have been taking notes. We all appreciate you being here. And yeah, unless you guys got something more to say, we can start wrapping this up.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Jonah. Yeah, everybody just drop a comment down below. Express all your gratitude for Luke and Jonah. You know, they've been on here since 9 o'clock this morning. They've been grinding it out. It takes a lot of energy to be on here all day. You know, I told Jonah and Luke both that I wish I could be here all day, every day. Unfortunately, you know, all of the companies that we have going on right now all require a ton of my time and energy. So I've been in all kinds of meetings today and everything you could imagine. But I couldn't imagine leaving my computer screen open on my YouTube channel, okay, and my everything with none other than Luke and Jonah. Okay, there's a lot of people that if I just put live on my YouTube channel, I'm not sure that I would trust them. I totally trust Luke and Jonah. They're obviously masters of the game, right? There's only, I said it yesterday on the very beginning of the challenge, you know, there's only so many people in this industry. And I actually think there's a lot less people than Jonah initially thought, but there's only so many people I believe that are masters of the game, right? And you truly are looking at two masters of the game here. So make sure you're on all day tomorrow, everybody. You know, tomorrow's going to be a great day. It'll be our final day of this challenge. And there's a really high likelihood that Jonah gets a deal tomorrow, okay? And so
you're going to do a lot more offers, a lot more follow-up. Today was a lot more intro calls. Tomorrow's going to be like, we're just going to be like, all right, we're going in, you know? It'll be fun.
It'll be a lot of fun, yeah. So make sure you're here for that, guys. And tomorrow, too, we might do something special. We'll see. I thought, Luke, maybe about one of us could like grab our laptop and like walk around our office and have them meet some of our team. Cool. You know, we could have some people on our team, you know, give a couple of minutes of just, you know, whatever golden nuggets come to their mind, you know. So we've obviously got a big team of wholesalers out here, and that could be something cool that we do tomorrow. So whatever we end up doing, you're not going to want to miss it, okay? We'll come up with a good idea, but we just appreciate you all. And then, Luke, is there anything that you wanted to mention before we jump off?
No, I just want to say super appreciate having all you guys here. Obviously, big shout out to Jonah, who did most of the heavy lifting. Well, I just got to sit and be a commenter really and just enjoy it. And I learned a lot. So hopefully you guys did too. Appreciate having you guys. And yeah, super proud of everyone who took action. Like I know Scott was taking action. Cody was taking action. I know Nicole recently closed a deal not that long ago. So just just keep like none of this information helps you at all if you don't do anything with it, you know? So it's like, hopefully you guys actually take something from this and you guys can go do something with it. And if you do, please let us know. We just want to help see you guys win, you know?
Yeah, I love it. Okay. We appreciate you all. We'll see you bright and early and have a phenomenal night, everybody.
Have a good night, guys.